go. The last of the International Virtual Racing Association winter competitions begins today, and after the GT Sprint and Endurance Series have already brought intense racing action to RacespotTV, it's now the turn of the Club Cup and the Club Sport Series. The Club Sport Series returns for its fourth full season of competition, with familiar faces alongside some brand new paint schemes and the same combination of three classes, close competition, live race control, and interesting strategy awaits. But before we get to the main event, a support series makes its debut as the Club Cup brings Mazda MX-5 Chaos to IVRA competitions. A pair of sprint races serve as today's appetizer, and they'll be sandwiched around the live coverage of Club Sport qualifying. Hello, and welcome to the iRacing Esports Network for round number 1 of the IVRA Club Cup. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I am joined alongside in the virtual commentary booth by Sumil Arora and Jonathan Burke, and we are here at the famous Road America circuit, the first round here of the IVRA Club Cup. Track cameras are provided to us by Istvan Ballo and Track Cams 22. Our car cameras provided to us by Tyler Maxson. Live timing for today's event is available from our partners at timing71.org, but with the clock ticking away on Club Cup qualifying, let's take a look at the track conditions for today's race. And it's important to note here that for the Club Cup race, we're using the bend layout. You see at the top of the map that little extra kink added to the sector. 6.48 is the total race distance. And Sumil Arora, we take a look at the track conditions, you'll see it's already a fairly cool afternoon. The wind's blowing across the track, but should be super exciting to get the MX-5s out on track for the first time.
Oh, absolutely. The Mazda MX-5 is, of course, the very first car that you begin with in terms of road racing on iRacing. And what a gem it is. All the big iRacing legends and all the drivers we've heard stories about have begun their careers right here. And the circuit for this first race, Road America, man, it just could not have been better. It's easily one of my favorites on the entire iRacing service. The undulations, the corners, the straights, everything just makes it a perfect package.
Yeah, absolutely does. So let's go ahead and take a look at the race format today. All drivers racing in the spec Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car. This is the support series for the IVRA Clubsport, which we'll get to see in just a few minutes' time. There is a drivers and a teams championship, and qualifying underway for race number 1. 20 minutes of open qualifying before we head into two 30-minute sprint races. The second round is going to be a reverse grid race, and Jonathan, that's going to take part after Club Sport qualifying.
It should be very interesting to see how that reverse grid race plays out. I'm just looking at the lap times right now, and it's a fairly wide range of times, so it'll be very interesting to see some of those front runners move through the field after winning that round 1 to see if they can win round 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and still a minute left to go. Let's take a look at the point structure for this event here today, and 200 points awarded for first place, all the way down to just 4 points to finishing in 40th. We're not going to see 40 cars taking to the grid today, but let's also go ahead and take a look at the schedule here, and we're following around the Club Sport Series in Sumil, some of the greatest tracks that I can think about racing this Mazda MX-5. We start here at Road America. We'll head to the Circuit of the Americas in a few weeks' time, but then you got the likes of Barber Motorsport Park, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, the Suzuka Circuit. We're going to finish it all off at the Sebring International Raceway. A very interesting calendar here in the IVRA Club Cup.
It revolves largely around American circuits. I mean, we have Road America, Circuit of the Americas, Barber and Sebring, but the two circuits outside of the American continent, where we have Spa and Suzuka, what gems of circuits they are. They are long for sure, they're extremely wide, and with these MX-5 Cup cars, you should expect to see some great racing. And here, of course, Barber is also one circuit we've got very technical corners, it's very tight and twisty. And then when you go to the long and wide circuits like Road America and Circuit of the Americas, it's just a perfect blend. You've got a little bit of everything here.
You really do, and so as we're taking a look at the schedule, time has just expired on qualifying. You take a look at the cheese bridge there, that run down in towards turn number 5. They're going to all be filtering themselves out as they work their way down into what is one of the prime passing opportunities on the track. But there you can see top left of your screen, final moments of open qualifying just coming to a close at this point. Left hand side you can see the times as well, and Jonathan, right now, it's Jack Ashton on provisional pole position, a 2:42.044, and you can see the chasing pack. There's some close lap times there. Chris Wiley just 2/200ths of a second behind, but then you've got a little bit bigger of a delta. Back to, you can see 18th place there, and the number 23 car, that is Kyle Robertson.
Yeah, really close. But another thing to note about Jack Ashton, he set that almost instantly. It was really quick into the 20-minute session that he set that 2-0, and no one has been able to top it. The 95 and the 444 of Wally and Chapman have looked fast, so I expect them to challenge early. But we could have some little interesting players still in that midfield that could try and challenge for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should explain that in these open qualifying sessions, all of these drivers have a final opportunity to set a lap time. So even though time has expired, there's still a few of them still just circulating out there, maybe getting a few more laps in for race practice as well, but just waiting for the final moments of qualifying before we can show you the grid. Sumal, I mean, this is a support series for the action that we're going to get to see in just a few hours' time. You know, 2 30-minute sprint races here in the Mazda MX-5. What exactly are you expecting here? This is a way, I would assume, for many of these drivers to really introduce themselves to IVRA competitions with an eye on competing in the main series in the future.
Well, I just expect a whole lot of drama in this one because, of course, Mazda MX-5. And, of course, if you've taken part in any of the Mazda MX-5 races on the iRacing service, you know for a fact that there's just going to be a whole lot of carnage. But keeping all the carnage aside, it's a very good opportunity for some of these drivers, as you mentioned, Arjuna, to prove themselves on a bigger scale, because we know that the IVRA League is a very popular sim racing league around the world. Quite a few top drivers, top fans come up and watch this one. And doing something special here could be your big chance to introduce yourself on the bigger scale. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we talk about the IVRA series of competitions. We've got 4 of them now. We've got the Club Sport and the Club Cup on the docket for today's action. We've seen the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well that you and Sumal and myself commentate on. We've also got IVRA Endurance Round Number 1. The 12 Hours of Spa a few weeks ago kicked off that racing season. And, you know, Jonathan, we're still waiting for the final moments here in the qualifying session to just wind down. But it's good to have this sanctioning body, if you will, coming into sim racing. Now, all of these series, the Club Sport and the Endurance Series, for example, have been around in existence for a number of years, but good to have a sanctioning body in many ways that's trying to just build out a calendar of racing events, especially in this winter season where we love to see these private leagues really taking center stage.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to see, and I think for a lot of these teams as well, it's nice to see because you can have several cars in this series. We're going to see in the Club Sports Series familiar teams that we saw in the Endurance Series, so it's going to be very interesting as the season progresses, as people move up and down the ranks as well.
Absolutely, and just a reminder, live timing and scoring is available through our partners at Timing 71. Head over to timing71.org for full timing and data analysis. Be useful for our 2.4-hour race coming up in just over 90 minutes time. We've got one 30-minute sprint race ahead of us. Then we've got the Club Sport qualifying before we head into round number 2 of the IVRA Club Cup. Still waiting for the final moments here in qualifying, but there you can see session is gridding over right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting grid for race number 1. And so starting on pole position for Team Fordzilla, Jack Ashton with a 2:42.044. Chris Wiley for Year 1 Racing, 0.002 of a second behind, closing out row number 1. Row number 2, Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing with his teammate Arthur Panzel lining up next to him in position number 4. Nacho Gaspar going to line up in 5th with Shioshe Ishimaru in 6th. Jaume Dalmas Torres in 7th with Yannick Brenner in P number 8. The Yacht Brothers on the edge of the top 10. Mark Yacht in 9th, James Yacht in 10th. David Simon, 11th place for Team Fordzilla with Dustin Hiroder in 12th position. Year 1 Racing, Adrian Hendy going to start in row number 13. Number 35, John Atkinson Jr. in position number 14. Eric Tetas Osuna in 15th with Takeshi Taniguchi in position number 16. Scrolling through the rest of your field, Simon Erpelding for Shipsky Racing in 17th place. Kyle Robertson in 18th with Takumi Kusayama and Evan Gobdell on the edge of the top 20. Final few cars on your screen. Aaron Kurtz in 21st. Frank Oosterhurst in 22nd place. Kevin Serrano in 23rd with Andre Jameson in 24th. Dawid Mirek, 25th. Nolan J. Rempel, RaceSpot's own Nolan J. Rempel, starting all the way back in 26th place. They've got Danny Marshall and Team Heiskenveld's Marcel Tai going to line up in the final starting position, but the cars are about to roll on what's about to be a very, very long formation lap here. They're starting all the way on the main straight. They're going to make their way around this long circuit. There you can see the Porsche pace car already pulling off, leading off field around, and we'll start with you here, Sumal, before we get into the racing action. We were just having a little bit of a joke before we jumped into the session. Turn number 1, Road America. It's known for being an action-packed zone. What's the over-under here for the number of cars we see spinning around as the cars dive their way down into turn number 1 for the first time?
Right, so before the broadcast, myself and Jonathan, we just had a small bet. We guessed the number, and I went for a rather safe one of 24 cars surviving. So that's around, say, 7-8 odd cars toppling over or doing something like that. What about you, Jonathan? What do you think is going to be the number?
I gotta say 20, because you gotta think some of these guys in the back that are not as fast, they need that track position early. They're gonna try and do some really risky and desperate moves here.
Well, it's all just setting us up now for what is going to be our main event, the Clubsport 2.4 hour season opener, live from Road America. We're here with the first race of the IVRA Club Cup at the Road America Bend configuration. One more reminder, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, live timing is available, timing71.org/s/RaceSpot. Stay connected to us throughout this long broadcast as we see the cars diving their way into turn number 5 on this pace lap. And Jonathan, we'll go over to you now. You were a part of the commentary team for the IVRA Endurance Series. And as we work our way towards this IVRA Clubsport season opener, how excited are you about this entire organization? Because I think the interesting thing for me has been, the common set of regulations that many of these series seem to share. And, you've got the core safety cars that we're going to get to see in the Clubsport series as well. It's just a very different way of doing endurance racing, and delighted to have the third of our 4 series about to kick off in just a few moments' time.
It's a very different way, but I think it's a fresh and new way to do it. I think Clubsport, with the safety car and the regulations, is going to be very, very exciting, especially with the 3 different classes out there. As we saw in the endurance, there was constant action, especially during that first hour and that first half of the race. It was really intense and really close, and I'm really excited to see some of these top teams that were in the endurance series compete in Clubsport.
Absolutely, and here you can see the cars making their way around the bend section, and this will be an opportunity for an extra dive maybe down the inside through the left-hand portion. It will also set maybe some cars up if you don't get a great exit now out of this bend section down in towards Canada Corner, a very pivotal braking zone that we're going to see in the Clubsport race as well, but cars just filing their way through at a almost pedestrian pace here. And Sumal, I'll go to you one more time just before we get underway. You got Jack Ashton very closely followed in second place by one of the Year 1 cars. Then you've got Shipsky Racing cars. You see a lot of these teams that we've become familiar here with on the iRacing Esports Network, alongside some new ones. It's good to see some new faces here live on RacespotTV.
It absolutely is. It's their one big chance to prove themselves. This championship is going to be growing much more in size. And when it begins, for the first time out, it is going to be spectacular. Here we go then, MX-5s at Road America.
Pace car about to dive down onto the lane, leave the field. In control of the Team Fordzilla Global MX-5 car of Jack Ashton. The number 98 lines up on the inside here. It's going to be a long run all the way down in towards turn number 1. There is a start zone here, so Ashton has to wait. He can't just get on the throttle when he wants. But as we wait for that to happen, green flag in the air, and Ashton straight away going to try and get a good jump down the line. You can see all the cars now filing their way as they try and navigate for some track position. You can see the 2 Shipsky Racing cars now down on the inside line trying to make their way into the battle for the race lead. Into turn number 1 they go. They're all going to navigate it clearly up front. Are we going to get that chaos further behind? Doesn't appear so. It seems as though everyone's managed to get through turn number 1 safely. So we now head into turn number 2, and it is Jack Ashton who leads from Dave Chapman, Chris Wally, with Arthur Panzel and Nacho Gaspar completing your top 5 as they dive down the long run. There has been an incident slightly further back. It seems as though David Simon in the second Fordzilla car has had an incident. We'll get a replay on just a few moments, but there we go. Down into turn number 5. Dave Chapman defends from Chris Wally. His teammate Arthur Panzel slightly further back and around the outside. Whaley's going to take a look, but Chapman defends the inside. As they make their way down into turn number 5, you can see 2 wide further back, but we seem to be fairly clean as we head onto the Corvette Bridge for the very first time.
Good driving there by Jack Ashton, defending his position incredibly well, but Dave Chapman isn't too far behind as we now come to the second sector for the very first time. Of course, we have another overtaking opportunity in the form of the bend coming up very quickly, so you could see a couple of lunges being made there, but somewhat surprisingly, it is still clean at the top. We didn't quite expect this, didn't we?
Well, it's important to note, Sumo, this is a 30-minute race. I mean, sometimes in these global MX-5 cars, you sometimes see some slightly shorter race distances, but as we see the cars approaching the bend section for the very first time in this race, they're going to brake hard, turn left, and sweep it back to the right, rejoin the circuit in just a few moments' time. Nolan J. Rempel has also been off the track slightly further back, so for the most part, Jonathan, we've got a clean start as they all single file their way now down in towards Canada corner, but the excitement's going to ratchet up as we start to head towards the checkered flag for this race number 1.
I think everyone's just playing patient right now, trying to gauge how good their car is and trying to gauge where the good passing zones are. As we see, still single file through Canada. Look at them as they go through the exit. Beautiful sights to see.
Yeah, and this is a track that you're familiar with, Jonathan. You've been here in the real world as well. Delighted to have a brand new version of it in the iRacing service. Recently updated graphically to bring it up to modern day standards. Still the same version of the scan that we've had in the simulator for a while, but as we come across to complete lap number 1, it is still Jack Ashton who's going to lead across the line, but he's got a whole train of cars forming behind him, and as they head down into turn number 1, Dave Chapman and Chris Wally right behind him. Chapman's going to pull out to the outside. Wally's still stuck right behind Ashton's inside now. You see the 2 Shipsky Racing cars looking for position now, but Wally to the outside around turn number 1. Not going to be able to make it work, and Ashton hangs on to the race lead.
Now approaching down into turn 2, this could be another good overtaking opportunity, but from the looks of things, the drivers are being a lot more conservative at the very top. And so we are seeing them being slightly easier, but then again, there is a move being made. Dave Chapman trying to attack for P number 2. Which line does he have for the crucial turn 5 corner? He's coming up, the Shipsky car still has the outside, so Chapman now has to run to the inside line. Here we go then, this is going to be the critical one. Who gets the edge? From the looks of things, oh, they're still going side by side, they're still going door to door, as we see a couple of cars go wide in the background.
Couple of cars getting pushed wide at turn number 5. Let's take this opportunity though to go and take a look at a replay from the race start. RacespotTV replay as they file their way down in towards turn number 2. Take a look. It's going to be David Simon in that second Fordzilla car. Slight contact being made, and ooh, he gets spun around violently there. And the brand new damage model that's been brought to the global MX-5 car. That'll, unfortunately, Jonathan, I think Simon's going to be struggling a bit for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, he's going to have issues with the steering and maybe even issues with the aero. Just try to send it up the inside, and an unsuspecting car right there, just not even aware that he was going to try and send it up the inside. So hopefully his teammate stays up front, but right now his car is going to be towards the rear.
As we look at a big issue there for one of the Yacht brothers, James Yacht, going very deep in the braking zone of turn number 5. Look at him off-road wheeling that car, able to get it back safely, but take one more look at this replay on board. A big dive in the braking zone. It gets very, very sketchy, and Sumil very lucky that number 12 didn't plow into any of the other cars in the braking zone.
Yeah, that would have straight away been 4 incident points added to his tally. He only just got saved over there, and it was quite clearly a case of him missing his braking point. And that's exactly why that happened. But then again, we must focus back at the top where Dave Chapman is still on the tail of Jack Ashton.
Yeah, and Ashton's doing a good job here to just hang on to the race lead as more troubles for the Yacht Brothers further back. I'm looking on my timing screen, but look at Chapman as he tries to suck in right behind Ashton as they head across the line. Ashton's going to protect that right-hand side, the inside line as they dive into turn number 1. Chris Wally for Year 1 Racing is now going to look to the outside because number 444, the Shipsky Racing Mazda, decides to just tuck in right behind the leader. Wally once again looks to the outside. Is he going to be able to move himself up into P number 2 this time around? Well, this time he's able to at least hang it around there as the number 444 is going to struggle for traction off turn number 1 down into the braking zone of 2, side by side once again, and Chapman tries to lean on Wally, just push him out of the way, but Wally with that outside line now, Jonathan, getting a good run down in towards turn number 5.
And there's a little bit of help behind him too if they want to, you know, sacrifice a 0x and give a little push, as they're going to be teammates pushing down in the corner. They may be able to attack Ashton here if they're really brave on the brakes.
Too wide, too deep as Wally looks to the inside of Ashton down into turn number 5, and Wally's going to take the race lead here. Ashton gets a little bit wide, is going to have to concede the position underneath the Corvette bridge, and for the first time today we have a brand new race leader as Shiyoshi Ishimaru has also moved their way up into P number 3. Further back in the field though, there's been an issue, a big issue for some of the cars that are around, and that's Kevin Serrano currently around at the exit of turn number 5. There you can see the number 76 as well. Aaron Kurtz has been part of this malaise. Let's take a look at the RacespotTV replay once again, and it's coming down into the braking zone. You can see too wide further in front of them, and what's going to happen here? Oh my word, that's a big one.
Crikey, and he's just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Kevin Serrano coming home with a whole lot of damage on his car. Take a look at this incredible slow-mo replay that we've got for you right here. Bang! He hits in. And well, if anything, the iRacing damage model is doing quite a good job.
Well, Sumal, I saw on your Instagram recently you were testing out the brand new iRacing damage model, and good to see it in effect here. Frank Oosterhuis is this car that's getting spun around. Fortunately, though, he somehow manages to end up pointing in the right direction, doesn't lose too much time. But let's take a look then back at live pictures, and at the front of your field it continues to be the same battle. Ashton has now slipped from P number 1 down to P number 2, and for Wally and Ishimaru, the 2 Year 1 drivers, it's a lot of work to do. Still 22 minutes to go. We're out to finish lap number 3 as they come through the last corner one more time.
It's interesting to see how these team cars are going to work together as well, because the 444 and the 222 as well are teammates, and this draft is really important down the straight as we go up the hill down to the line.
Too wide once again. This time it's Ashton looking to the outside. He did get a very good run out of the last corner, but here comes the teammate Wally being pushed by Ishimaru as Ishimaru tries to keep Chris Wally in the race lead, but Ashton sweeps around the outside. Wally getting a little bit loose through the corner as well. He slides up the track right now, but as you can see, the top 6 cars separated by just 1.3 seconds, and they're trying to pull away a little bit of a gap now from some of the trailing cars behind. Look at Ashton, though, getting very wide, and that's going to compromise him down into turn number 5. Sorry, that was Ashton getting wide, and now Wally has got the run down into 5.
Absolutely amazing stuff right here. That's the one thing with the Mazda MX-5. You can push it hard and it will slide. Here comes the 95 then. Chris Wally trying to defend his race lead heading into turn number 5. And he keeps it that way. But look at these Mazda MX-5 sliding around from the back end. As always, we have another car going wide. Oh boy, the 98 is looking to the inside line. Ashton trying hard, and Ashton getting the position.
And Wally getting a little bit hip check there off the corner. He's going to drop back into 4th position as Ishimaru now goes up into 2nd and now tries to challenge for the race lead himself. Ishimaru looking to the inside, but he's going to slot back into line. You can also see the 13 car of Jaume Torres as he looks to the inside of Arthur Panzel. So now for Arthur Panzel, that second Shipsky Racing car, the teammate Nacho Gaspar now also looking to get around him. So for Shipsky Racing, they got 1 driver in 3rd place, but for Arthur Panzel now in 7th as they head down into the bend once again. Slightly tougher. Lap times in the mid 2-minute 44s right now, so we're looking pretty good in terms of lap times despite all of the squabbling at the front of your field. The top 11 cars separated by about 4 and a bit seconds, and there is starting to be a little bit of separation to cars further back. So just 10 minutes gone in this first race of the IVRA Club Cup. Got 20 minutes to go, but still a long way to go in terms of racing action. Now Ishimaru looks to try and get past Jack Ashton for the race lead.
And they head down into Canada, and Ashton regaining the lead, and now there's someone in between. Oh, we got contact between the teammates. The 13 and the 88 have spun and almost back onto the track into Ooh, that's okay. That's a little hairy for all 4 of those drivers.
Yeah, it was Jaume Torres. Let's see if we can take a look at this replay as the rejoin just continues then in the background. But RacespotTV replay down in towards Canada corner, and oh my word, Nacho, what did you do? You can't hit your teammate, first rule of racing. And, well, unfortunately there, Sumo, rule broken.
Rule broken, and in the post-race team debrief, there will be a few hot words being spoken around. Clear replay, Nacho comes up, taps behind, and the teammates have lost a couple of positions. More than a few, of course, if you are the one being spun around. But man, what a major accident. A classic case of what you must not do in motorsport. What you must do in motorsport is grab the lead quite like Soichi Ichimaru, who has gone ahead and got done for himself. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, Ishimaru now up into the race lead as you see Ashton defending from Dave Chapman and Chris Wally behind. Top 4 cars starting to separate themselves from the rest of your pack just a little bit, but it's Dave Chapman who now looks to the inside as they head down into turn number 5.
Chapman has been one of the bravest on the brakes. He had an incredible move going into turn 1 to grab 3rd. He's now going to try and grab 2nd. Unable to do it. He may have a little bit of an edge going to the Corvette bridge, but nope, slots him behind and will stay content with 3rd place.
Yeah, there you can see the train of cars. 2 Shipsky Racing cars in this top 5 right now. You've also got 2 of the Year 1 cars running 1st and 4th. Great shot as they make their way down the hurry downs, trying to hurry as much as they can. Head towards the carousel and in towards the bend section. Deep on the brakes for Jack Ashton in the Team Fordzilla car. Take a look then. Left-hand side of your screen. Take a look at the positions gained throughout this race so far. You can see Ishimaru up 5 positions from the race start. You see as well Eric Asuna in the number 27. He's up 9 positions, or rather 8 positions since the race start as well. So lots of movers and shakers as they head their way down into the bend section. This is a very tricky section to get it right, Sumo. And, you know, not being a section of track that I think a lot of these drivers will be familiar with is something that they also have to challenge us. You see Ashton getting a little bit loose out onto the grass, and Ishimaru now has a 0.7 of a second advantage up front.
That's because the bend section is not what we usually use on the iRacing service. Most people use the regular track that we use on the Indy cars, or in fact for the IMSA races. That is, without that, we go straight on towards the King. But that is an interesting section, in fact, because with the Master MX-5s, you can't really commit to the corner as much as you can in, say, much faster prototypes or GT3 cars. So in this one, the tail really slides out. You've got to go with a very shallow entry and just switch the car around and slide it around and get it facing the right way ahead. It feels a bit odd at times because then you just have to fight the car to the way to make sure that you get enough speed out of the corner, but can be tricky. But again, it's just all about being as tidy as possible. Tell you what though, Jack Ashton is being incredibly tidy. He's going to the outside line. That's a bit risky, but tell you what though, he's one man who's got the guts in the bag.
And Ashton looks to retake the race lead, and in fact Ishimaru, I think, just let off the throttle to let him in a little bit, and Chapman behind was not expecting that move. So Ashton back to the race lead. We do have a replay for you as well. Has been an issue for David Mirek. So here comes the replay, and turn number 5, and that's a slightly unfortunate one. We'll take a slightly closer look at that incident here, Jonathan, but you know, unfortunately for Mirek, he's going to get hit slightly from one of the graphite cars, I do think, that is coming behind. Oh, he's going to look into the braking zone here, try and get the move done, and overdrives the corner and gets himself turned around there.
Yeah, that's just a case of being a little too brave on those brakes, and unfortunately for the graphite cars, they've been involved in several of these incidents down in Turf 5, and this one not of their own doing, just, again, brave on those brakes.
And we jump back to the live pictures, and the battle for your race lead. Ishimaru continues now to hold on to 2nd place right behind your race leader Jack Ashton in the Team Fordzilla car. Now obviously the Team Fordzilla machine being a Mazda this time around, so just a little bit confusing for us, Sumo, but good to see Team Fordzilla starting to take part in more of this iRacing competitions. We see them in many of the other simulators as the car goes very, very wide there at turn number 8, I think that was. But good to see the Team Fordzilla cars coming into this series and having more of them in iRacing competitions now, Sumo. They're a very big team with lots of backing in other simulators, and now in the iRacing.com service leading this race, and hopefully we'll get to see more of them throughout the course of this 12-race calendar.
Absolutely, they've got some real quality drivers in their roster, and seeing them take part in an event like this one obviously is something very... It's very heartening. It makes you feel quite good. But that said, nothing is up for grabs here. Nothing is up for granted. Even though they're good in other sims, you've got to fight for it right here. And they are doing exactly that. There are just some incredible battles all the way throughout the field. But the one thing that has stood out to me is Soichi Ishimaru's amazing ability to stay really close to the race leader and almost always just be right there for a move. Look at him. He's got a rather swanky interior of this car, but it just does not make him slower. If anything, it just makes him go even faster, and here he is right now.
Yeah, and look at how he's just going to suck up to the rear bumper of the 98 in front. He's going to poke to the outside now, side by side across the start-finish line they go. And oh my word, if that's going to be the last lap of the race, I have no idea who's going to take that home. I think it was Ishimaru by just a hair, if anything. But Ishimaru back down to the outside line, around the outside of turn number 1. Ashton's going to try and hold the inside, but as they head down into turn number 2, Ishimaru with just a little bit more speed. Chapman now looks to the outside as well, looks to follow Ishimaru around the outside of the corner, but Ashton's going to hold the inside, try and slingshot his way off the corner here. And down into turn number 5 we go once again. The speeds are a little bit lower in this class of racing here, Jonathan, but nevertheless, close competition. And like we see right now, still 5 drivers who have all the chance in the world of taking home the very first race win here in the IVRA Club Cup.
Yeah, 5 drivers, all really, really good so far as they're going to go too wide down into turn 5, the heavy braking zone, the year 1 car to the inside. That 94 Ishimaru doesn't get clear. They're going to go side by side underneath the Corvette bridge. You'll be able to clear him coming out of here, and now Chapman looks to the inside.
So Ishimaru into the lead once again. There you can see as well, Chris Wally, who's once battling it out for the race lead, still runs in 4th place, 0.8 of a second. Separating your top 5 drivers right now. You can see Arthur Panzel, the second Shipsy car at the rear end of this train. 3.6 seconds is the gap to Yannick Brenner. And the 6th place, number 15, Phoenix Racing Esport Mazda. But there you can see Panzel now goes around the outside of Wally around the kink. A fantastic move there. And now the Shipsky Racing cars run line astern in 3rd and 4th place. And Ashton is actually struggling a little bit here because Ishimaru has managed to pull out almost a 1-second advantage here. So we head through the bend once again. Just 11.5 minutes to go. We're approaching the last 3 or 4 laps of this race here, and the action really starting to pick up.
And before you know it, we will be seeing the checkered flag. When the racing is that good, time just flies by. Ichimaru, of course, now with a bit of a gap as we come to see a replay. Oh, dearie me. Well, Ichimaru's leading at the top. Adrian Hendy, his teammate, has gone for a trip to the gravel trap, and he's come back without a wheel, it seems.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at this one, rather, because this is an interesting one. Down into turn number 5, you see the number 96 weaving from the inside to the outside, and just gets his braking a little bit too deep. Tries to get by without making any contact, and unfortunately for him, straight into that tire barrier. Let's try and take an onboard look then with the number 96, because Jonathan, nothing else to say other than an unfortunate mistake there for Year 1 Racing.
Just dives right in, splits the 2 cars amazingly, does not take either of those guys out. It's a single car accident. That had to be very scary for both the other 2 involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump back though, because his teammate Ishimaru now has a 0.7 of a second advantage. Look in the background, they're almost 3 wide. Dave Chapman around the outside of Jack Ashton, and now Arthur Panzel looking to get in on the action. 2 Shipsky Racing cars trying to get up to the podium. Ashton's going to swing the rear end of that car all the way around. Use all of that runoff area there, Sumo. But Ashton now down to 3rd place as he tries to get back to the pointy end of the field.
That's the one thing I love about these cars. You've got really narrow wheels, so the car is always on its fringes. But that said, it's very easy to control too, so it's very fun to drive.
Chapman!
Oh, dearie me! Oh boy, it's gone horribly wrong for Dave Chapman. He's overshot his braking and he finds himself in P4 instead of P2.
Yeah, we'll grab a replay of this incident as well. Down into turn number 5, that braking zone catching a number of cars out. You can see here as well, he'd already gotten past Jack Ashton up into second place and just trying to carry as much momentum as he can. You can see Ashton behind him doing a good job of actually putting a lot of pressure onto Chapman as well. And number 444 off into the dirt. There was another issue, by the way, as well. Let's take a look at that replay. Takumi Kusayama, and that's an unfortunate one for Kusayama. Let's get an onboard look at that one. But this first race of the IVRA Club Cup is proving to be a very entertaining one.
Yeah, just a little bit of a nudge right here. I think that's the damage-stricken car right in front of them with the 96 that they're both trying to get around. And unfortunately, both of those drivers a little antsy.
Just a little bit, but we jump back to the live pictures, and as a result of that incident Chapman had down into turn number 5, Ishimaru now up to a 1.2 second advantage as Jack Ashton, the pole position winner, tries to close them back down. Remember, race number 2 in this IVRA Club Cup, coming up just on the other side of Club Sport qualifying, is going to be a reverse grid race. So all of these drivers are not just fighting it out for points in this 30-minute sprint, but they've also got that prospect of setting the grid for race number 2. Shipsy Racing running line astern once again. Arthur Panzel now up into third place, and they'll be looking to put the pressure onto Jack Ashton, because Ashton now, Sumal, is unfortunately fallen out of the draft a little bit of Ishimaru in front of him. Gap up to 1.3 seconds, and there you can see the two Shipsky Racing cars going side by side as Chapman tries to get himself back up into a podium position.
But although you can make up quite a bit of time in the corners right here, the draft is still invaluable. You've got to be in there in the slipstream to get things for yourself. And right now, Ichimaru is just benefiting off that, because the gap between himself and Ashton behind is a whole second. That's outside the draft train. So for him, all he needs to do is not make a mistake in the corners, and he will not be swallowed up on the straights. For Ichimaru right now, and for Year 1 Racing, this is just the perfect scenario with 7 laps to go, but behind is a team of drivers, man, who know exactly what they're doing right here.
And I mean, we talk about the two Shipsky Racing teammates. Let's not forget Chris Wally, who was at one point scrapping it out for the race lead as they make their way through turn 5. Jack Ashton once again getting a little bit squirrely, losing a little bit of time off the corner to Ishimaru out front. Continue to watch.
He's been very squirrely out of the corners.
He really has. Ashton has been slinging that car around the track. And Jonathan, I was actually just about to ask you, I mean, this is a 30-minute sprint race, yes, but you can't afford to heat up the tires that much, and I wonder if Ashton is now starting to just struggle a little bit with the tires underneath and maybe just losing a little bit of grip in the peak traction zones. As you can see already, Ishimaru once again extending that gap out just a little bit further.
Yeah, he's had a couple big moments right before the quad Q bridge right there. He had a big moment. That's the reason Ishimaru had that gap, is that they all had to check up behind him. So it's going to be really key. As Chapman looking to the inside, Chapman has been the bravest on the brakes of these 5 drivers. But let's not forget Panzel is the only driver in this 5 to yet to lead. However, he's been just quietly putting together a good race.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some action down once again into turn number 5. Where else? And this is a 3-car incident, I do believe. You'll see 2... Well, unfortunately, that's the second Fordzilla car alongside the Shipsky Racing car, and I think then comes poor old Nolan Rempel, and Nolan had nowhere to go, and as a result, Nolan has managed to run his way right into that action. Let's take a look on board then with Nolan down in towards turn number 5. You can see all by his lonesome here. You can see the 2 cars getting involved in front of him, and nowhere for the RacespotTV commentator to go.
Well, I'm sure the first thought that's come to his mind was definitely not, oh, hello there. And a very violent accident coming towards turn number 5. Barely anything that he could do right there, even if he braked as hard as he possibly could. But hey, all the bad things aside, let's focus on the good. And there is a lot of that, because Dave Chapman in the Shipsky Racing car is getting close on the back of Jack Ashton. Where does he go? To the inside line it is at turn number 1. And not quite there, going for a slight trip to the grass, but not getting the move done for himself. And now both the Shipsky cars could work together to get something on Jack Ashton for the crucial P number 2.
Where we jump on board with Chris Wally down in towards turn number 5. This will be their second to last lap, I do believe, as you see Wally trying to use all of the draft from Arthur Panzel in front of him. Ashton has now lost a further few tenths to Ishimaru out front, so the gap now 1.2 seconds out front. You can see Wally trying to use the draft. You can also see Chapman trying to use the draft as Chapman looks to the outside of turn number 5. He's going to go the long way around the outside. They're still side by side though as they come out of the exit of the corner. Chapman does have a little bit more room than Ashton on the inside, but Ashton with enough of an overlap to stick his nose down the inside. But now as it comes into the right-hand kink, he's going to have to give the position up, and there you go. Chapman's going to run him all the way out, and Ashton's going to get a little bit onto the grass as well as they head down in towards turn number 8, this heavy braking zone. Ashton down into P number 3, but Chapman has a lot of work to do. Gap now up to 1.6 seconds to Ishimaru out front.
Super intense racing right now. It's kind of unbelievable, and unfortunately due to all this fighting, Ishimaru is loving every second of this. He's getting a 1.5 second gap now, and I'm not sure if there's enough time for Chapman to even close him down.
Should be the white flag. The next time we come across the line, we'll just wait and see in just a few moments time. The leaders making their way out of the bend section down into Canada corner. This is obviously where we're expecting to see a lot of chaos in our club sport race in just a few hours time. Just 3 minutes left here in the first race of the IVRA Club Cup. Chapman getting squirrely under braking as he tries to reel in race leader Shiochi Ishimaru. 1.5 seconds is the advantage as they head their way down in towards the last turn for the last time. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. The average lap time, it's been about 2 minutes 45, so it does look as though this is going to be the final lap of the race. The penultimate time around the last corner, and Ishimaru is a 1.5 second gap. I think the bigger question is going to be who in this second train of cars ends up sticking itself onto the podium. Maybe Panzel from 4th position is going to make it a Shipsky Racing 2 and 3 here, but one more lap to go. In Sumel, it's all on the line.
It is all on the line indeed. Nobody seems to be close enough to make something into turn 1 right now, but mind you, turn 5 is going to be the place where we see all the drama. At the back we see Wally, Pansy, Ashton, all of them getting ever so close. And now take a look at this battle for P number 5. We see Wally getting ever so close to the Pansy right now. That is for 4th. And just look at the cars sliding around. Now, you may be thinking, hey, they're doing a Ken block over here. But with the MX-5s, it is slightly easier to control. Nevertheless, we go to turn 5 for one last time. And it's getting close here.
It is as we work down into turn number 5. There you can see on the inside, Panzel's going to give the place up, or is he? Because Ashton has managed to go deep as well. Ashton now down into 4th position, and it's a Shipsky Racing 2 and 3. Let's try and take a look exactly what happened there for Jack Ashton, the Fordzilla driver. But my word, down into turn number 5. It's been an action spot this entire race so far. And your pole position winner has been caught up. Here comes the replay. Down into 5. You can see side by side for 4th in the background. The number 98 is going to mess the braking up completely all on his own. He has to dive deep on the right-hand side of the track. And Jonathan, lucky here to be able to rejoin safely. That battle continues to rage on.
There was a perfect slot right in between Wally and Panzel to get right back in there, but he's trying so hard to keep up with Dave Chapman, and I think you're right. I think he has cooked the tires on that Fordzilla car. He's been struggling these final few minutes.
Well, this is the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Panzel trying to hold on to the final podium spot here in the first race of the IVRA Club Cup. Slightly further up ahead, you can see Dave Chapman. He's already managed to reel in 0.5 of a second to Ishimaru. Gap now actually 1.3 seconds. It was down to just 1 second as they came out of the bend section. So for Dave Chapman and Shipsky Racing, the number 444, it might have been a question of what could have been with one more lap to go as they work their way towards the final corner once more. You can see in the background as well, no changes in the running order in that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Ashton continues to sit in 4th place, but as he rounds the last few corners, Ishimaru is going to take home the first ever IVRA Club Cup win here. It's going to be a drag race to the line as well for that 3rd position as Panzel has some temporary connection issues. He's going to the line now with Chris Wally. But across the line we go. Checkered flag waves. And for Shiochi Ishimaru, race win in round number 1 here in the IVRA Club Cup.
Superb drive here by Shoichi Ichimaru, controlling the field with some confidence and coming home as the first winner of the IVRA Club Cup race here at Road America. Winner of round number 1, but don't forget, folks, round 2 is going to come up rather soon here.
Coming up very soon indeed, and Jonathan, we must say as well, Ishimaru may have made his way through the field to take home this win, and that's going to bode well for him as we think ahead to the reverse grid race coming up in just about 45 minutes time. Ishimaru, instead of being at the front, is going to be all the way at the back, and well, we've already seen his passing prowess, and going to be another opportunity to make his way towards the front of the field once again.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the cleanest and most respectful guys up front, but these other guys also, Chapman and Panzel, were very, very aggressive and very good at passing, so we'll see how this reverse grid plays out. I'm really excited to see the passing action.
So just waiting for the final cars to come across the line. We'll continue to watch Ishimaru as he goes on a little bit of a victory lap here. It's a slightly longer lap than normal to get back to the start-finish line to do your donuts. Talking about lap times in the 2 minutes 45s, but not going to be seeing lap times like that for the cars coming up in just a few moments with Club Sport qualifying. Good result then for year 1 racing, coming home in, I think it was 1st and 5th position. Unfortunately for Jack Ashton and Team Fordzilla, pole position in his first race in IVRA competitions wasn't meant to be. Coming home in 4th place with that last lap issue down in towards turn number 5, but continue watching cars as they make their way around. Let's take a look then at the final results here from the first round of the IVRA Club Cup, and it was Shiochi Ishimaru for year 1 racing who took home the race win from Dave Chapman and Shibsky Racing by 1.187 seconds. Arthur Panzel takes home a 2nd podium position for Shibsky Racing, 3.7 seconds. But look at that time between Jack Ashton and Chris Wally, separated by nothing as they came across the line, but it is Ashton who comes home in 4th with Wally in P number 5. Then Janik Brenner for Phoenix Racing Esport, 9 seconds behind Nacho Gaspar, who hit his teammate and might have some explaining to do in just a few moments' time. Eric Asuna, Dustin Hiroda, and John Atkinson, the rest of your top 10. Look through the rest of your finishing results. Jaume Torres, 11th place. Simon Erpelding in 12th. The Yacht Brothers, 13th and 14th. A few issues for them throughout this race. Takeshi Taniguchi, Adrian Hendy, David Simon, Aaron Kurtz, David Mirek, and Danny Marshall, 10 to 20th places. And 27 drivers did complete all on the lead lap, we must say as well. Carl Robertson, Evan Gobdell, Frank Oosterhurst, Takumi Kusiyama, Nicholas Matthews, Nolan J. Rempel, Andre Jameson, and Kevin Serrano rounds out your grid. Well, Sumo, that was a interesting race number 1, but we get ready now for Club Sport qualifying. Just before we take a short break, how do you sum up that race number 1?
Well, just utter drama everywhere. That is exactly what you expect from a championship like this. You've got Jack Ashton on the YouTube chat saying, "Yikes, what a race." What a race indeed it was. And just when you think it can't get better, you've got another one of this and the IVRA Club Sport 2.4 Hours of Road America as well. Super Saturday, that's what they call it.
Absolutely. So, with that said, we're going to take a short break here on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments' time with coverage from your Club Sport qualifying. Well, race number 1 in today's action is over. We now take a look at Clubsport qualifying. Round number 1 of the Clubsport series about to get underway. And what better way to do it than 2.4 hours of racing action at the famed Road America. Take a look then at your schedule. Just very similar to the Club Cup schedule that we took a look at just a few moments ago, but 2.4 hours at Road America. Got a few longer races mixed in as well. We got the 4 hours of Coda, the 4 hours of Spa. I'm going to wrap it up with the 6 hours of Sebring. Take a look as well then at the event format. Qualifying is already underway in your TCR class. So the 1-make Audi RS3 LMS class, currently qualifying. 15 minutes for each of these classes has been allocated. We'll get underway with the Sport and the Cup qualifying in just a few moments' time. There is live race control and safety cars, as in all IVRA competitions. But the important thing here, Sumo, is the point structure. And there you go. Take a look on your screen. 100 points being awarded to first place, but as you take a look at the bottom of that graphic, in races longer than 4 hours, 50% race points are awarded at the halfway point in each race. And if we think about then the season finale, the 6-hour race that's going to cap it all off, half points are going to be a very important factor and might help decide a championship here.
Yes, indeed, and that's the case with many endurance races around the world. It's just so long, right? And you've got to reward drivers for what they're doing halfway through as well, because of course the races are far longer than the normal ones in the calendar, and that's the one thing that IVRA recognizes, and they do award points on that basis. And it's something that, as you mentioned, Arjuna, can really change things up, because you can't really know the permutations and the combinations completely until the race is halfway done, where you have less and less time available to change things for yourself. So you've got to be even more consistent in this case, and I have to hope that your races are good, not only in the second half, but also early on as well, much like stage points in NASCAR.
Absolutely. Take a look then on the left-hand side of your screen. Qualifying well and truly underway. Look at these train of TCR cars as they work their way around the last portion of the lap during qualifying. Like we say, 15 minutes awarded. Don't look at the top left-hand corner of your screen. That countdown clock's not the most accurate in terms of being able to tell time as a result of the schedule for today's activities. So TCR has already been on track for close to 12 minutes. So about 3 minutes left in their qualifying time. And currently right now, full send 285, Jonathan, on provisional pole position. But look at the delta of times. We've got 11 cars separated by just under 1 second.
Yeah, it's going to be key to get this draft actually in qualifying. As you can see, teammates working together right there, Pure Sims and Heischfeld right at the end of this train as well, hoping to get just those few tenths to get back on top.
And Sumo, you often coin this class of racing totally chaotic racing, and one thing that we've always seen in these Audi RS3 LMS cars is the importance of the draft. And here we ride on board with current provisional pole position sitter Fraser Smith in the 285. Look at how close he's staying to Leipert Esport, 253 in front of him, trying to get as much sucking as he can around this lap. There's a long lap, and talking to some of these teams, I mean, this draft might be worth up to 1 whole second in terms of race lap time. So this is not going to be something just important in qualifying, as Smith goes a little bit wide, is going to invalidate his lap time. This is something that's going to be important in the race as well.
And apart from lap time too, the draft can really help you big time in terms of fuel saving too, because essentially you can just throttle off a little bit less and you can consume less fuel on the track. And in TCRs, I'll tell you why it's so important, because the TCRs don't really have really quick fuel fillers like the GT3 cars or GT4s would have. As a result, these machines spend a lot of time in the pit lane while filling up their fuel. So any time saved in the pit lane is a lot of time gained on the track. So using the draft is going to be critical in the race. But let's focus on the qualifying. And Fraser Smith, I had a chat with him before the race and he was fairly confident about his chances. Of course, winning quite a few championships in the TCR division, in other championships in fact, on iRacing. And so he's stuck behind one of the Leipert cars in qualifying, but I don't think he would mind with the draft that he's going to get right here on the main stretch.
well, we should note, not just in other competitions, but I'm pretty sure Fraser Smith won the IVRA Clubsport Summer Series, which I was fortunate to be able to broadcast this past summer, and that was the debut competition for IVRA, and now you can see the two full send racing cars pulling to the right-hand side of the track. That's going to be it for them in qualifying. Something to note about IVRA qualifying procedures: once you leave the pit lane, you cannot come back down, get service, and go back out once again. So full send racing, 287 now, actually to provisional pole position. Mikel G. Garcia, brand new recruit to that team with a 2 minutes 26.77, moves himself up into provisional pole position and puts his teammate down into second place. So two full send racing cars at the top of the charts as they run, but good to see the Impulse Racing, the number 222 in third place. Leipert Esports, Team Heiskenveld, Pure Sims Esports, RSR by G Performance. I mean, Jonathan, these are some great teams. I think this TCR class is going to produce a lot of action throughout the 2.4 hours ahead of us.
These are great teams with a lot of great drivers, and we saw them in the Endurance Series as well with their vast driver pool and what they could do. And it's nice to see Full Send Racing having both of their cars in this class up here, and that is a little bit of an advantage. Some of these other guys only have one car, some of these guys are running in the other classes. So having two team cars at the front, definitely really helpful for that team.
And it goes to show exactly how strong that TCR program has become. Full Send Racing, a team that we're seeing across many series on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV. Does appear as though, by the way, checkered flag is currently out for TCR qualifying. Drivers are able to complete the lap they are on, so we'll see if the order changes at all. We're watching the Impulse Racing number 222 as he's being followed by the Leipert Esports number 253, and just taking a look at this timing sheet right now, Jonathan, the interesting thing that I'm seeing is Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, and Fiercely Forward and Torque Freak Racing. These are some teams that we saw competing very strongly in the IVRA Endurance Series that you just mentioned, but right now for these cars, struggling a little bit more in qualifying at the rear end of the order as things stand.
Yeah, and well, in the Endurance Series, the Alpine Geodesic Racing, they had a GT car that unfortunately was at the rear of the field, but their endurance team was really, really strong. So maybe that'll be the reverse. Maybe their Porsche GT3 Cup car is going to be very, very strong, and this team is just going to be towards the end of the field. But it'll be interesting to see how some of these bigger teams, compete as the season goes on, where drivers move up and down.
And so TCR quality is then done. We're just awaiting final lap times to come in as you see the Fiercely Forward 234 completing another qualifying lap. But Race Control has now released the GT4 machines out onto track, and it's a good mixture here of the Porsche 718 Cayman alongside the BMW M4 GT4, and it's good to have classes where we have a little bit of variety in them, and be interesting to see here how the balance of performance has played itself out. BMW M4 versus Porsche 718 Cayman, and Sumo, I mean, we've seen this battle on iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV before. However, there have been some minor updates to GT4 recently, and I think this balance of performance in this class should hopefully be the closest that we've ever seen it before.
And while many people have the argument saying that BOP is essentially communism, but that's really what helps all these different cars with the different philosophies of design compete very close to each other. I mean, look at the Porsche. It's a proper mid-engine Porsche sports car that you would expect to buy on the road. And very minor differences separate the actual Cayman GT4 car with the Cayman GT4 Clubsport version. And then you have the BMW M4 GT4, which is, again, front-engine rear-wheel drive. So differences in philosophies, differences in design. If you put them up against each other without any BOP, there obviously will be major performance differences, but the BOP is exactly what brings them all up together and shows us the kind of racing that we all want to see. And eventually with the BOP, it all becomes down to the kind of style that you have. Do you prefer the more balanced nature of the Porsche, or perhaps you want to go for more of a wild ride with the BMW?
Well, we'll see exactly how that's all going to play out. See cars making their way around Canada Corner now. So just a few moments left before we start seeing some competitive lap times on the board. We will take this opportunity, though, to talk to one of your competitors in the Club Cup series, because the compressed schedule for today's events means that we don't really have time to do podium interviews like we'd ideally like to do. However, we are delighted to be joined by our very own Nolan Rempel. And Nolan, competing in your first ever IVRA competition today, I think it's fair to say that that race maybe didn't go as smoothly as you would have liked, but just how excited are you to be in the competition room instead of the commentary booth, if you will, here today?
It's intense, I'll tell you that much. It's these guys do like to race hard. I mean, it's just constant beating and banging everywhere. I mean, you saw how chaotic the race was just for the lead in the first race. It's with the reverse grid that they got going for the second race as well. Of course, with my low finish, I'm going to be right up at the front, so I think it'll be interesting to say the least. I think that's the best way to put it.
For sure, but just tell us a little bit about your experience in the Club Cup race, that race number 1. Obviously might not have been around too many people for the entire thing, but it looked like some really good racing, looks like some very clean racing. I think it bodes well for the future of this series, especially when you've been familiar with commentating on club sports competitions in the past, Nolan. I mean, what a great support series to have for a series that produces some really, really good endurance racing almost every time it takes to the track.
I agree. It's a fantastic support series, and I'm really glad that they decided to do that. I remember when the Mazda used to be actually the lowest class of the Club Sport series. I'm really glad they swapped that over, though, to the GT4 machine to have that be middle class and then give it its own series, because I definitely believe that this Mazda, the MX-5, deserves its own series within the IVRA. It's a fantastic car to drive. It always provides competitive racing. You just need to make sure that you can find the right guys to race with. And I think they got a really good grid right here to put these cars to the test.
And we're watching the GT4 cars as they are making their way around for qualifying right now. Just talk to us about the bend layout that we're getting to see the MX-5s make their way around. There's a few extra corners being added to the lap, a little bit more distance as well. What's that been like for you? It's not a layout that I think is fairly common in iRacing competitions, so has it been a new experience for you finding a part of the track that you've never really driven before, or has it been much like just business as usual and preparing for just the race at hand?
It's been unique. I'll say that much. It has been a very unique experience. Of course, like you said, it isn't used very often at all. I actually think it suits the Mazdas quite well, though. I mean, yes, you don't get to use that very famous and terrifying kink, but for cars that are this slow, it does give an actual, passing opportunity to, stick one more up the inside, but then it also switches back on itself to allow you to defend your position a bit better if you end up having somebody diving up the inside. It's a very unique layout, I will say that, and I think it actually suits these cars very well, so I'm very glad they decided to use that one.
Well, Nolan, great to have you join us for just a few moments here. Good luck for race number 2. Going to be getting out there and getting everything ready for the qualifying order in just a few moments' time. Anyone on the team that you like to shout out now? Because I know this is one of your first serious competitions in a long while. You've been stuck up here in the commentary booth with us. So, yeah, anyone you want to shout out at this time?
I'd like to help. There's a couple of teams. Obviously, I'd like to shout out the whole team at AOD Racing. They do good work over there. It's been fantastic being able to work with them. A few particular people I'd like to shout out is Carter for helping me out with the setup. I'd like to thank another friend of mine, James Gibson, for aiding me in getting my racecraft sorted for the race after a few hours of practice last night. I'd like to thank Owen as well for being my spotter in the first race, and I'd like to thank whoever pops in to be the spotter for the second race while we're at it right about now. So a lot of people, of course, I'd like to thank Mom as well. I know she's probably watching this right about now. So hi, Mom, love you. Yes, I'm okay. I might not be mentally sane after this, but we're still working on that. So I'll tell you what, I'm very looking forward to it. And oh my goodness! And obviously, shout out to you guys for putting this broadcast on. I look forward to watching it back.
Well, we'll let you get back to it, Nolan. Race number 2 in the IVRA Club Cup coming up in just about half an hour's time. Good luck, and hopefully we'll talk to you in just a little bit of time.
Cheers, guys.
So that was Racespot's own Nolan Rempel, and we're watching the sport class qualifying continue to go on. And it's the Team Heiskenveld, number 148, Leonard Hartenberg at the wheel for them, who had just been pipped to pole position for just a moment's time by the SRN Motorsport black car. But the number 174 back down into P number 2 because Team Heiskenveld, a 2 minute 16.448 pole position by what is now 0.6 of a second as H Motorsport and the number 125 slot themselves up into P number 2. And Jonathan, it's been a slow qualifying session so far. I think the pace is really just building up right now, but for the number 148, things are looking good. There's a big delta to the rest of the teams behind them.
Yeah, Team Heiskenveld has been a strong team with drivers so far, and it looks like this car is pretty well set up. They have like a half-second gap to the rest of their class, so this is good signs right now for Team Heiskenveld that this is going to be a strong day for them.
And just taking a look as well right now, there's a good mix of this Porsche 718 Cayman and BMW M4 GT4. So we take a look at your current pole position, provisional pole position in the sport class. The 718 Cayman being wheeled by Lennart Hardenberg. But let's jump back to P number 2 as things run, because H Motorsports, and what is a very interesting and distinctive looking paint here on their BMW M4, currently running in second place. And it is a class where the balance is fairly even, I think, in terms of performance. We were just talking about that, Sumo. But interesting to see here, out of the, what do we have, 17 cars that we have on the track in this class, we're only looking at about 4 or 5 of them being this BMW M4 GT4. So clearly, Sumo, some teams have decided that the 718 Cayman is their car of choice, as that's the Alpine Stars geodesic BMW having some big issues in the foreground.
Yup, the kink has struck once again. As we shall focus on that incident later on, let's actually come back to the conversation we were having about the Porsches and the BMWs. And quite clearly, the Porsche has been around for much longer. People prefer it, it's a car they know. And then we take a look at the BMW, which can get out of hand if you go wide at the kink. And yes, the grass once again, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing going for a wild ride then. Let's call it that way, at Road America. And also, I think, Arjuna, it's more of an improvement, to be very honest with you, because I remember when the car firstly came out, the M4, I was commentating on the 24-hour esports race at Spa, where we had the GT4 category. But out of around 10 or 12 GT4 cars, only one of them was a BMW. So seeing even more BMWs compete is a bit of a good sign. It's a sign that people are being more confident in this machine. But of course, as time goes on and the BOP becomes even better, we could perhaps see more people going towards the M4 instead of the Cayman.
And I mean, come on, they're two very different shapes, as you can see there. You got the BMW, a bit more of I'm trying to use the right words here. I don't want to offend anyone, but a little bit more upright, a little bit more bulky, if you will. And then you've got the Porsche, which is a little bit lower to the ground, is a bit wider. I do believe it bounces a little bit more, and two different options you have there. You can see the left-hand side of your screen. We finally have 17 lap times being set by all of your competitors in this class. Big delta from 1st to 17th as things stands, but interesting to note here, just 1 second separates the top 4, whereas in the qualifying session we watched previously, Jonathan, we're talking about a second separating the top 15 cars. So, I mean, GT4, it's a good, interesting class of racing often, but right now it doesn't look as close as some of the other classes that we've seen previously in IVRA competition.
And part of it just might be these cars at this track. It's a very difficult track to race, and you're pushing it to the limits at every single second. And one note on like the BMW and the Porsche, one reason I think the BMW might do all right here is that it does have a little more power than the Porsche down these longer straights. It's just as we saw already in the kink, as the 8OC Gaming by Florian Delzer going wide, but able to hang on to it. It's going to be powerful down these straights and maybe good into these corners, but these Porsches are a little more nimble around some of these tighter corners. So it'll be interesting to see the two fight.
Very much so, and my god, I mean, the number 124, I mean, can you make our life easy over here? Ad Hoc Gaming by My Days, Earl and Binswork.
I saw it, and I'm going to be honest, I kind of stopped.
Well,
I was like, I don't know what the team specifically is. I think that's the sponsor first in the team.
Well, you can take a look on the left-hand side of the graphic as well. I mean, look at how compressed that team name is. You can't even read it on the race graphic. So team number 124, I have a special request for you. Make your team name shorter so I can read it. That would be very nice. But Let's talk then about Sim RC and the number 176, Patrick Young, currently driving that as he's got just a few minutes left in qualifying as things stands. And Sumo, this is a team which I don't know I don't know any other way to say this other than this is a team that's had some very strong performances on the iRacing Esports Network in top level competition. But right now, take a look at that gap. They are 2.393 seconds off your provisional pole position time. And for Patrick Young, would be fairly disappointed at what's been a pretty weak qualifying for such a strong team.
Absolutely. SimRC, of course, a team from Germany competing in so many big championships. They know what they're doing. They've had extensive time on this service. And yeah, seeing them at B number 13 is just slightly disappointing. But I'm sure they'll come back because this race isn't completely about the qualifying, mind you. Unlike some of the tighter tracks like Road Atlanta, this one, or even Barber Motorsports Park for that matter, that we're going to have next on the calendar, Road America is far wider, it's far more open, and it's 2.4 hours, so you've got ample of time on your side. Again, there's always the advantage of qualifying up ahead because you don't have to abuse your tires as much early on to gain track position, but all hope is not lost. So for them, P number 13 will be a bit disappointing, but will not be the end of the world by any means whatsoever.
I mean, while that's true, I think the bigger disappointment is going to be that 2.9 second gap to the leaders out front. We take a look now at Huge Ass, the number 137 BMW, making their way around. And Jonathan, you have something you wanted to point out?
I was going to say, I mean, maybe they're focusing a little bit more on race pace than pure qualifying pace. We did mention it's a 2.4 hour event. Several different stints here. I'm wondering if they just really focused hard on getting that race pace and long stint run going rather than the quick qualifying speeds.
Well, we will wait and see indeed, with just a few minutes left then in sport qualifying. Officially 1 minute left in the qualifying. Drivers will have an opportunity to complete the lap they're on. So for the number 137 making their way around the final corner once again, they will have an opportunity to to complete one more lap. They'll be one of the last cars, in fact, to have that opportunity as they make their way up the hill underneath the NTT bridge. And Jonathan, we talk about you knowing this track quite a bit. I mean, what are the changes that you see compared to the version in real life now? Because I mentioned this is a brand new graphical update to this circuit. We've got the circuit brought to modern 2020 graphical standards. However, it's still a slightly older scan. And I know one of the things that you miss a little bit from the original scan version is one of the bridges changing their sponsors.
Oh, I missed the Johnsonville Bridge. I'm a big bratwurst person. We're in the middle of Wisconsin. That's where we go for the pinnacle of all bratwurst. I do miss that one. It's now the Quad G Bridge. But yeah, we mentioned the track's a little bit of an older scan. It has a bit more wear on it now than I think this scan currently does. But it drives very much the same. We noticed in that MX-5 race, I was there a couple years ago when they had MX-5s, and they drove very similar lap times. So I think it's still a very good scan, even if, it's a little bit older compared to the graphics.
Qualifying is now over, so cars have one final opportunity to complete the lap that they are on, and we continue to watch the 137 team Huge Ass BMW, and I'm sure this is probably a track that the Huge Ass cars have some experience in the real world as well. Of course, for those who are unfamiliar with this team, they operate a Champ Car MX-5 as well, and they run that in some of the 24-hour races. David Haynes, RacespotTV commentary team member, has flown all the way from down under to VIR to be part of a 24-hour race there, and interesting to see what will happen in the 137. Justin Hall currently behind the wheel as he comes down into Canada corner. It's been a smooth and steady lap so far as he works his way through what's going to be the Bill Mitchell bend. One more corner to go, up in fourth gear as he tries to carry as much momentum around that second to last corner as he can. Bring the car over to the left-hand side of the track. Use all of the track width. Clip as much of that curb on the right-hand side as you can. And once again, power the car down this long straight. But in fact, he's going to abandon this run and do a little bit of a practice pit entry instead. And that will be something as well that I'm sure all the teams have been practicing. Multiple pit stops are expected. We wait for the final few cars to just set their final qualifying times as well then. before we head over to look at the Cup car qualifying. And there you can see cars parked on the pit lane, just awaiting permission from race control to get underway. And there we go. Permission has been granted. And for Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing, they'll be hoping that the number 62 has a little bit more luck than the GT4 entry did have that time around. So Miguel Vigo in the number 62, he took home the race win in the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series, the 12 Hours of Spa. And Jonathan, that was an action-packed race. And, you know, for much of that race, Miguel could have been forgiven for thinking that his race chances were over. But we talk about the live safety cars in IVRA competitions. A late race safety car with 45 minutes left to go brought the Alpine Stars machine back into the mix and handed them, in many ways, the race win. And Vigo held on. He did exactly what he needed to do. But it's just a reminder here in IVRA competitions that it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, the live safety cars as well can really throw a wrench into strategy. I know we saw in like some of the team notes that some people were talking about how many stops we're going to do, and it's like, well, we don't know due to the fact that we really can't factor in much of a safety car at this point. So the Geodesic Racing car was the fastest LMP2 car by far in that endurance race, and it'll be interesting to see how fast this top car in the GT3 class goes.
And I think the safety cars are big factors here in IVRA, because in many endurance racing leagues that we have here in iRacing, we don't really have safety cars as a major part, but we do have them on IVRA just to keep them as realistic as possible to the real world. And it's something that can really change things up big time. In all the categories for that matter, not even the GT3 Cup class that we have right now on the track, but even TCRs and the GT4. So normally they would expect to go for a 3-stopper because most of these categories can go around the hour mark. So you'd expect two or three stops basically and pushing out on the final stint. But if a safety car comes in, things could really change for better or for worse depending on position you are in. So lots of teams are finding it very tricky to factor those kind of things in. But that aside, it shouldn't really matter much for qualifying. Right now, it's just a case of pushing hard, extracting the maximum that you can. And these Porsche Carrera Cup cars, and I can say this from experience, they put on quite an exciting show every time they get on the track.
They really do indeed, and it's a car that's had some updates recently as well. We can thank the Apex Racing team. Competes in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. They gave some assistance to iRacing on the suspension side of things, made the car a little less floaty, if you will, but someone who's struggling a little bit with it is Miguel Vigo, going a little bit deep down into turn number 5. So let's jump over to another team then, who are waiting to see exactly what type of performances we can expect to see from them this time around. Let's take a look at the number 34, Jack Crawford, the Red Bull F4 driver, going to be qualifying that machine. And Crawford took home the win in LMP AM in the IVRA Endurance Opener as well. So this is another team looking to build on success in prior IVRA competitions. But great to have real-life drivers competing in this series as well. And Jonathan, you talk about Red Bull F4 drivers. Well, this is probably a driver that's looking at that open seat in the Red Bull F1 team, the uncertainty around Alex Albon and his future in the program. And he must be thinking, my oh my, I need to just keep up these type of performances and see exactly what I can do. It's not just in the real world that he's having success, but good to see in the virtual world that Jack Crawford and Fiercely Forward continue to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, and Jack is a very talented driver, and you know, Red Bull a couple years ago used to have the best little program for coming up drivers, and they have a lot of current F1 drivers that have been through the program, but now Ferrari has that, and there's a few openings that maybe Jack Crawford can take advantage of moving up the ladder. And he's obviously a very skilled driver. Unfortunately, in the endurance race, Arjuna, you may remember, a bit of an accident between him and a couple GT cars coming out of the chicane at Spa that was really not of his own fault.
Oh, I remember, and Jack Crawford wasn't too happy about that decision. You can see some smoke, by the way, that has just been put up right outside the exit of the carousel. So we've had one car already having issues here in the Cup car qualifying. I'm just trying to see exactly who that was. It may have been the Team 11 car. I'm not 100% sure here, but yeah, just a reminder, by the way, once you come back down pit lane, you cannot go back out, so cars that have had to reset or come down for damage repairs are unable to put in better qualifying lap times. That's why that's so important. So at least one car now going to be suffering in this race, having to start from the back. I do think that is going to be PJ Claeson's for Team 11 in the number 97 Porsche Cup car. We'll wait and see, though, as Crawford comes across the line to put in what's going to be his first flying lap time, and that's going to move him up into P number 5 provisionally for the number 34 team. It is Team Bergen, though, who we saw some very strong performances in the IVRA Clubsport Summer Series in this exact car as well. The number 46 provisional pole position, 2 minutes 8 seconds. 991, the only driver breaking into the 2-minute 8-second barrier right now. And Sumo, this is a car, you talk about how exciting the racing can produce. This huge ass in the background going around. Jeff Tyler going to hang on to that one. He's going to just back it up. And oh, don't do that, Jeff. Oh, that number 45 had to get out of the way. That might be an unsafe rejoin. Let's take a look at an onboard replay with Tyler in just a few seconds. But Sumo, this is a car that's tricky to drive, and well, Tyler has just proven it to us in the best possible way. Perfect timing there, but it's often a car that we see teams struggling a little bit with as well. We've seen that in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and now let's see Tyler as he struggles around the King.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough car to handle, easy to drive, hard to manage, and oh, he just gets too much off the rear curb. And the thing with this car is no traction control, no ABS. You're all on your own, and just Jeff Tyler, look at the onboard. Barely avoiding the speeding car at the background over there. I'm not quite sure if the stewards will have a look at this, because there was no contact, but surely it's an incident worth watching a couple of times to decide whether or not it was unsafe or not. But coming back to the car, Arjuna, it's a very hard beast to decipher. It seems like a very fun car to drive, and of course it is. It's very twitchy at times, it's very nervous. If you can keep it under control, it's very satisfying. But going 2.4 hours without making a mistake in a car like this one that is always on the edge is, let's say, somewhat of a tricky task, let's call it that way.
Absolutely. By the way, Team Bergen last time around a 2 minutes 8 second 2.55, so they bettered their previous lap by almost 7/8 of a second. H2 Performance going very close, just under 0.2 of a second behind them. So a few teams now starting to break in to the 2-minute 8-second barrier as the tires come up to temp and pressure. And we must say, on the newer tire model this time around for this Porsche Cup car, Jonathan, it takes a few laps for the tires to come up to temp and pressure. And on such a long lap like you have here at Road America, I'm assuming a lot of these drivers are just trying to build up to a good flying lap here. So Team Bergen, as they continue to make their way around, might be trying to build up to an even faster lap. As you see, Alpine Stars Geodesic once again, another car having issues around the kink section there.
Yeah, and these are big names having issues. Team 11 Geodesic. Hell Racers, I believe, was also involved in an incident with Team 11 earlier. So some of these bigger teams are going to be towards the end as we get a replay here of what has happened to Miguel Vigo. He's coming out of the carousel onto the kink. And unfortunately, the kink has not been kind. You can see the currently pole sitter Team Bergen car behind. Whips it in there. A little bit of curb, a little bit too far out in the grass, and a heavy hit.
And, you know, a little bit of deja vu here, guys. I think we saw the exact same incident for their sister car in GT4 just a few moments ago.
Crikey. Let's say it's been a rather rough ride for the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing team, especially around the kink. Now it's time for a beautiful shot then. Thank you so much, Arjuna, for this. Slow-mo, and you see it slip away from their hands. Bang, they go. And all of a sudden, you have a flipped-over turtle.
Yeah, and good job from Team Bergen as well. Let's jump on board with that Team Bergen car and take a look at the view from the number 46 as they came up on the scene of an unfolding accident in front of them. Through the kink we go on board with Anders Meyer and that number 46. You see Vigo going around in the foreground, and fortunately for Meyer there, the Alpine Stars car bouncing favorably for him, but I'm sure even in pole position right now, guys, there's got to be a little bit of trepidation that goes through your mind when you see something like that unfolding right in front of you.
In fact, the spotter must be going wild on iRacing. He must just be saying, car on the left, no right, no left, go down. He just must be confused as much as he possibly can be, because the car, the Jurassic Alpine Stars racing car, was just flipping around at such speed. But it doesn't matter for Team Bergen then. They did a really good job in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup that we had here on RacespotTV with some really consistent results. But here, they're just stepping it up a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they won that first race in the summer at Walklands Glen, the all-no raging team. Looking really, really good for them right now. They have a very, very, very fast car. It's going to be hard to compete with as the race goes on and see if they have, you know, the long-run speed as well.
And the same driver lineup that took to the track for the Club Sport Summer Series here in the full-time series as well. But for Andres Myers in the 46 down onto pit lane, so that's going to be the end of his qualifying session. Currently on provisional pole by, the graphics lied to you just a little bit there on screen. Is actually 0.3 of a second separating first and second as Myers makes his way down the pit box. Take a look at some of the other cars on your screen. There is Nick Thyssen for NAB Racing, another team that we've seen compete in many top-level sim racing series as well as previous IVRA competitions. And I'm sure NAB Racing in the number 8 machine will be hoping to qualify a little bit better than 8th place as underneath the Corvette bridge Thyssen goes. And we've got an interesting field here, guys, I do think. We've got about 17 cars in the rest of your classes, the Sport and TCR class. However, this 911 Cup class field in excess of 20 entries, and I think that's going to be some very interesting traffic management, Sumo, because it's not often that we see the top level of competition having the most cars. You think of, you know, Le Mans, for example. Usually your LMP1 class is one of the least populated classes. Well, here in the IVRA Clubsport series, we've got more of these Porsche 911 Cup cars than we do any other car out on track.
And the way with traffic will be that initially we will see the 911 Cup cars circulating far faster than the GT4s and then the TCRs. And normally the TCRs stick really close together. That's just the nature of the way it is for them. They just always end up in a very close pack. And so, let's say at around 7, 8, 9 odd laps, you could see the 911 Cup cars get rather close to them. And to their advantage, in fact, Road America is not a circuit where traffic should be a major problem. I mean, in comparison to the other circuits that we have on the calendar for the series. So they'll be able to avoid them pretty fine. But if you encounter traffic at a place like this one, like the Canada Corner, it could be in for a very frustrating time. And in fact, racing in traffic, the only thing it does is makes your hair go white much faster.
It does indeed. You see left-hand side of your screen as well, by the way. SROC Racing Forces, the number 45, up into second place. And they are just 500ths of a second behind your provisional pole position time. They have abandoned qualifying, though, as has the number 22 H2 Performance. Virtual Motorsport, the number 70, that's the car that's still pounding their way around the track now, and follow them down into turn number 1 as they currently sit in 13th position. The orange and black car had some good runs in the Summer Series earlier this summer. We'll see what they can do here in full-blooded competition. Down into turn number 3 he goes, getting a little bit wide, using as much of the track width as he can, and still waiting for a few cars here to set some lap times. You got the Wraith Energy Racing, the number 13, that's going towards Canada Corner this time around. You've got Team 11, Fuga Simsport Red, and OSR iZone Performance. 3 cars, Jonathan, that it does not look as though are going to be setting any type of qualifying lap time.
No, they might have been trying to time it perfectly, get one good flying lap at the end when the track is really rubbered up and really good. But unfortunately have not been able to make a good lap time. And we'll have to start towards the field. I do love this Wraith paint, though. Like, that's a really cool paint scheme, and it's unfortunate that it'll be towards the end of the field if it does not get a lap in.
So number 13 machine, I think not going to be a lap this time around. 1 minute left in qualifying session. So one more opportunity for him. Indeed, this was actually it was a lap time, but a 2-minute 14.018. Not really a representative lap time by any stretch of the imagination. So 6 seconds behind your race provisional pole position time right now. We'll see if the number 13 is able to close in just a little bit more. Try and maybe move up a few positions as well. take a look on the left-hand side of your screen, though, another class here, Sumo, where the lap times are fairly close. The gaps on screen aren't maybe as accurate as they should be, but 1.5 seconds separates the top 16 cars as they run. So looking very similar to TCR in terms of your competition here. Very close in terms of overall pace.
And that almost always happens when these Porsche Carrera Cup cars come to action. I mean, be in the Porsche Esports Super Cup or the IVRA Clubsport series as well. Everywhere they go, they just produce a whole lot of drama. And that's exactly what we are going to see in the race. It's a tough car to drive in the endurance kind of thing, because it's always on the edge, it's always very twitchy. But if you can get it done, the rewards are huge. Now, the Wraith Energy Racing car is on the track right now, the number 13. And I know we've spoken about this before, but man, have they just come up with the best livery on the entire grid? I think they have.
Well, that's going to be a competition that we talk about in more detail, I think, throughout today's broadcast. Some fantastic paint schemes throughout the grid, and there's some very, very talented painters in the iRacing community that we'll get to shout out as well throughout the broadcast, I'm sure. But just a few more cars still left on track, and I think this number 13 might be the last one to set a lap time. So we continue to watch for Wraith Motorsports, Wraith Energy Racing, in fact, as well. Makes their way through the final corner, up over the hill one more time, underneath the NTT bridge. Going to set what might be the second last qualifying time. The 51 machine is also coming around track right now, but for Wraith Energy Racing, not much better. Last time around, a 2-minute 11.825, so could be worse. You also look there as the OSR iZone Performance car. That's the number 51. That has now completed a lap time, but their sister car did not set a lap time at all, so that is going to be a big issue for them. But with that said, qualifying has come to a close here in the IVRA Clubsport qualifying for round number 1 from Road America. 2.4 hours of racing action await us in just a few moments' time, but let's go ahead. Take a look at the results then from qualifying. Team Bergen, Anders Meyer, 2 minutes, 8 seconds, takes the pole position, followed by SROC Racing and H2 Performance SRT in P number 3. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing do qualify in 4th position despite that big impact we saw coming through the kink. Scroll through the rest of your qualifying order. Maniti Racing down in 10th position. That'll be a disappointing one for them. There you can see the two, the second of the WOSR cars, the number 51. The other one did not put in a valid qualifying lap time in this session. Take a look then at the sport class qualifying as well. And for Team Heiskenveld, the number 148, looking for redemption here in the IVRA Clubsport series. It's been a disappointing opening campaign in the GT Sprint and Endurance Series for that team, but Lennart Hartenberg with pole position here, 2 minutes 16.448, pole position by upwards of 0.6 of a second from H Motorsport and the 125. Ad Hoc Gaming 124 rounds out the third finisher in qualifying. SRN Motorsports, AOD Racing, Shipsky Racing, huge ass number 137, Hella Media, the Electronic Sportsmen. Looking forward to seeing what their livery is going to look like in just a few moments' time. Then Pneumatic Motorsports Intent, final few cars in that class as well. See the Porsche Owners Club. They'll be hoping to bring that 718 Cayman slightly further up today's field. Final class to take a look at then quickly, and it is a full send 1 and 2. The 287 takes home pole position from the sister car, the 285, just 0.06 of a second in that one. Then you got the Impulse Racing number 222. Liper Esports, Team Heiskenveld, Pure Sims Esports. So some very big names in this TCR class. And we're expecting some totally chaotic racing in just a few moments' time. So that's going to be it then for Clubsport qualifying for the series opener. 2.4 hours of racing action at Road America await us. But before we get there, we've got the second of our support series races in the IVRA Club Cup coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few moments' time with race number 2, the IVRA Club Cup. One race down, one to go. The IVRA Club Cup returns now for the second of its Support Series races before we head to the main event, the Clubsport Series opener, the 2.4 hours of Road America. 30 more minutes of sprint racing action, and the global MX-5 Cup car awaits us. And race number 1 showed us exactly how close this field is going to be, and hopefully race number 2 can continue off right where we left off. Cars are just getting gridded now, but let's take a look then once again at the event format for today's event. 2 30-minute races. We've already seen race number 1 where a very good race ensued, and Year 1 Racing took home the first ever Club Cup win. But now we have round number 2 and our reverse grid race staring us right in the face. We've just seen Clubsport qualifying finish, and now we're getting ready to get set for one more race for 2.4 hours of racing action. And Sumal Aurora and Jonathan Burke are joining me here today in the virtual commentary booth. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV's coverage of the IVRA Club Cup and Clubsport Series. Sumal, it was an interesting race number 1. We've just finished seeing 50 minutes of qualifying action, seeing some of the faster cars taking to the track, but now we've got the MX-5s back again, and race number 2 is hoping to be even more exciting than race number 1, with our race winner starting all the way at the rear end of the field.
And why should it not? Mazda MX-5s, a brilliant circuit in Road America, and you make things even better by adding an element of the reverse grid into picture. Drivers who won and did a really good job in the first race will have to really strive hard and extract the maximum from this one. And with the Mazda MX-5s on display here, oh yeah, bring it on. This should be a fun one, shouldn't it?
It really should be. And for Shiochi Ishimaru, who took home the win in that race number 1, it'll be interesting to see then exactly what he's able to do here in race number 2. We've got a long formation lap as the cars start to head out onto the track, but let's go ahead then, take a look at the starting grid here in race number 2. So reverse grid race, and Andre Jameson going to start on the pole position with Kevin Serrano next to him. Then you got Nicholas Matthews and Frank Oosterhuis completing row number 2, with Evan Gobdell, Carl Robertson, Danny Marshall, and David Mirek in positions 5 through 8. Aaron Kurtz and David Simon on the edge of the top 10, with Adrian Hendy and Takeshi Taniguchi in 11th and 12th. Row number 7 is the Yacht brothers once again lining up next to each other. James Yacht going to be on the right-hand side of the track, on the inside going down into turn number 1, with his brother Marcotte on the outside. Simon Erpelding, the number 111 in 15th place. Jaume Torres in 16th place. Edge of the top 20, we've got John Atkinson Jr., Dustin Hiroder, Eric Asuna, and Nacho Gaspar involved in contact with his teammate. See how that one goes for him. Final few cars in race number 1. Yannick Brenner, Chris Whaley, Arthur Panzel, and there you go, Shiochi Ishimaru in 24th place. Rest of your field there, Dave Chapman, Iker Estefania, Takui Kusiyama, and Nolan J. Rempel, who we did get to talk to, by the way, in Clubsport qualifying rather. Because of the interesting way that the grid gets set here in race number 2, Nolan did not set his required lap time to start towards the front of this order, Jonathan, and as a result, starts all the way back in the field. So the reverse grid was meant to shake things up and put someone like Nolan towards the front, but now he's going to be out of the way for the likes of Ishimaru and Panzel to work their way through.
I wonder if that's actually going to be better for him, if there's going to be a lot of chaos towards the front of the field. Maybe being at the back of the field behind some of these faster cars is the strategy and the way to go.
Cars making their way underneath the bridge on the entry into the famous carousel section of Complex. Let's jump on board one of the cars here, because this is where things get a little bit different, Sumo. We don't head on this long run down to Canada Corner. Instead, you're about to see some cones appear in front of the cars. They're going to make a hard left for switching back on a right-hand corner to rejoin the regular track.
Indeed, and as Nolan mentioned in the interview we had early on, it just adds one more opportunity to make that crucial pass. And interestingly enough, Arjuna, while you may be making a move over there, there is a long run all the way down to Canada Corner called the Kettle Bottoms, where if you use the draft, you could line up to make one critical move. In fact, we've seen some amazing races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge here in IMSA at Road America. Not with the Mazda MX-5s, but with cars that are only slightly faster. When these machines go out on track once again with reverse grids, and this should be fun.
It's funny you mentioned the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship there, because the idea for this sanctioning body, if you will, when we talked to Carl Burney last time out in the Endurance Series, was something very much similar to IMSA. You've got the top level competition, the Endurance Series, with the LMP1 and GTE machines. You've got the GT Sprint, which we see tomorrow live on RacespotTV with all the GT3 machinery. You've got the Clubsport Series, which in many ways is the IMSA Michelin Pilot Series in the IVRA banner. And then you've got this, the IVRA Club Cup, and it aligns perfectly with a brand new addition to IMSA competitions, the Global MX-5 Challenge Cup being added to IMSA as well. But here we go, race number 2. And it's going to be Andre Jameson in the number 25, who's going to leap to a very early lead, and 3 wide across the line they go. I'm not sure exactly which machine that is. The white and green Mazda on the inside of the pit wall gets a great jump and up several positions as they work their way down to turn number 1. Jameson gets a little bit of a shove from behind. That's Oosterhuis in the number 26 machine. And Jameson has lost it, and now Oosterhuis goes around. There's going to be a traffic jam coming through turn number 2. Cars stopped in the middle of the circuit, and my word, the big accident that we were all talking about is unfolding right in front of our eyes.
Oh my dearie me, I'm gonna do my best Rick Allen voice for this one. I'm gonna say, oh, the big one. And it's happened yet again. But what did we say about the number of cars that we were expecting to be knocked out, Jonathan? 8, 9? I think we're already there, aren't we?
I think you got the number right as the graphite car gets sideways, and there's really nowhere for these guys to go. The Briggs and Stratton Bridge, such a tight area, man. So a pileup like this, it's just really hard to avoid. I think our previous race winner as well got some damage, Ishimaru, at the very end of it. So we're really going to have to wait and see who all this involved. You see one car upside down, 2 upside down.
Some gratuitous slow motion here, but I think it gives you an idea of just how many cars are involved in this one. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars. And that doesn't even include the cars having to make their way through all of the carnage. Just right on board then with race 1 winner Ishimaru as he heads down out of turn number 1. You can see on the brakes trying to slow down in front of him, and he gets forced off into the car in front of him. Let's take another look at that from an aerial look. But for Ishimaru, pure disaster in race number 2 here.
And for Ichimaru, he just could not have had a worse start. And that is the perils of reverse grid racing. You come and expect a good charge to the front, and then you see this at turn number 1, and all of a sudden your heart starts to sink, and you wonder what could possibly go wrong. Here we go again then. Back to... No, we've got another replay because Frank Oosterhuis has had another incident, believe you me. That's coming up towards the bend, and he says, hey, let's go straight on, sadly.
I have a little bit of a feeling here that Frank is dealing with some car damage, should we call it that way. Some difficulties. There you can see the steering offset slightly to the left-hand side, and unfortunately for Oosterhuis, he lost it on his own, Jonathan, and put himself into the situation where got caught out by the cars around him. So unfortunate there for Oosterhuis, who also had a difficult race number 1, but across the line we go for the first time, and out front, Kevin Serrano is defending from Andre Jameson. There is now a lot of kerfuffling going on, if you will, excuse that word, because there's big gaps that have been formed throughout your field now, Jonathan. And look at here, some of the cars involved in the lead battle at some point you see at the back of this are the Panzel, part of this battle pack for 10th. They have a lot of work to do. They want to try and climb back up towards the pointy end of the field.
I would excuse the perfect word I think you described for this situation as several cars looking down on the inside. The 222, the 111, and the 444 all in this group. And they were all lucky to avoid that carnage, as you saw, like a few of them going through the grass. I believe it was Chapman who was going through the grass to avoid that incident, but here we go into 5. It's going to be who's braver on the brakes, and Chapman from race 1 was very, very brave. Look ahead, another car brave on the brakes. We see the 5 of Horder going inside. He's going to move up into 7th place.
And Panzel also making some good moves here, up into 10th with his teammate Dave Chapman right behind. So they finished 2nd and 3rd in race number 1. They started all the way at the back now. 2 Shipsky Racing teammates lying in 10th and 11th as things stand. You can also see the gap to the race leader for Panzel, 8.3 seconds. So a lot of work to do now, but Shipsky Racing running 9th, 10th, and 11th. So looking good in that team's championship as well. Let's try and take a look, by the way. I'm trying to see on my timing screen for the pole position winner in race number 1 as we continue watching these 2 Shipsky teammates battling it out. Chapman's going to potentially look for a move down in towards the bend section of the course, but Sumo, I'm not seeing Jack Ashton on my timing screen anymore. It appears as though the Fordzilla driver has not been able to make the grid for race number 2, and what a shame that will be for Ashton. A fantastic pole position in race number 1, just burnt the tires a little bit too much, and that cost him, and finishing 4th in race number 1 is going to be his reward then for a hard weekend of racing action.
Yeah, it's really sad to see him not on the timing screen, sadly not making it to the grid right now, and it'll be a big blow to him considering the level of competition we've got in this championship already, and every single round, every single point will matter towards the end, so this will be a big blow to him. But meanwhile, the drama never ends, does it? The Bill Mitchell bend, cars are going sideways all across. This is in the mid-pack, mind you, and they're just swarming around like a bunch of flies, and there's contact. Inevitably, a car has gone spinning around, and their hopes and dreams of a good result have gone up in the smoke that they created. Nolan Rempel, RacespotTV's very own, is involved in that, and, well, that's what happens, right? We've got too many cars, Mazda MX-5s, you expect a bit of contact, and, well, here you are then.
Yeah, and poor Nolan, he's trying to force it down the inside here. I'm not sure exactly who that one car is. I think that's Yannick Brenner, the 15 that gets spun around, but Nolan really shoves it down the inside, and I think if we jump on board with the 95 of Chris Whaley, we'll get a great look then on an onboard shot as Whaley has to take to the grass to avoid the carnage as it unfolds in front of him. Here we'll ride on board as they exit Canada Corner with the 95 machine. Chris Whaley riding up at the pointy end of things in race number 1, struggling. He's been mired back here in P number 18 for the opening laps of this race, but you can see Nolan Rempel down onto the grass, comes over to the left-hand side of the track to just open up the corner a little bit more, and well, unfortunately, Nolan, that might be a little bit naughty. We'll see what race control has to say about that at the end of the race, Jonathan, because it should be noted, despite the fact that other IVRA competitions have live race control, this series and the short nature of it means no live race control, but stewards are looking at incidents after the fact and will adjust the results of the race once they've completed all of their investigations.
Yeah, it was a bit brave of Nolan's to go down the inside like that. Now he's got front end damage, now has Chris Whaley behind him. Another thing to note, some of those guys like him starting at the rear of the field, that was because their lap was invalidated when they were taking the reverse grid lap when qualifying. So tough break for some of those guys. He was not the only one. There was 4 others. We see a massive like scrap going into the bend. I don't know any word to describe this.
Well, what a pass that was from David Simon. I know a word. Fantastic. The number 64 machine for Team Fordzilla. Tough race number 1, but race number 2 here looking pretty good as he tries to keep up the momentum from his teammate Jack Ashton in race number 1. You can also see Adrian Hendy for Year 1 Racing looking to get in on the action. We must point out, though, Evan Gobdell now up into the race lead, and look at the gap that he's already managed to pull. Shipsky Racing now leads this race by 2 seconds, and my word, Sumo, every time Gobdell goes around the corner, that gap continues to increase.
And that's just because of all the battling that's going on behind. Kevin Serrano has to fight from David Simon, who is having quite a different race from the one he had in race number 1, and thankfully so, as we see a couple of other cars going really wide and almost keeping control of their car. But now it is David Simon trying to make the move, and so he goes to the inside line for turn number 1, which is a very good place to go then. Looking for something? He's going to be braking as late as he possibly can, as they all do, and slipping and sliding around. The Fordzilla car moves up into P number 2. A breath of fresh air for him, and now he can go on the hunt to chase Cobdell.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. 2.1 seconds is the gap out front. See this train of cars though. Look in the background of the shot as well. You've got the two Shipsky cars. Arthur Panzel and Dave Chapman just 5 seconds behind their teammate who now leads this race. So don't count out either of those drivers as well as they work their way towards the front of the field. Adrian Hendy looking to the inside at turn number 5, but he's going to be covered off by Serrano as Serrano goes deep under braking, trying to also look to the inside of Simone, but nothing happens there. Once again, 2nd through 5th single file as they go under the Corvette bridge. That was, I'm not sure exactly which car that was. That might have been Heroder at the rear end of this train, just poking a nose as they came up on towards the bridge, but looking pretty good. 10 cars separated by 9 seconds right now, and the gap out front continues to build up.
Gobdell is pretty much smooth sailing right now as, you know, this group keeps fighting. Simon is trying to chase him down. It's stabilized now at 2 seconds, but this 333 is fast, and his teammates are fastly pushing. 3 of the 4 of these Shipsky Racing cars are in the top 10.
Yeah, great run for Shipsky Racing, who, if they don't mind me saying this, did not have the greatest run of luck in the Club Sport Summer Series. A lot of incidents. They were unfortunately the cause of just a few safety cars throughout the Club Sport Summer Series, but back in the Club Cup looking good for Shipsky Racing. We'll see them in the Club Sport Series in a few minutes time as well. 20 minutes still to go in race number 2 here in the IVRA Club Cup, and it's Hendy now in the number 96 for Year 1 Racing, looking to the outside of Kevin Serrano. Serrano is defending for all his worth right now, really forcing Hendy to look to any potential move that he can, and around the outside he's going to go for Canada corner. Fantastic opportunistic pass there, but contact is made and Serrano going around. Serrano in the grass as he tries to hold on to the MX-5 Cup car. And what a fantastic save there for Serrano, who's going to slot in right in front of the Shipsky cars. And my oh my, he's still got a lot of work to do now as we head down the start-finish straight.
How did he not hit anything?
God.
How did he not hit anything? That was...
Exactly. There is just no respite in the series, is there? You get done with one thing, and you just come back with the save of your life, and all of a sudden there are other cars right back on you. So we take a look at the incident at the Canada corner. They are bumping and barging just like touring cars, and then he gets on the gravel, so that's a natural slowdown penalty. That's not a penalty, but just the way things work out. You're not as fast in the gravel naturally, and then just making contact with the inside door, and just look at it. Even on the grass. Now, the grass at Road America is much like an ice skating rink. But for him, it doesn't matter. He's just got all the car control in the world. I'm amazed, Kevin Serrano. How did he do that, man? Just the opposite lock. Sheesh.
Let's take one more look at that onboard as well, because the reaction times there, Jonathan, I mean, he had to save that perfectly that first time around. No overcorrection or anything there. Just managed to gather up the momentum of the car perfectly and get it all under control. Before we jump to you though, Jonathan, there's been another issue. Arthur Panzel is now down the order in his Shipsky Racing number 222. This was at turn number 5. Something has happened to them. Let's take a look at the replay as going almost 3 wide underneath the Corvette bridge. That's not going to work out, guys, but down into the corner they went, and this was fighting with, I believe, Nacho Gaspar, and oh my word, he gets sent around by the car behind him as well.
Yeah, that 25 of Jameson has been running well, being very, very defensive. They're just way too brave on the brakes and gets tagged. There might be a word or two exchanged after that one, but you mentioned that huge save. That's actually my favorite area. There's a little hill and grandstand right out of Canada corner that I love to sit at. That would have been the perfect view in person to watch that save.
Absolutely, and again, you do have a lot of experience at this track. I have a feeling that if we went around and tried to get you to point out all the things that were different, that might be something that we could have some fun with in the Club Sport race in just a few moments' time. But continue to watch some action. There was Panzel is in the middle of a group battling for 9th on track now. His teammate Chapman at the end of the lead group in 7th place, as you see Hendy going side by side with Hiroto once again. This is where the move happened just 1 lap ago. This time around, Hendy going to give up the position. He's got now Kurtz right behind him, who looks to the inside down into the last corner. He's going to force his nose there. And Hendy goes all the way to the left-hand side of the track as Chapman as well gets in on the action. And here comes Chapman, who got a monster run through that last corner. And he's now on the run up the hill, getting a good draft from Kurtz in front of him. Is he going to make this 3 wide as they go underneath the NTT bridge? Here comes the number 444 looking to split the difference down the middle. And look at that. He's getting a huge push as well from Kevin Serrano. And look at this. Dave Chapman is about to go from 7th all the way up to 4th place. As they go down into turn number 1. There we go. And he slots himself in very nicely. And unfortunately for Hendy there, Jonathan, losing a few places as now Serrano looks to get back in on the action.
And you got to check up too, that graphic card got a little bit of the grass going into first corner and gets a little loose, but now Hendy has a huge chance coming up here. The graphic car again of the 76 going wide, and it's going to be a huge run down into 5.
Yeah, right now neither of them really getting the draft from the cars in front of them either. That 444 very much in the middle. Number 76 of Aaron Kurtz on the inside into turn number 5. On the outside, it's going to be Adrian Hendy for Year One Racing, and it is going to be Kurtz who's going to hold on further in front as well. David Simon has been passed by Dustin Hiroda for 2nd place on track, and all the while, Evan Gobdell continues to smile all the way home. The gap now up to 5.5 seconds, and Simon, this is some great action to watch on the track, but it's really gifting Shipsky Racing and the number 333 an easy win if they're able to hold on.
Easy is a bit of an understatement. The gap is 5.6 seconds. Now, just to put things into perspective, we could barely get the gap above a couple of seconds here and there in the first one, and this is just triple that as we now see the cars sliding around as they always do in the MX-5s, but they still go door to door, which is what I love about this series. Wow, getting too close for comfort there as we come to the bend section right now, and Dave Chapman just somehow keeping hold of his position from David Simon by his fingertips, essentially, while his car was sliding. Goodness me, that calls for a good replay, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's watch this one from an aerial look as well, because they were rubbing fenders as they went down into the braking zone at the bend. Here you'll see a fantastic look up the inside from Chapman as he works his way up into the final podium position. He's looking to be the only driver to secure 2 podium finishes here in this IVRA Club Cup race down the inside, and here you'll see them lean on each other as they head down into the braking zone, and Chapman is able to get it under control because Simon behind him gave him the space, and that's great respect for racing. It's what we like to see. The action continues back to the live pictures. Chapman slides the car all the way to the grass, coming around the last corner, and once again getting a great run up the hill as he tries to move himself up into P number 2, but behind him as well, here comes the charge from David Simon as Chapman down the inside.
Unfortunately, all this fight, a little bit close there from Simon. He was trying to split the difference, but there's not enough room to split the difference as Chapman is going to go into 2nd place. But all this fighting, now it's a 6-second lead for the 333 up front.
Gobdell is laughing all the way to the bank at this point, just under 13 minutes still to go, and there you can see the difference between all of these cars. A few more replays, by the way, to show you on your screen. It starts off with Nolan Rempel, who's had an issue. Let's take a look at this one coming around the last corner, and there was contact with another car there. Let's see if we can take a better look at this one, but last corner just tries to hang it around the outside, and I believe that might be Nicholas Matthews in the 55. Nolan has to gather it all up, get back onto track. There was a few other issues as well. Let's take a look at Takumi Kasuyama, who went off track and loses it by himself down through turn number 8, has to back it up and get back on track. Also for Yannick Brouwer coming through the bend section. He just gets taken out from behind there as well. Not sure exactly who that is, but for Brenner rather, that is a big issue. And there you can see it's the 48 machine. Oh, Nolan, don't tell me.
He's had a rough day.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the steam Nolan. I like that. That was good.
Well, let's watch this replay then for the number 48, Nolan Rempel, and just gets the braking a bit too wrong, and Brenner gets sent around under braking, and that was unfortunate, but I think, like one of you guys said, it's been a tough day for Nolan, and hopefully future rounds of this championship go a little bit smoother for him. As we look ahead to some races at the Circuit of the Americas, for example, we got the likes of Barber Motorsports Park, Spa-Francorchamps. So hopefully go a little bit better for Racespot's own Nolan J. Rempel, but just over 11 minutes still to go in this one now, and it's Simone who's now fighting off Hiroda behind, so Hiroda has now lost P3 as well. So podium positions as they run: Evan Gobdell, Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing, and David Simone. So looks good, and interesting to see Shipsky Racing start to really show exactly what type of a team outfit they are here, Jonathan, because we've seen them with some strong competition in the past, but you come here in a drivers-based series where you've got 4 different drivers competing, and it's looking like 2 races and 2 double podiums. It could not have gone much better for the Shipsky team.
Yeah, they lucked out by being able to avoid those early crashes. Chapman going through the grass, unfortunately catching the year 1 cars. They seem to be the only team with the driver caliber to match Shipsky Racing right now. But something interesting to note, Chapman did take about half a second out of Evan Gobdell's lead, but now it seemed to stabilize again as he's coming again under pressure from David Simon.
Let's take a look at the lap gaps there. You can see Chapman lost 0.6 of a second on lap number 5, but he's gained a few tenths up on the subsequent few laps, but running out of time now. The clock ticks under 10 minutes to go. So probably looking at, I would say, 3 or 4 laps of racing here still to go. And, you know, for Gobdell in the 333 Sumo, I mean, it's going to take an act of God in many ways for Gobdell to not take home the race win here. Trying not to put the commentator's curse. We should make that clear here. It's been a great drive from Gobdell. You know, got out to the front, has driven away from the chasing pack behind him. And, you know, he really deserves this race win here. And we'll be hoping, knocking on all the wood I can find around me, to hold on for 9 minutes and 25 seconds.
If he just keeps on driving the way he has done right now, it should all be in the bag for him. And it'll be a good day for Shipsky Racing on the whole. It was, let's say, a slightly complicated first race, but they are fighting back pretty well right now. And take a look at this one at the carousel section. We have, well, is that Dustin Hiroda trying to get something on David Simon? It is, in fact. And the way the cars just slide around in this corner makes it a testament to their driving ability, that they're just going sideways while going wheel to wheel with another car. And this section, man, you just have to chuck the car in so aggressively. And it's a place where you can lose a lot of time. But Dustin Hiroda does not lose a lot of time. And so it could be one big run into Canada. Using the draft then, what do you reckon, Arjun? Outside or inside?
Well, looks like Simone's defending the inside, so out to the outside goes Hiroda. It's going to get squeezed as they go into Canada corner. He's trying to hang it around the outside, carry as much momentum as possible. He gets out into the gravel. That's going to check him up just a little bit. And now Simone's going to get the run down into the last corner. They have already lost, by the way, the car in front of them. Dave Chapman, that number 444, has taken off. Gap now 1.5 seconds to this battle that we're watching for 3rd and 4th. A few more issues as well. We got to show some RacespotTV replays once in a while, and for Frank Oosterhuis, let's see what happens here, because he's back down on the pit lane and all by his lonesome. He's just going to pull to the side of the track and decide enough's enough. It's been a miserable day for Frank. Here's another issue for, well, RaceSpot's own Nolan Rempel. Spins it by himself, does a nice little quick 360, gets back pointing in the right direction, and there we go, Nolan. Back on track, taking a look though at battles further back in your field because they're too wide as they dive down into turn number 1. Arthur Panzel fighting with Chris Wally. This is a battle we saw in race 1 on a number of occasions, and Panzel's trying to fight his way back. This is on the edge of the top 10. You see Nacho Gaspar right behind them. He's in 10th position, so 8th and 9th for Wally and Panzel as they run. And Panzel's going to get the momentum here around the outside down in towards turn number 5.
Nacho Gaspar is well in that fight after contact with his teammate in race 1, is now looking out for a solid top 10 finish. He's going to have to choose which lane to go here, either to stay in the outside, stay in the inside, or just let these two fight it out.
Well, looks like Panzel's going to do a little bit of a slide job there. Going to force himself to the outside, but that's going to give Whaley the inside underneath the Corvette bridge. But we've seen Panzel around the outside be able to hold on to the position here, and he's going to sweep back in front of Wally. So we head down into the kink before we get to turn number 8. So, a lot of action back here on the edge of your top 10. The battle between some of your other cars has loosened up a little bit, because there you can see Dustin Hirota, who has had a little bit of an issue somewhere. We'll grab a RacespotTV replay right now and see exactly what's happened to the driver who is in the number 5 and deep into the brakes for turn 5, all self-inflicted, and it's going to drop him back to 7th on track. Still the opportunities you saw on the replay. Hendy and Simon going side by side for the 3rd position, final podium position on track as well. Jump back to the live pictures, and Sumo, look at that gap already that Chapman has formed. You see the lap gaps there. Chapman has been pulling away at the rate of almost 0.7 of a second every single lap, as now Hendy looks to get in on the action.
And he is getting in on the action really hard now. Goes to the outside line for this one. Almost has his note up ahead, but not completely. So then, past the Bill Mitchell bend, this is a quick left hand where Hendy will have the inside line, but he just has to back out of it. And smartly so, because after a couple of corners, you have a long run down towards turn 1, but the draft will surely come into picture. He slides around, gets back in the draft, and now this swanky little black and purple and green car is going wheel to wheel, door to door, headed towards turn 1. Who is going to be the last of the late breakers? Hendy has the edge, and Hendy has the position as well.
And look behind them as well, because Kurtz has got Serrano trying to challenge him for what is 5th place on track. And around the outside, Simone, last of the late breakers, tries to get the move done, but they're still side by side. So they now head down in towards turn number 2. Serrano and Kurtz still side by side as well, with Dustin Hirota just staying very quiet in the background of your shot. Simone still alongside. They head down in towards turn number 5. 4.5 minutes to go. So we're looking, guys, at 2 laps to go. And Jonathan, I mean, it's looking like this battle for that 3rd and final podium positions is really up for grabs, and there's 5 cars that have the potential to put their hands on it.
This is really key for a lot of these drivers. Many of them did not do well in this first race, as we see number 10 sweeping all the way to the inside. They'll run down to 5, heavy braking. Hopefully no contact at 10, deep on the brakes. All of these guys are making like Daniel Ricciardo Cloud. They're the last of the late breakers, and surprisingly no contact, as now Hendy has 3rd position and might be able to keep it as he gaps 64 a little bit.
3 minutes and 50 seconds still to go. Don't forget, don't go anywhere. After this, on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV, we have coverage of the season opener of the IVRA Clubsport series and its 4th full series of competition. Should be a very exciting action. There's been an incident further back in your field, by the way. John Atkinson has gotten into it with Takumi Kusayama. Will stick on this battle up front, though. Kusayama has just managed to get back onto the track in his 862 machine. Hendy is looking to try and pull away a little bit of a gap here from Simone behind him. I wonder if Simone has also maybe struggled a little bit with his tire life. We saw Ashton jumping into our YouTube chat saying very similar things, but here comes the challenge. Coming through the bend corner, the 64 machine carrying a little bit more momentum as we dive now down into Canada corner.
And critically behind Arjuna, Kevin Serrano, the last time out, he went 2 seconds faster than both Simon and Hendy. Clearly, not being in the fight has helped him get the lap times closer. He'll be coming across, and so does Simon. Goes to the inside line, is just going side by side here with Hendy perpetually from the looks of things. Hendy has the edge for now, but behind, Serrano has to defend from Hirota, who just had a trip with the gravel trap a couple of laps ago then. The time is running out now. Essentially, we should be on the final lap. And it should be a crackerjack for one.
Final lap of this motor race. It should be at the very least, because these drivers are about 12 seconds behind your race leader, Evan Gobdell. So Gobdell should have just started his final lap of the race. We'll wait for the countdown to just tick away. We'll get confirmation in just a few moments' time. You can see in the background of your shot as well, more action as they go 2 wide down into the corner. As oh no, Graphite Racing! That's Aaron Kurtz, who almost got it all wrong. He sent it down into the braking zone, able to get it under control. But my oh why, the battle is heating up, and as we go down in towards turn number 3 now, side by side Hirota with Whaley, and now Arthur Panzel in that number 222 has shuffled himself all the way down to 9th. A lot of action still to go here, Jonathan.
I was gonna say, look who showed up. Hansel and Whaley, who had very good results in race 1. Now with all this fighting, have a chance to maybe steal a few top 5 positions. That 10 car of Serrano going deep into the inside of the corner. See how brave on the brakes everyone is. The graphics car loose. Whaley, I think, has gotten into him a little bit. Graphics goes wide. The 5 to the inside of Hiroto. They're through right there, banging. Panzel's gotten a little bit of contact.
That was almost near disaster there. You saw Panzel twitching one side, then the other. Kurtz in the number 76 has been shoved off the track as well. He was really throwing it into every corner and finding every opportunity he could. Now this is all cooling down a little bit because this is now just the battle for 5th place. David Simone in that Team Fordzilla car holds on to 5th, but Shipsky Racing, Arthur Panzel in 8th place in that 222 car looks to get something done. Now they're looking in towards the carousel as they work their way down into the bend section. This is the section of track that we're only going to see for the final time right now. And Whaley's looking to the inside of Simone. He's not going to try the move this time around. He's going to try and set it up. You can see get a little bit tighter on that first part of the corner so you can set up the momentum on the run down to Canada corner. And Simone did not get the best run that he could, but did Whaley get the run that he's going to need to try and get the move done? Still just half a lap to go, by the way. Gobzel continuing to lead the way from Dave Chapman and Adrian Hendy. Your podium positions as they run. But here comes the challenge then from Whaley down to the inside at Canada corner. Simone tries to make it happen, and there was contact. And that has forced the Fordzilla car off into the tire barrier, and he's still struggling to try and get back onto the track right now. He's going to slot back into 13th place on track. With that being said, then, it's going to calm down the battle happening on the edge of the top 10. So let's take a moment then to celebrate race number 2 winner. And it is Evan Gobzel for Shipsky Racing, who takes home a Shipsky Racing 1-2 and a fantastic performance for the Polish outfit.
The 333 and the 444 reigning supreme here at Road America. While we saw all the drama kick up right behind them, they were calm and composed as ever. And the results just go to show for itself. Shipsky Racing at the very top.
At the very top, and we do not have much time before we have to head it over to our coverage of today's Club Sport 2.4-hour race from Road America. So cars are still making their way around the track, but we're going to take a moment then to look at your race results very briefly. And for Evan Gobzel and Dave Chapman, a perfect day for Shipsky Racing. 2 and 3 in race number 1 and a 1 and 2 in race number 2. Adrian Hendy takes home the 3rd place for year 1, getting another solid finish for that team in the number 96. Then you've got the likes of Kevin Serrano, Dustin Hiroder, Arthur Panzel, Nacho Gaspar, and we'll just scroll through the rest of the names on your list. So it was just over 25 cars that we saw competing in rounds number 1 and 2 here in the in the IVRA Club Cup, your support series for the Club Sport series. And Jonathan, quickly just get to you before we jump over onto our race day coverage. Great way to kick off what is going to be a very interesting season for the IVRA Club Cup.
I think that second race proved that the reverse grid method that they're going to use is going to give exciting racing and maybe equal out this field.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead then and take one more break here. Don't go anywhere on the iRacing Esports Network, because coverage of the 2.4 hours of Road America is coming up on the other side of this. About 2 hours into this broadcast now, and we're ready for the main event of today's action. We've seen 2 sprint races involving the Global MX-5 Cup car. We've seen our Club Sport qualifiers. And now it's time for 2.4 hours of racing action from the famed Road America circuit. Hello and thank you for sticking with us here on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV as our coverage of the season opener of the IVRA Clubsport series continues and we get ready for the racing action in front of us. Take a brief look then at your schedule once again. Kick it off here at Road America. We head in a few weeks' time to the Circuit of the Americas before we complete our American swing at the Barber Motorsports Park. Then we head international with races at Spa-Francorchamps, Suzuka International Circuit, before concluding it with 6 hours of racing action at Sebring. Let's take a look at the event format then. About to get onto the grid for today's action. Got 3 classes of competition. It all kicks off with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. You've got your GT4 class, which we call Sport here in IVRA Clubsport. You've got the BMW M4 GT4, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, and then your final class, the Audi RS3 LMS. Totally chaotic racing expected in that class. We've seen the 15 minutes of qualifying that each of these teams gets to set their fastest lap before we now get ready for 2.4 hours of action with live race control and safety cars. So hello and thank you for joining us here for round number 1. My name is Arjuna Kankipadi and take a look at your track conditions. Fairly warm in terms of, fairly cool in terms of your ambient temperature, and interesting to note, the track temperature very similar to what we're seeing in the air. Let's also just welcome you to the rest of the broadcast team. We've got Sumil Aurora and Jonathan Burke alongside myself in the commentary booth. Track cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo Track Cams 22, with our car cameras provided to us by Tyler Maxson. So the cars are all lined up then on the start-finish line, just waiting for the final few cars to jump onto the grid. But before we take a look at the starting order for today's race, delighted to welcome in for the first time in the Club Sport broadcast, Sumil Aurora and Sumil. I don't know what else to say other than I'm excited. We've had a lot of entertaining action getting us to this point now. About to kick off the first race in the Club Sport Season 4.
Well, firstly, thank you so much, Arjuna. I've watched some of the races in the Summer Trophy and they were absolutely incredible. Multi-class racing almost always delivers, but we've got a different mix right here. It's not the usual stuff. We don't have GT3s and GT4s and then the 911 Cup class. It's a lot more different. In fact, we've got 911 GT3 Cup, then we've got the GT4s, and then we've got the Audi RS3 LMS TCR cars. So things are different right here. We've got the GT4s as new additions. It'll be fun on the whole.
So let's take a look then at the starting grid as now the GT4 cars make their way off. The Team Bergen, Anders Myers on pole position. Just under half a tenth of a second between Bergen and SROC Racing Forces, the number 45. That'll be an interesting battle to keep an eye out on. Then you've got the H2 Performance SRT cars. Lining up next to them on row number 2 is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Fiercely forward, NAB Racing row number 3 with Hugh Jass and Hell Races completing row number 4. Fisher Motorsports Maniti Racing on the edge of the top 10 with the second Fisher Motorsports car in 11th, WOSR iZone Performance in 12th. Final few cars in this Porsche Cup Cars grid. See the likes of Virtual Motorsports, Hell Racers. Then you've got Ragazzo Racing, Project GT Einst.de, Impulse Racing, Wraith Energy Racing, Team 11, all the way down in 19th place. Then you've got WOSR iZone Performance in 20th with a few cars starting behind them. Let's take a look then at GT4 as well, because we're running out of time with these cars making their way underneath the Corvette bridge. Team Heiskenveld and Lennart Hardenberg for the number 148 with a 2-minute 16.448. It's going to take pole position by 0.6 of a second from Blake Neck and Hayach Motorsport. Scroll through these cars as quickly as we can as well. Ad Hoc Gaming in P3 with SRN Motorsports in P number 4. AOD Racing, number 122, going to be in 5th position. with Shipsky Racing, who just had a very, very impressive run in the Club Cup Series in P6. Huge Ass Racing number 137 in 7th place, Hella Media in 8th. Then we've got the Electronic Sportsman, Pneumatic Motorsport, Sim RC Clubsport, WOSR iZone Performance, Samsoid Emerald, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, No Luck EM Sport, and a second SRN car down in 16th place. Lots and lots of cars across all 3 classes. We've got one more to quickly go through as well, and that is the Totally Chaotic Racing cars, where the Audi RS3 LMS is on full display. Mikel G. Garcia takes home the pole position for his first race as part of a new outfit, the Full Send Racing number 287, with their sister car lining up next to them, the 285. Then you got Impulse Racing, Leipert Esports, got Team Heiskenveld, the number 248, Pure Sims, the number 216, RSR Esport by G Performance, number 255. They're a team with some impressive showing so far in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, which you can catch on RacespotTV tomorrow, rounds 3 and 4 from Donington. Boosted Motorsports, the number 267 in 8th. Bombshell Racing Team, it's a team we've seen on RacespotTV in the Majors Series, coming over into IVRA competition for the very first time. Fiercely Forward, the number 234, Kinetic Racing, the number 284, VEC Sim Racing, the 272 in 12th. Final few cars in TCR, Torque Freak Racing, Alpine Stars Geodesic, Mayor Sim Speed Performance, Huge Ass, the number 237, and final car in today's order. Got 54 cars taking to the green flag. It's going to be Rogers A51, but not much time left at all. You can see the Porsche 911 Cup cars are making their way around the very final corner, and the Porsche Cup car safety car is going to dive its way down onto pit lane. There is a start zone, so these drivers cannot go on the iRacing green flag. They wait for Team Bergen and Anders Meyer to go, and away we go for the first time today. The first of 3 classes of racing action, all scampering away across the start-finish line for the very first time. And down into turn number 1, Bergen, Team Bergen, the number 46, is going to hold on to the race lead further back. Huge Ass going side by side with Hell Racers Gluttony, I do believe that was, down in towards the opening corner. Let's take a look back at your GT4 class, though, as they've just come across the NTT bridge, and Leonard Hardenberg has gotten them underway. H Motorsport right behind them, but SRN Motorsport's going side by side with the Ad Hoc Gaming car down into turn number 1. Further back in your field as well, you can see they're all just trying to search for some space, trying to rummage for the most amount of clean air that they can. But let's take one more look then at a race start, and it is in your TCR class of the 2 full send racing cars side by side across the line. They steam all of that draft now going down across in towards turn number 1, and the 287 on the outside line is having to fend off the challenge from their teammate on the inside. 287 is going to be able to hold on to that position. Further back as well, you'll see they're all 2 by 2 trying to shuffle themselves down into the first corner, but as all 3 classes have now gotten underway, Jonathan Burke, it's been a clean start.
Lead start so far. I believe, Sumo, you're pointing out something. There's a crash somewhere in the field. Which class?
Absolutely. It's the 911 GT3 Cup cars, and Tankar van der Weg in the SROC Racing Forces team. He was fighting for the lead initially on the first lap, and while we were covering the GT4 start, he fell behind. He was fighting with the leader Anders Meyer, and before you knew it, snap of the finger, and he's in the back at P number 11.
Oh, and a few cars going off into the grass. They're coming through the kink. That's Miniti Racing and one of the Fisher Motorsports Porsches as well. So down the inside now for SROC as they try and recover some positions. Contact made with the iZone Performance car. That's the number 51. And my, oh my, they managed to get off the line cleanly. But as they came around Canada corner for the first time, big chaos, and there's a second car still buried into the tire barriers right there. That's Ivan Harasta for Ragazzo Racing.
SRC, just a miserable first lap. You qualify by second, you have the pace, challenge Team Bergen, and now it's going to be an uphill battle. It's a long race, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, but this is a kind of a heartbreaking one for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. It was down in towards Canada corner, and you know, so many cars, and the number 51 just totally gets their braking point wrong, and SROC, nothing they could do. Let's take a look on board then very quickly. On board live with the number 51 as they were heading down in towards this corner. You can see 4, who was driving, Danny Pedra at the time, just sends it a little bit too deep, Sumo, and once you go deep in this car, it's very hard to try and recover from that position.
It is. There's no ABS in this car. It's all on your own. And then we see Ivan Harasta a really popular figure in the sim racing community, stuck out there at Canada corner. So he comes up again, misses his braking, and on the inside. And you know what? He takes one of the Fordzilla cars along with him as well. So a very clumsy start in the 911 GT3 Cup category, which is something that worries me, because these guys are driving a really tough car. They have to make it to the very end to survive. And in fact, they've just got traffic now. That's GT4 traffic here for Team Birkin. So there's clearly one GT4 car that's had a torrid first lap, and they're already being swallowed up by these guys.
I do believe that's the AOD Racing number 122 BMW M4 that started on pit lane. So Albert Jones currently at the wheel of that car, trying to go on a slightly different strategy, and it was interesting to see all of that chaos down in towards in that first lap, rather, because as we know, there are safety cars in the Club Sport series, and I think fortunate to have not had a safety car come out. There you can see the rest of the 911 Cup car train as they work their way down in towards the last corner. Team Huge Ass chasing the Hell Racers Gluttony car, who gets wide, going through the kink and down the inside for Jeff Tyler now, coming through the last corner. He's going to shove Andreas Olsen in that car a little bit wide, and now 3 wide. They look down the straight, and NAB Racing and Nick Thyssen has to back out of that one very smartly. But here comes the Fisher Motorsport Neon car and Pascal Theiss as well. They're 2 wide, 2 deep. More door-to-door contact there as Andreas Olsen tries to just push Jeff Tyler out of the way a little bit. But Tyler down the inside into turn number 1. He's not going to be able to hold the position, and Hell Racers Gluttony around the outside is going to hold on to P number 5.
Yeah, but now with this traffic right here, it's going to make things a little more complicated. That huge-ass racing car is still on the inside. The Fisher Motorsports cars waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Mantini Races now getting drawn into this as the sport car smartly gets out of the way. Does not want to be part of this fight.
Yeah, I think AOD Racing have kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit here. You can see already having to deal with the Cup cars, and they're going to be losing so much time side by side once again. Tyler down the inside for Huge Ass, but getting very squirrely on the power, and as they climb underneath the Corvette bridge, Hell Racers once again going to hold on to that position. I tell you what though, let's jump back to the battle happening in this TCR class, because there you can see single filed out they are right now, and this is going to be very interesting throughout the race here, Sumo, because totally chaotic racing, yes it is. However, in these endurance races, fuel efficiency becomes very important, the draft becomes very important, and when your draft is worth between 6/10 and a full second every single time around, I'm expecting that when the lapped cars start to become, when traffic becomes more of a factor, these TCR cars are really going to be holding on with everything they're worth to any semblance of draft that they can find.
Yes, indeed. So the TCR cars are heavily reliant on that, and that is the very reason why you can see them racing in packs all the time. Whenever you watch an endurance race, you will almost always see the TCRs in one huge pack, and they go across all the way to the back of the grid. And the interesting part is, Arjuna, while in the TCR sprint races, we see drivers go really wild and in fact go bonkers to get their moves done, they are far smarter than that in the endurance races. They realize that by staying back in the draft, they can save fuel, A, preserve their tires, B, and just 3, not get involved in any sort of drama that can wreck their race early on. So for them, it's all to gain right here. And while all this happens in the TCR category, Manuel Vigo in the Alpine Stars geodesic racing team has gone up and put a purple lap. He's got put the fastest lap, which puts him behind Lucas Lipper in the Edge to Performance car. The stakes are already getting rather high here.
And more side-by-side battling as well for Jeff Tyler and that Hell Racers car. They are really scrapping it out here, but as a result, you can already see now, if we jump to another camera shot, the gap starting to form. So fiercely forward, the number 34, Jack Crawford, in 4th position, just starting to lose track of your leading group. But however, at the same time, look at all of this battling happening behind us. Now it's NAB Racing looking to the inside of Jeff Tyler and the huge-ass number 37, as Nick Thyssen moves himself up into P number 5. So a lot of action in this 911 Cup car class. However, if we jump back to the battle for the race lead, there you can see Miguel Vigo as he continues to try and chase down the cars in front of him. He's got a 4-second buffer to the rest of the field behind them as well. Let's take a look at a replay, I think, because something has happened to the SROC car once again.
Oh no.
Things go from bad to worse. That's just a unfortunate series of events. It looks like, was that GT4 traffic that he was in? Or was this the, no, this was his own traffic. He was going on the inside of the 51, who they've tangled already.
Ooh.
And they've tangled again. So that's, there's going to be discussion afterwards about that one, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one. It's an incident between the number 45 and the number 51. The 45 going deep under braking, trying to get the move done, and not going to be able to do it. And the 51 really just bouncing over that curb in a very unnatural fashion, and that has resulted in an incident for him. There's also been, while we were looking at these live pictures, another incident. Let's see if we can grab that up on your screen right now. Between James Ewins, so one of the TCR cars, the 243, and oh, Dote is going to take someone else out with him. Fortunately, it doesn't appear as though that was the case, but James Ewin in the Torque Freak Racing number 243 having some issues. Let's see the other one that was reported on our timing screen. This was for Wraith Energy Racing coming around the kink, and oh, just pushing a little bit wide into the grass, and don't tell me he's going to be able to hold on to this one. What a fantastic save that one is from the number 13 machine.
Man, he's just saved that car so well. And when you consider that this car is so notoriously tricky to drive, it just elevates the quality of that save that the Wraith Energy Racing team have made right there. Good stuff in the end. On the broader picture, they lose a bit of time, but nevertheless, that's one for the picture postcard. One you put in the Hall of Fame and say, hey, you know what? I saved that from that position. Really good stuff there. And now, from the looks of things, the battles are getting ever so exciting here in the 911 Cup car category, and the Hell Racers team have just been through hell and back as Andreas Olsen spins around.
And it wasn't just them. On the inside of that corner as well, NAB Racing. So here comes another look at this one. Let's take it from slightly further back. Nick Thyssen coming down the start-finish straight. He's going to lose it coming down into turn number 1 all by himself. You'll see Jeff Tyler looking to maybe get the move done, looking to the inside with an aggressive move, and there's contact made there. Stewards are going to be involved, and then you can see the resulting incident with the Hell Racers car was all by himself. We'll get a replay from Andreas Olsen's perspective there, but more chaos down in towards turn number 1, and this Porsche Cup class continues to prove to be very, very exciting up and down the field.
Yeah, I think just a bit too optimistic was that 37 car, and then the Racers of Olsen just had to check up, and that's going to be a decent amount of damage too. It's a shame. They were racing very, very well.
And more replays coming up on your screen now, because Bernd Ziebel in the Project GT.1's machine has had some issues, and this is a team that had some good runs in the Summer Series earlier this year, and the 86 is going to be turned by the number 97. That's Team 11 Racing, who won last time out in the IVRA Endurance Series. More issues as well, by the way. Let's take a look at another replay, this time for James Stacy. The Pneumatic Motorsports number 120 deep on the brakes. He's going to go, and oh my word, what happened in front of him there? Who just punted the number 176 around?
I think it's the 168, is it? I think that just would be...
No, it's the 169, the electronic sportsman.
169, yeah. Yeah, that's Nils V. Payne in the car.
Well, I tell you what, one more replay here, Jonathan, and talk us through it.
Way too optimistic, sends it down, tries to avoid both of these cars, and ends up hitting both of them in the process. So I think he was way too optimistic and aggressive on the brakes, trying to make up places. He started in the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And so lots of action for Patrick Jung in the Sim RC car. He's not going to be too happy with that. There was also incidents, by the way, at the front of your TCR class. You can see Mikel G. Garcia has got a little bit of a buffer now. There's been more issues. Oh my word, guys, what are you doing? I have no time to even breathe there. And there's PJ Claessens for Team 11 who's having issues. Tanguy van der Weerde has also had more issues by himself. So that SROC machine continues to struggle further down the field. Let's take a look at this replay then. What's happened to Team 11?
Okay, so Team 11 now, nice and easy, going into battle as they should be at this stage of the race. Come up to the Corvette Bridge, get tapped from behind, and it's an amazing thing with this Porsche Carrera Cup car. You just tap just a bit and the car loses control faster than you can imagine. And I don't think that there's anything that PJ could have done to save it at that stage. It just slips away from you. And just the gentlest of contacts from the back was enough to send him spinning around, and that's what happens, right? The stakes are so high in a case like this one, but Let's focus on the TCRs as there is a battle for the lead. And from the looks of things, everyone is just doing a really hard job here just to keep it clean.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also trying to go back and see what happened to Fraser Smith in the 285 full send machine, because while his teammate continues to lead the way in totally chaotic racing right now, there's pressure coming in from Marcel Tai, who looks to the inside, down in towards turn number 5 they go, and Mikel G. Garcia going to say, thank you very much, have the position. I will do some fuel saving for the rest of this one. And now the Leipert Esports number 253 also looks to try and get a position. No!
Oh no!
2 of the full send cars have had some major issues. Let's see if we can get a replay of that one up as soon as we can, but I think unfortunately there, that might have been contact with Pure Sims behind, shoving them around. I don't know if that was contact with the grass, but replay up on your screen right now, and my word, for full send racing, it's gone from the perfect start to a slightly less perfect start.
For that bridge side by side, and it's just, he just loses it. I think he gets a little bit in the grass, tags the 283. Or 253, excuse me, and the Pure Sims car says, thank you very much, I'll go around, but there's going to be a decent amount of damage on both of those cars now, and like you said it, the full send racing had a front row lockout, they were doing so well, and now it's going to be a very uphill battle.
Yeah, there you can see the incident in front as well. So for Jamie Rushworth up into 2nd place as they stand, no contact was made there, but we jump back to some live pictures as a result, and full send racing now running 3rd, and I'm trying to see where the 287 is now. 287 has dropped all the way to 9th place on track, so big mistake from Mikel G. Garcia there, Sumo, but the opportunity to work his way back through the field, and the opportunity, I would think, to maybe to work on his fuel saving even more. We saw him being very respectful to some of the cars trying to make passes on him. I wonder if he was just being a little bit too respectful and trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah, I think that's the case. At this stage, you just want to avoid all sorts of contact, but then you just don't want to lose track position. And then, Arjuna, just take a look at this scene. Just behold the amount of traffic that we've got right here. This is multi-class racing at its finest.
And 5/10 of a second are separating the top 3 in your overall battle for the race lead right now. Lots of replays we've had to show you.
No.
And that was
someone, the fiercely forward car got very sideways. I had a panic there for a second.
And the Alpine Stars geodesic cup car almost rear-ended the H2 Performance number 22 in front of him. So half a second separating your front 3 runners, and this is when things can get dicey. Down in through traffic into turn number 5 they go, down the inside of the Alpine Stars TCR car, who's staying well out of the way, it must be said. Not wanting to get involved in any shenanigans with their teammate. Underneath the Corvette bridge, the Team Bergen car, and there was a spinning TCR in front. Oh my word, what is happening right now? The TCR car was spinning out in front of us, and I think, Jonathan, he managed to gather it up in time.
Managed to save it in time, but this is definitely scary for everyone involved. Now the full send cars are sandwiched in between the cup cars, and this is where things get really dicey if you are the leaders. You just have to calm down and try and make your way through traffic. But if you're geodesic in 3rd place, you want to try and make up positions in this traffic.
Absolutely. From the inside to the outside for Miguel Vigo, switch to the outside around the carousel. And now you see Team Bergen going to put 1 car in between them and the chasing pack as they work their way through the kink. That will help Team Bergen. The rest of the cars behind them have had to check up just a little bit. H2 Performance, the number 22, has had to check up more than expected. Is Vigo going to take a look here? Down to the inside in Canada corner, nothing doing. So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, they all stay as they are. 2 minutes and 7 seconds, by the way, still to go. So we've seen a lot of replays in the last few minutes here, Jonathan, but it must be said that despite all the incidents that some teams have been facing, as the RSR by G Performance TCR blocks the number 22 from being able to get by there, it must be said there's a long way still to go, and the prospect of a safety car is always looming.
I'm surprised we haven't had one yet. There's been a lot of heavy collisions, and I will be shocked if we don't get one as the touring cars continue to be lapped, because it's been tight, and these top 3 have been able to work through quickly. But we're going to get back to the mid-pack past like Jack Crawford. There's a lot of Porsche Cup cars coming up across a lot of touring cars.
Yeah, there really is indeed. Let's take a look, though, at the battle in GT4, because we haven't really talked about it yet, because Leonard Hardenberg, in his 718 Cayman GT4, has been pulling away slowly from the M4 for the 125 of H Motorsports, and Blake Neck currently at the wheel there, used to drive for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, but now part of this new crew in the 125, and right now the 718 Cayman, guys, looking very good in the hands of Hardenberg. What, 2.6 seconds is the gap, Sumo? And we've seen in the past that often these Team Heiskenveld cars in IVRA competitions, they have a lot of strong performance. They often shoot themselves in the foot with some unneeded penalties, some maybe some aggressive passing and contacts being made as well, and other penalties, not reading the rule book properly. We should point that out. They missed the start zone for the last IVRA endurance race, had to serve a drive-through for that. They also didn't understand the reverse qualifying rules in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, but right now for Team Heiskenveld, looking much, much better than it has in the past.
Yeah, they've come back a rejuvenated outfit, Team Heiskenveld. They've just come off a really good result in the IVRA Summer Series in the Club Sport competition, finishing second behind Team Maniti, only 47 points behind there in the GT4 category. So they've obviously learned quite a fair bit from that one and have really upped things another level, because right now the gap is 2.6 seconds. And hey, you're going to come back and say, yeah, so 2.4-hour race with only 20 odd minutes in, there's still a long way to go. There is indeed, but the way Heiskenveld Esports have been driving so far has been pretty commendable, and Hardenberg is just setting personal best after personal best at this stage.
He has.
Meanwhile, Manuel Vigo's getting rather close, Arjuna.
I'm going to correct you, Subal. It's not Manuel, it's Miguel. Okay.
Miguel, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
It's getting late in the night here.
I heard you make that mistake the first time around. I quite enjoyed it, so I was waiting to hear if you would do it again. You did, but race control, by the way, is very, very busy at the moment. I'm just taking a look at this sheet, and I don't know how else to say this, guys, but if you give me just a few moments, there's been some penalties that have come in, and these are some big ones. Jonathan, you were part of the broadcast team for IVRA Endurance alongside myself. We saw some very strict penalties throughout the race, but this is one of the biggest penalties I can recall seeing for a very, very long time, as you just wait for me to finish doing my job. Take a look now on your screen, bottom of the screen. I mean, Tier 10 penalty, 120 seconds has been applied to the number 13 machine, and that is why they right now are not out on the track doing very well. They are down all the way in 54th position overall. They've already gone down a full lap, and if you take a look at this one, this was an incident in qualifying. I think maybe Jonathan's having a few technical issues right now, but Sumal, 120 seconds in terms of penalty time. That is just unbelievable. That is 2 full minutes, and they'll be very fortunate that a lap at Road America is just over 2 minutes, because at a track, for example, like the Barber Motorsport Park, that penalty would have been almost 2 or 3 laps that they would have been down right off the bat.
Well, they've just slapped them the biggest penalty possible, and with the kind of infringement in mind, well, that's quite a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, I noticed they were on the pits for quite some time. I thought they had damage in that first few lap melee, but apparently it was just this penalty. As we see the geodesic car just biding his time, maybe fuel saving, not trying to be too eagerly aggressive.
He took a look there, but nothing doing, so Vigo potentially doing some saving. The gap has closed up as well out in front. You can see Team Bergen diving past the SRN number 175, making their way through traffic. By the way, Marcel Tai has come down pit lane, and that's because of another penalty that I was trying to bring up on screen for you guys right now. And take a look now on your screen. You'll see that drive-through penalty for the 248. So Marcel Tai for Team Heiskenveld in TCR already being assigned a penalty. And guys, I don't want to sound too negative, because this is a 2.4-hour race, as we see Miguel Vigo diving down the inside to go up into second place. But I mean, we're, what, 20 minutes into this affair so far, and we've already got 14 penalties being reported by the various teams. So it's looking like this might be another busy day for race control.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, especially with a lot of this early chaos as well. There's a lot of incidents to look at, some 50-50, some, open shut case. So they're going to be really, really busy. We saw in the endurance race, Arjuna, that some penalties took almost a half hour to an hour before we got, anything back. Thankfully, this is a shorter race, a little bit smaller field, but with less time, like, these stewards are going to have to make some quick decisions.
Quick decisions indeed, and I mean, both of you guys, as we see number 13 getting a little bit loose there. So that is the car that had that 120-second penalty, now down a second lap on the scoring sheets. And a reminder, live timing and scoring is available at Timing 71. Head over for full data analysis provided by our partners there, and that number 13 car going to just stick out of the way there as Vigo makes his way past. The gap now between first and second, by the way, just under 1 second as things run. The gap in GT4 is now up to 5 seconds as Leonard Hardenberg continues to just run away with the lead in that class. Let's take a look then at TCR, because this has been shaken up as a result of some contact. Fraser Smith in the 285 continues his recovery in third place, 1.5 seconds behind the leading duo on your screen right now. But for Impulse Racing, Marcel Jochheim is being chased by Pure Sims Esports, and two very, very strong teams, and two teams, Jonathan, that are fairly new to IVRA competitions. It's good to see these stalwarts of iRacing Sports Car Open, iRacing Endurance Series, not just Sports Car Open. We saw Pure Sims Esports take home a Sports Car Open win just a few weeks ago, but good to see them here in the IVRA competitions now, fighting at the front of the order.
Yeah, they were up the front at the Endurance Series, and in this touring car race, they are going to be at the front. Jamie Rushworth has already had a moment with some of the leaders getting into each other, but now I think he's just going to bide his time, kind of settle into the stint. I think we got a little bit of that first few lap jitters out of us, and now just plan out a race.
Well, lots of action in this TCR class. Totally chaotic racing is the best way to describe it. There you can see battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. You've got the Bombshell Racing Team, Kurt Crum at the wheel of the 286, RSR by G Performance, and then Boosted Motorsports with Alex Neller behind the wheel there. You also have that second TCR Full Send Racing car fighting back from the self-inflicted mistake coming underneath the Corvette bridge. A lot of time to be made up there, and one thing I want to poke both your brains on here as we see, I believe that is the Boosted Motorsport car getting 2 in 1 there. As he's going to stick on the inside now with Bombshell Motorsports as they head underneath the Corvette bridge once again, but Bombshell Motorsport going to hang it around the outside as the 52 machine also makes his way through lap traffic. This is helping the 287 as he tries to reel them back in, but Sumo, there's no other way to say this other than we have the IVRA GT Sprint Series coming up tomorrow, rounds 3 and 4, and well, I was told by Race Control to go ahead and look at the results for that one because there were so many cases of teams and drivers not understanding basic pit procedure rules that the race order in many cases was shaken up dramatically. We talked about a great win for the number 14 Mini Denita Racing in race number 1 of the GT Sprint Series. They're no longer in first place. That win has been rescinded and handed over to another team because they didn't follow the pit lane rules. And Jonathan, this is something I do want to ask you as well, but we'll stick with Sumo first. It's very simple here, Sumo. Drivers have 3 seconds to get in and out of the fast lane of qualifying. That means that for all of the pit lane, you need to stick on the left side of the track. You're only allowed to go onto the right-hand side where the boxes are when you're actually stopping in your box. So, the reason I bring this up, we saw it very common in the GT Sprint race, and then we saw it, I forget how many, I lost track after a certain point, Sumo, to be honest, because once you count past 25 or 30, it becomes hard to keep track of something. And so we saw upwards of 25 and 30 penalties being handed out in the Endurance Series race. I'm just hoping that the teams were a little bit smarter this time around, read the rule book, and made sure they understood that, because you can see there a decent shot of the pit lane as we made our way by it. The pit lane is much wider here, and that is going to be something teams really have to watch out for.
So the idea behind a penalty like this one is to keep it as realistic as you possibly can with the real world. And in the real world, you have to be in the fast lane for the majority of the time before you cut in and get to your pit box. So I feel it's absolutely right. This penalty should exist because we're trying to make things as real as possible here at IVRA. Just trying to make things more realistic, like real world racing series, in terms of the administration, the way it's run, the way it's promoted, the way it's handled and organized. So it's only fair that this penalty comes in that regard. And while we speak about all that, and before we get to Jonathan's take on that one, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing have in fact made their way past, and not Manuel, but Miguel Vigo has gone past Lucas Lippert here.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get to speak to Manuel Vigo at some point as well. I'm sure Miguel might not be too happy that we're speaking to his twin brother, but Jonathan, let me just get your take on that, because a pit lane penalty, as we see the leading 3 cars getting very close and making their way around some lap traffics. I mean, it's something that caught out even the top runners in the races before, as now Miguel Vigo does look to try and move around the outside, getting a good, healthy dose of draft as they come across the start-finish line, down in towards turn number 1, around the outside for Vigo. But Team Bergen on the inside not going to give up the position that easily. Vigo's going to try and do the over-under here down into turn number 2. He's got the overlap now, and he's going to try and break deep, just a little bit deeper than the number 46, and he's able to pull alongside and slot out in front. Miguel Vigo up into the race lead now, but here comes Team Bergen and Lucas Lippert in the number 22 behind them as they now run down this long back stretch. Bergen still in the draft as Lippert looks to the outside. Is he going to potentially try and do the 2-in-1 down into 5? Side by side, the 46 and the 22 go, but order doesn't change there, but Vigo out to the race lead.
Good move by Vigo, and the Alpine Stars Geodesic car out front again in a top class, and looks like it's trying to pull away from Team Bergen as quick as possible. There's a little bit of contact, but going back to the pit penalties, you're right. It's just a matter of reading the rules, and unfortunately, it is the first 2 races of a season, so there are drivers that may not be accustomed to it that do need to get accustomed to it, and hopefully as the seasons go on in all 4 series, we get some less penalties. But you were talking about like the endurance one, there was a lot of penalties at one. I think there was about 50, about 9 hours in, that were just on the pit lane infraction. So it's just a matter of really understanding the rules and getting a fine-tuning that. In other news, we saw the AOD 122 car that was lapped pretty quickly. It was an internet issue that actually prompted them to have to start from the pit lane. So unfortunate for them.
Well, technical gremlins can occur in both real and virtual racing, and unfortunately for AOD Racing and the number 122 BMW M4 GT4 car, that had some issues before they even got to the green flag, so going to be a long race for them. Reminder, live timing is available, timing71.org/s/racespot, as we ride on board with Lucas Lippert in the number 22 H2 Performance SRT machine, as we're watching Anders Meyer for Team Bergen continue to close down on Miguel Vigo in front of him. Let's take a look, though, at some action in GT4 as well, because it's not been happening at the front of your class. Hardenbergen, the Team Heiskeveld number 148, now up to a 7-second advantage over the rest of the field. But Team Hugh Jass and Justin Hall now getting past Shipsky Racing in the number 111, and this is a battle for 5th in class. And this is looking to be a fun one, and always good, Sumo, to have 2 different types of cars battling it out in the same class.
Indeed, then. Munich versus Stuttgart. Mid-engine versus front-engine then. So it's the BMW and the 718 Cayman, completely different design philosophies, and both with their own group of supporters who feel that each car is better than the other. When the BMW came into the service initially, it was, let's say, far slower than the Porsche, but with the BOP coming to their aid, they have been much more competitive, and now we see them running at this stage in B, number 5 that is, with Thomas. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his name. I'm really unfortunate about that one. But no, Justin Hall, in fact, is doing a good job with Hugh Jass. And for Shipsky Racing, they're in 6th with the Porsche. And because of the Maniti Racing car, GT3 Cup car that came in, they've lost a bit of time. And this will be a little bit temporary, because the Maniti car will go past, as you do see on screen. And so the Shipsky Racing team will gain back that time. But from the looks of things, Arjuna, they've lost more than they've regained. And in a category as fiercely competitive as the GT4 category, could be a bit of a big loss for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's take a look at some battling further back in your field, because all the way down the edge of the top 10 in TCR, fiercely forward and Lightbit Esports, 2 different shades of yellow, but they are really trying to battle it out to see who's going to get past Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in front of them. As the number 200 machine, as Lightbit Esports yellow looks to the inside, fiercely forward behind them. The 234, by the way, did win in class. Matthew Crisp at the wheel there. He won in GTE AM just a few weeks ago in the IVRA Endurance Series, looking to get another good result here today. You can also see side by side in the background, that was VEC Sim Racing with Rogers A51 as they come across underneath the Chevy bridge once again. And why, oh why, this, I know why you call it the TCR class, the totally chaotic racing class, Sumo, but it's not as fun necessarily here in an endurance race as we've seen in other series, the Heiskeveld TCR Heat, for example. But you always know wheel-to-wheel racing when you watch the TCR cars is on the menu.
It is indeed. They're just going for a little bit of sanity as an appetizer before we get down to the real business in the main course when we come to the lower ends of this race. And right now, it's a very smart thing to do. And we saw that in the IVRA Clubsport series, in the summer series as well. The DCR drivers, they knew how to follow each other. They knew how to stick behind one another and still keep it going until the very end, because it doesn't really matter at this stage. All they've got to do is fuel save. And I'll tell you the reason why. TCR cars, they don't fill up fuel as quick as possible, so they can lose endless amount of time on the pit lane, which is going to be next to impossible to gain on the track. So might as well compromise a bit for that and end up winning on the bigger picture on the whole. It may sound boring, yes, but well, I guess efficiency is.
Oh,
my word, indeed. Not sure what's happened here for the number 86 machine, but let's go ahead and take a look then at a RacespotTV replay, because something has happened for Burns Evil. And I believe it might have been involved with the number 52, and oh yes indeed, the number 52. Number 86 getting a little bit deep under braking there, and well, 2 into 1 doesn't go, and as a result, the number 52 has to get it back onto the track, has to just get things all sorted once again, and that's more of a typical iRacing type of incident, if you guys will allow me to say that, guys. It's just a careless thing under braking sometimes as you make your way through traffic, and while I say that, it is something that you do see in the real world as well. It's not something exclusive just to virtual motorsports.
yeah, he was just brave going down on the braking, and thankfully for that GT4 car right behind it, he was able to get out of the throttle and get around there. But unfortunately for the iZone team, the all-Spanish team that has a very good, roster of drivers, it has been a very, very poor day. Qualifying did not go their way, and they have been involved in multiple incidents. As we see the battle for the lead again, Team Bergen and Team Geodesic. These two cannot get away from each other. Like, Geodesic has had the lead, but has been unable to gap, and this 22 is still lurking behind as well.
Yeah, that 22 machine is very, very interested here, and maybe just doing some fuel saving, trying to pick up some of the scraps in front of them as well as we continue to work. First hour of this race, there has been an issue for one of the GT4 machines. That's SRN Motorsport, who's now going behind the wall. This might be a potential safety car, as the 175 actually is just trying to find its way back onto track. Was pointing in the wrong direction, so looks as though 175 is going to be able to continue moving under his own steam. Let's get the RacespotTV replay up on your screen now, down in towards Canada Corner, and we'll wait to see what exactly happened here. It was all okay until that's going to be the SROC number 45 machine that's going to spin them around for a loop.
Yes, traffic, that's what happens with traffic. Endurance racing is synonymous with cars bumping each other off. We've seen it at IMSA, WEC, call it what you want, any series in the world. And then we just get a glimpse of that. 2 Porsches touching each other. It's not a friendly brush here. It's far from that, and for the SROC Racing Forces team, Tanguy van der Wedge has just had the most torrid day of any driver I've ever watched in any endurance racing event. I mean, from having the most disastrous opening lap ever, he's come back to the back of the field and he's been involved in this incident. Not sure if I can defend him for this one, sadly, but yeah, some days just start that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to defend anyone here, Jonathan, right? Because, I mean, faster cars they'll always tell the slower class, just stick on your racing line and I'll get around you. Well, that's exactly what the 175 was trying to do, and unfortunately for Tanguy van der Weg in the number 45 machine, a mistake, and he might be seeing another penalty coming through on that car in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, I think he was trying to find a gap between the gravel and this other Porsche to, get around him, but I really don't think that gap was there. Is a very optimistic.
Absolutely, as we now watch battle on the edge of the top 10. Virtual Motorsport, Dennis Geressen at the wheel of the number 70 with Justin Rem right behind him. And Sumil, isn't Justin a name you're familiar with from the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup live on RacespotTV?
A fair bit, yeah, exactly. I was looking to speak about him, Justin Rem, just when I saw the entry list, and he's a driver, as you can see on screen, who's very aggressive in his nature, flashing the headlights as if he was in an Audi on the M4 highway. But no, Justin Rem is fast, let's call it that way. He's very aggressive, and when he gets onto it, he can find racing lines and ways around and get past drivers in a way that you can't really imagine so. But right now, Justin Rem is stuck behind a very good driver indeed, and SRN Motorsports, the bad day goes even worse now.
It's their sister card, the 174, that has gone for a ride.
Yep, and fortunately, I guess you could say, as Jason Gerard continues to try and find his way back onto the gravel, or rather onto the black stuff, finally able to do that. Let's take a look at this replay. This might actually be a two-part replay. There's the second part of him as he tries to make his way back onto track. Here comes the first part. You can see that's the number 13. Oh, word.
Oh. Ooh.
There's really nothing you could do if you're the 174.
Exactly.
Like, you see a sliding Porsche in front of you and you have nowhere to go. That Wraith on the side coming in like Grim Reaper trying to reap the 174's chances of a good finish away.
Well, SRN Motorsports, guys, is a team that I've had the pleasure of competing with in other series as well. They're always very quick, not usually competing in this GT4 category, so it'll be interesting to see how they do. This 174 now down, still in 6th place as things run, so still the potential to work their way back up through the field. This GT4 class is very separated, I would say, compared to the rest of your other classes. Let's jump back to some TCR battling once again. Alex Neller in the thick of this once again, still trying to work on the back of Kurt Crum to move himself up into 4th place on track. And these guys are about 5 seconds behind your race leader as things run. So the battle packs are still very strong here in TCR, and if you're one of these cars from 4th on back, you still have the potential, I would think, for some good finishes later on in this race. And actually, before we get to that, some more replays to show you guys. This is involving Shipsky Racing, the number 111, in a battle with the huge-ass GT4 car. And down the inside they look, and what's going to happen there? Oh, no, that's Impulse Racing the wrong way. And oh, Impulse Racing is going to now be the result of some further replays that we're about to take a look at.
Wow, Impulse Racing just being at the wrong place in the wrong time, and they slide around by themselves, I can imagine. Perhaps the cold tires coming in and just being a bit too, let's say, eager with the throttle, leading to the car spinning around. Now comes Fisher Motorsport from the carousel section. Okay, there comes Impulse Racing, right? They're all fine in Canada corner, slide by themselves, hit the barrier, and this is where the fun begins, or rather the fun ends for all of them, because slap bang in the middle of the track. Where do I go? Left, right, left, boom, in the middle. And for Shipsky Racing, they're going to be saying a word that's similar sounding to their name, and that's not really the most kind of words, is it?
Well, let's see if we can grab another look at this one, because it was Ivan Harasta who was the other GT3 Cup car that was making his way around the track, and he was the one who really got caught out by whatever Tobias Meisel was trying to do here. You'll see Meisel trying to reverse and then go forward, and Harasta just gets hit from the side and back onto pit lane for the number 63 car. And unfortunately for them, it's been a torrid day so far. They've already had to pit on a number of occasions, Sumo. So for Harasta, who you said was a popular driver, I'm sure his fan club isn't going to be too excited about how things have been going.
Yeah, sadly for Ivan, things get back to worse, because only recently the stewards have come up with another penalty. And it is, you guessed it, for Ivan Harasta for outbraking himself and creating contact on the inside with car number 16, which, if you're wondering, is Rijkaard Carlson in the Hellracers team, the Porsche 911 Cup car. Yikes.
Yikes indeed, and give us one moment. We'll have confirmation of that penalty up on screen for you. There you go. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. Tier 5 penalty for the number 63. They've outbroke themselves, and 5 second stop and hold coming down for them. So that is what's happening for them, unfortunately. They won't be too happy, given what had just happened, I would have to assume, with the incident that unfolded in front of them. But let's take a look back at your overall battle for the race lead, because Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, once again, catching traffic, and once again trying to pull away. They're stuck behind one of the Full Send Racing cars now. They work their way through the kink. Look at the overspeed that Team Bergen's now going to have, but Vigo going to defend all the way to the inside, forces Bergen to check up hard here, and they're also starting to drop the number 22, Lucas Lippert, in the H2 Performance SRT machine, starting to struggle as slight contact was made there between the RSR by G Performance TCR and the rear end of Team Bergen.
These touring cars are all in the fight for themselves. They're all fighting for high positions, and unfortunately the fighting for the lead in the GT3 class is like 2 does not mix well into 1, and the 22 able to catch back up to the end of Team Bergen, and Geodesic able to get a bit of a gap now.
Absolutely. Gap now 0.7 of a second between first and second as Vigo looks to run away here. Vigo had some good pace in the GT4 class of the Summer Series. Steps up now into this 911 Cup car. He has a lot of experience in this car in other series as well. One of the stronger drivers you'll see in the Club Sport Series. 7,084 is his rating, I rating. So clearly a very respectable driver as he makes his way around another one of those TCR cars. And he now makes his way towards the battle for the TCR race lead, looking to put 2 more cars between him and the chasing pack. There's the Impulse Racing and the Pure Sims Esports TCRs as Vigo goes to the inside. Is Bergen going to look to the inside as well? Bergen is not close enough. Bergen going to lose out quite a bit here underneath the Corvette bridge. They're going to slot themselves in between these 2 TCR cars, but Vigo continues to pull away. Gap now, 1.3 seconds.
Well, at this stage, you do feel a stream of blood shooting up yourselves if you're, say, someone in the Team Bergen car, if you're Anders Meyer, because you have to get past the traffic and you just feel so excited. You just want to go past and get that position as soon as possible. But that's where you've got to control your psychology, because in endurance racing, it's all about that complex mixture of controlled aggression. You want to be aggressive, you want to go for the moves that get you the positions, but if you just go a bit too aggressive, and especially with this car, you could just prepare yourself for a one-way trip to the gravel trap or the grass or the barrier or the pit lane, whatever it may be. And now we're seeing some of that controlled aggression on display as Team Fiercely Forward are fighting with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team in the TCR category, with traffic involved.
Look at Fisher Motorsports as they try and claw their way back up to Maniti Racing, who they were just in a fight with. So that's what happens here in traffic sometimes. You win some, you lose some, and we'll see what happens there. A battle's going on throughout your field right now, it should be pointed out. So this is 9th place in class. You can see further behind as well, one of the World of Sim Racing cars making their way through the traffic. More battling on the edge of the top 20. These are cars already down a lap. The Fisher Motorsport number 85 battling with SROC. Are expecting more penalties for SROC, but we'll see how that one goes, and it'll be interesting there. Let's look at TCR once again. We saw the battle between first and second, and look at Fraser Smith in the 285. He had that issue very early on in the race, and now just 0.7 of a second behind, and using that draft to close the gap all the while.
And here's the key thing too for the touring cars is that the pit stops are going to be soon. The pit window about 21, 22 laps, and we're only about 3 or 4 laps away from there, so it's going to be interesting to see what the strategy is for these 3 as we go forward. It
will be, and while we were looking at this battle, one more penalty has come down from race control. There you can see 7th tier, so it's getting progressively worse the more higher the numbers get. And this time we're looking at the 30-second penalty for the 169. That's going to be the Electronic Sportsman. That was the incident, guys, that we saw up on our screen, and well, there is a penalty, and 30 seconds, a harsh penalty, I would say, but probably slightly fair, given that the 169 really messed up that braking zone.
Yeah, I think they're just going a bit too aggressive, a bit too eager, and that's what happens eventually. Just a tiny lapse in concentration can essentially wreck your race. As one of the TCR cars, the Impulse Racing, slipping and sliding around as if we're playing Fast and Furious Road America Drift, and they have to go side by side, door to door. This is totally chaotic racing at its finest, although it has come at the cost of a mistake for one of the cars.
And are they going to go too wide around the kink? No, Fraser Smith going to sweep around the outside, and Pure Sims Esports and Jamie Rushworth now slip back to third in class. Pit stop window, by the way, has now opened in your GT4 class. Takers down onto pit lane. Last time around was Leonard Hardenberg from the race lead. This time around, a lot more cars following his lead. Shipsky Racing, the Electronic Sportsman coming down for service as well. The Pneumatic Motorsport, Samsoid Emerald. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, the number 162. So lots of takers onto pit lane. Huge ass still haven't pitted. Neither has H Motorsports in their BMW M4. Maybe fuel is going to be one element that car is going to be slightly better than the cars behind. Look as well, Impulse Racing diving down onto pit lane. They were out front for most of this race. They did not have the help from drafting cars, and there you can see Impulse having to pit one lap earlier here, Sumo. This might just affect them a little bit more. They are going to have to put more fuel into that car as well. Up on the jacks, they're changing the front tires.
Firstly, I'd like to apologize for the mistake I made. That was not Impulse, that was actually the Pure Sims car that made the mistake at the back. And for Impulse, they also made a mistake because Arjuna, they overshot their pit box just by a little. So they had to back their way up and then go on the jacks. It's a significant impact because in the race, all these cars are so close to each other and losing time on the pit lane is going to be a major factor. They've come in one lap earlier, and as we see other cars come into the pit lane too, including the GT4 leader.
So it'll be interesting to see what the gap is between the 125 and the net race leader in this class, the Team Heiskenveld number 148. They pitted one lap previously, and as H Motorsports dives down onto the box, they're going to be taking some tires as well, it does appear. Other cars coming down and off the lane. Driver change as well for H Motorsport as Andrew Hopley gets into the car. And we haven't really talked about drive time regulations so far today, guys, but it must be said, as Hardenberg is going to come across the line to retake the race lead in just a moment. 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing action. Maximum drive time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. So if you wanted to have a slightly stronger driver do a majority of the race, you can, but it's important to note that that second driver still has to do a lot of driving to get you through to the end.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what driver combinations they use and when people switch drivers. I've noticed a lot of the GT4 guys switching in and out, not so much from the touring cars. So we're going to have to see what the Porsche 911s do and see as we have Vigo and Lampert on pit road, the 62 and the 22. That will give the lead to Jack Crawford if he decides not to pit, but he also pits, so it looks like a lot of the Porsches coming down.
So interesting strategy call. Team Bergen took tires the last time around. You're seeing them on screen. They've already come down out of pit lane. Also had a driver swap. Marius Engbretsen gets into the car and he works his way down through the carousel for the very first time, trying to get those tires up to temp and pressure, trying to put as much pressure as he can on Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and the cars in front to have a good, smooth pit stop. Let's take a look then at some of these pit stops as they happen. It's Lukat Lippert who's got that slightly advanced grid position, or rather pit stop position from Vigo behind him. But there you can see lap time up on your screen. Sorry, the pit lane time up on your screen is Crawford as well. Down onto pit lane behind them. You can also see the NAB racing car down on pit lane. But interesting here then, look at that pit stop time. 29.6 seconds in the box for Vigo. That compares to 56.9 seconds for the Team Bergen car. They've now got a 30-second buffer over the cars they were fighting with before, as H2 Performance is also looking to get tires. It's Jack Crawford in that second place Fiercely Forward car who's now going to also be on this two-tire strategy.
And quite a few teams not really going for fresh tires all the way through, so you can see them switching around, and it's a bit of a gamble of sorts because in the short run you gain an excess of time, but you just end up losing every single lap. It stings you all the time, and you can notice in the lap times now as we come across to the next 5 odd laps the difference between the guys who have not taken all 4 tires and the ones who have taken all of them. And wow, caution for the first time, Arjuna. 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock, and I think it could be our very first safety car here.
First safety car in the Season 4 of Club Sport competition. Trying to take a look on my timing screen to figure out who it is, but this has happened right in the midst of pit stops in your 911 Cup car class. So let's just take a moment now. It's also happened in the middle of pit stops for TCR as well, so there are some cars that have been caught out by this. I look at VEC Sim Racing, who does lead TCR now, but they have not pitted. They're going to drop to the rear end of your field when they get the opportunity to pit. Let's take a look then at what we think might be the incident that has brought out the caution. It's David Del Rio in the WOSR iZone Performance number 51 car, and he loses that one very early under braking. I don't think that can be the reason we have a safety car, though. He's still moving, still able to roll the car. Huh, this is a bizarre one, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure there's got to be maybe an incident coming into or out of pit lane as well.
Potentially. Let's also take a look then at this. Let me see. This is just Justin Rem going slowly into the pit box. Oh, actually, what's he trying to do here, guys? He's very confused about what he wanted to do, and I wonder if that's why we have the caution flag out. I wonder if, guys, Justin Rem has run out of fuel on the climb up the hill. Let's jump on board. Let me spool this one back a little bit, guys, because my oh my. Let me
he has.
Turn up the engine noise, and we'll just hear the engine as it cuts out. My, oh my. You can hear the pit lane alarm going off in the background, warning cars, or warning team members that a car is about to come. But for Justin Rem, no more fuel, and he's parked up at the entrance to pit lane.
That's a terrible place to be.
Oh, that is indeed.
So, caution flag has flown for the first time. Still got 90 minutes of racing action still to go, guys. Been underway for 54 minutes, and we just wait for the cars to order themselves up behind the safety car. I'd love to give you a brief rundown of the positions as things stand, and I'm just getting confirmation, by the way, in our YouTube chat. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube and Twitch. We're live on both the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV's Twitch, but apparently according to, I think this would be Jeffrey Garzotto, who's driving for Fuga Simsport, they just missed their pit stall, had to do one extra lap, and my oh my, guys, Rem did a fantastic job in my opinion then. If he missed his box the first time around, to be able to get that close to doing another lap and get that close to pit lane, because we must say, this is a long lap, it needs a lot of fuel to get around, but if you miss your pit box and still are able to get that close, it's just so cool. It's so tantalizing. You're that close to getting that fuel back into the car, and for Rem, well, unfortunately, that might be race over.
Yeah, to tow back to pit and then waiting on the fuel, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. However, because the safety car did get brought out, though, it's not going to be too impossible for them to regain positions, as it looks like the Alpine Stars geodesic car does retain the lead with Jack Crawford in the Fiercely Forward 34. Behind him, there's two lapped cars in between, and Lucas Lampert in the H2 22 car is in third. But you're right, this came out at a bad time for all three classes, as they were all in the middle of pit cycles.
So let's run down the running order as they run them. We must also point out, by the way, there are cars in between your competitors. So you'll see Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing at the front of the queue right now. Look for the number 34, who is 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 cars in line behind the number 62. So we'll have to wait and see if wave rounds are going to help that gap shorten, but there are gaps between many of your competitors here today. So Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the number 62, leads this motor race. Miguel Vigo currently at the wheel. He's been in the car since the start, and we'll have to hand it over to Raf van der Linden in a few minutes' time, I would assume. Then in second place, Fiercely Forward and Jack Crawford, the Red Bull F4 driver, the number 34 Fiercely Forward team. And then in third place, the H2 Performance SRT car, Lucas Lippert, still behind the wheel. And I wonder if there with a 43-second pit stop. Maybe he took 2 tires rather than the 4 tires that we saw from some of the other teams. Maniti Racing in 4th place. Team Bergen once led this motor race down in 5th. They have taken 4 brand new tires. We'll see what they can do with a fresh set of rubber that they have. Huge Ass Racing in 6th. But let's jump through then. Your GT4 class lights are still on the pace car, so at least one more lap under pace conditions as the Team Heiskeveld, number 148, Leonard Hardenberg leads from the 125 and H Motorsports. But I'm just looking at this pit lane information, and it looks as though the 148 with a slightly shorter pit stop, 22.9 seconds as opposed to 31.1, maybe doing some underfueling in that first strategy, trying to find some track position. I wonder if the safety car has come out at an inopportune time for the number 148. Then in 3rd place in class is the Ad Hoc Gaming by My Day's Earl Binswork. You know, that's the name that we're going to get caught up on a number of occasions here in this broadcast today. Then you've got the 174 SRN Motorsports machine. Right behind them, Huge Ass Sport with Sim RC Clubsport in 6th place in class. So a lot of strong teams still at the front of the GT4 running order. Let's take a look then quickly at TCR. Impulse Racing, the number 222. Marcel Jokheim came down to pit lane just a few laps ago, back out into the race lead, but Ollie Peacock in the Full Send Racing, number 285, is right behind them, and Peacock has just taken over from Fraser Smith, and as one of their TCR specialists, we'll see what Peacock is able to do. Pure Sims Esports, Stuart McFadden, 3rd place as things run. He's just gotten into that car, taking over from his teammate. 4th place, Kinetic Racing, Matthias Magnussen at the wheel. RSR by G Performance in 5th with Brandon Roseborough in the car right now. And then that grouping that we saw some great battling from the first opening portions of the race. Boosted Motorsports, John M. Roberts. Bombshell Racing, great to see them in this series as well. We've seen them in the major series on a number of occasions. Now taking the step into IVRA competitions for the first time. So lights are still on the pace car. Probably one more lap under caution, I would say. And Sumil, this has really shook things up. The first caution of the race, and with 90 minutes still to go, we have to remember, cautions breed cautions. We could have a few more of these in between us and the checkered flag.
Yes, indeed. This is exactly what all the competitors were looking to avoid, because safety cars, they mix things up and add the extra element of unpredictability, and our people have to think on their feet. Now, if you're a big fan of Formula 1 like I am, hearing the word safety car would make you think, okay, the drivers should go and pit. They can get a free pit stop. You know, if they haven't pit already, they can just save up a lot of time and end up gaining all that time on the track. Well, the thing is, the pit lane is closed as such, but it's a bizarre situation where the pit entry is closed, but the exit is open. So if you were in the pit lane by the time Justin Rem actually stopped, you could exit, but drivers cannot pit until the race control tells them that you can actually go ahead and make your pit stops. So essentially, all the other teams who had not pitted so far, they don't get their advantage. So it's all neutralized. Why?
Whoa, sorry.
Am I seeing a car over there?
Don't, come on, guys. This is not possible. A few weeks ago, sorry, Subal, a few weeks ago, we saw a car bury themselves in the tire barrier under safety car. Don't tell me this has just happened again. I can't believe it. Am I really going to be on the iRacing not top 10 twice in 1 month? Well, here we go. Here comes the replay, and whoa, what's happening for the 169? He just speeds up. You can see the tires are still spinning, but he's no longer on the ground, and he's well and truly buried in the tire barriers.
And Trevor Pastrami just got in the car for the 169, so this is a well, interesting start to his stint. We have a few laps under caution and then having the tow back to pit lane.
Yeah, let's ride on board for this one and see if we can hear what happens as well. Well, you could see him shift down from 2nd to 3rd there, and was assuming, I think, that the car would slow down a bit more. Maybe some engine braking would help him, but as soon as he shifted down to 2nd, guys, that was all she wrote. That was basically straight into the tire barrier after that.
That car is just buried in the wall. That has to be one of the more bizarre things. Right, that was a spectacle of sorts. Now let's get back to the action right here. And the pit lane is open now. The guys can pit. So if they haven't made their pit stops, they essentially get a free one now. But it doesn't make a difference because the people are bound up, so they lose more than they gain. So all the people who didn't pit before the safety car came out, they lose.
Me, Sumo, me. What's happening here? Hardenberg back down onto the pit lane. What is going on for the driver who had taken the pole position and led the first 45 minutes of that race before the caution came out? Hardenberg back down onto pit lane, and well, it seems as though he's going to drop down to the tail end of the top 10 as things run. There you can see 8th position as things stand. I wonder if, guys, Hardenberg is coming in for his fresh set of tires. He's going to try and do as much service as he can this time around. And with just over 80 minutes left in the race, I wonder if he's just trying to set himself up for that next and final pit stop to be as short as possible.
He might be able to go longer on this stint as well than some of his competitors if he's fully filling up. So this is a strategy play, definitely an interesting one. But I think it could work out for Team Highsfeld, you know, if the cards, you know, fall their way and no big collision happens.
Well, you can see pit lane exit is open. No cars coming down the start-finish line, so cars able to rejoin. This Team Highsfeld machine, by the way, this is a long pit stop. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Hardenberg and the 148 crew. They're now down to the last cars on the lead lap in class. I wonder if, guys, there was actually some damage done to that car earlier on in the race, and I wonder if this is another opportunity. You can see slightly there on the right front clip of the car some damage, but my oh my, there's some big drama as a result of the safety car.
Yikes, it's just gone from really good to really bad for Team Highsfeld in a flash. I wonder what's the reason behind that.
We'll wait and see.
If there was any contact. I didn't think any contact happened with them. I think it was pretty clean.
Well, I don't see anything on my replay here, guys, so I'm guessing we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe one of the team representatives can talk to us in our YouTube chat. One of the great things about live sim racing broadcasting is being able to interact with all of the community and the competitors as well. So if one of the Team Highsfeld members does see these messages, just give us a shout. Let us know what's going on, because we're all very confused. But lights are off on the pace car, Jonathan. We might be going back to racing this time around.
Yeah, and the field is all jumbled up. Yeah, Fiercely Forward is going to be right behind Jack Crawford and Vigo, going to be able to face off. But that Team Bergen car that had been up front for so long, it's now back in 5th place with a few lap cars in between for good measure.
Absolutely, and for those unfamiliar with the IVRA safety car process, you can't re-trigger the safety car until you get close to the line, so we're unsure if that's going to happen again. Does look as though safety car going to be down and into the lane this time around. Field going to be in control then. The number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Miguel Vigo, your overall race leader. He's got Jack Crawford, the F4 junior driver for Red Bull, right behind him. But here we go, back on the restart. Cars going to make their way down the straight once again. Look at that. The Team Huge Ass car going to try and make a move on Team Berger. Look at that, Pure Sims as well, looking to get past Fuel Send Racing. And as we get back up into racing speed, all of these drivers trying to get moves done. Down in through turn number 1 we go, and Crawford hasn't been able to get the move done on Vigo in front of him. Neither has Demel in the Huge Ass car on Team Bergen, so they still line up 5th and 6th as they go through turn number 3, down onto the back straight for the first time on this restart. Let's take a look then at GT4 as well, because H Motorsport, well, they've got a very handy gap now to the rest of the cars in their group. 1.7 seconds to the 124 that's chasing them down. With Team Highsfeld, where are they on this timing screen? They are still in pit lane, guys. The number 148 might be out of this race for good.
Oh, dearie me, things have just opened up in the GT4 category with that big thing. We were all wondering what happened to Team Highsfeld right there, and now all of a sudden they are off. And so the lead has changed with H-A-I-T-C-H. I don't know how to pronounce it, I'll be honest. I'll just get back to you on that. And they are now leading this category. And in fact, interestingly enough, the guys who took the tyres, all 4 tyres here in the pit stop early on, are benefiting as Fisher Motorsport are in the wrong way around.
Facing the wrong way, and they're having to wait so long to get back onto the track right now. They finally get that opportunity to rejoin as one of the VEC TCR cars is actually going to make his way around the corner as well. Let's take a look then at your RacespotTV replay. What has happened to the Fisher Motorsport number 85? And they were already around at this point in the incident. You can see there's the rejoin coming. Let's look a little bit further back up in the replay then. Slow this one down for you, and coming over the crest, they lose it under braking. And my oh my, that 176 SimRC Clubsport car must be seeing all that action as the no-luck EM Sport BMW M4 nowhere to go. And I think also that Alpine Stars geodesic BMW had nowhere to go. Lots of replays to take a look at.
And no luck, not getting lucky on that one as the 85 just sliding back onto the grass. Like got very aggressive on the brakes, trying to avoid the slower cars, and then, yeah, Alpine Geodesic, nowhere to go. Not a lot of contact, thankfully, so hopefully Corey is going to be able to wheel that car into a nice position, but that no-luck car is going to have a lot of damage on it.
And watch this as the number 85 appears back into shot, and for Paul Van Loan, who's had some torrid luck, I must say, in these Club Sports series. I mean, whenever we saw no luck EM Sport not having the luck in the Club Sport Summer Series, it always somehow managed to be Paul in the car and still going around, got a decent amount of damage to that front clip. Now we'll see what happens throughout this race. Jump back to the battle for the race lead though, because Vigo continues to try and pull away though, with Lippert putting the pressure on Crawford right behind. And this is where we wonder if those 2 tires that we think Lippert has put onto his car are going to be a beneficial factor as we jump on board number 22.
Yes, indeed. So that's the one thing I was coming out on before we saw the car behind spinning around. So, because they've got the fresher tyres in there, and the other people, those who pitted, do not have fresher tyres, and they're all bunched up, all the advantage that the people who do not do the tyres got has been wiped off. So now Lucas Lippert has fresher tyres and is really just, what, a couple of inches behind the fiercely forward car. So it works out in both ways for him. But now I'm going to bring on one point that Murray Walker always loves to bring on. It's a classic catchphrase. It's one thing to close up, it's a completely different thing to pass another team. And now Team Bergen are on the charge trying to get past the Maniti Racing team, who were in fact quite successful in the Summer Series. They won the GT4 category, so they're actually going up against quite a tricky team here. What can we do then? Team Bergen versus Team Maniti. A classic battle in the Summer Club Sports Series, even the GT3 Cup category. This should be fun.
Yeah, Maniti Racing in this 911 Cup car class had some good success in the Summer Series. Some of their drivers not returning, so it's on. It's up to the likes of Rutger Wingen. I apologize for completely butchering your name there, Rutger. In the number 78, who's taking over, and there's been a pass as well for second place as Jack Crawford down into third. Lucas Lippert up into second with those slightly fresher tires, and Lippert now has to set to work on getting the pass done for your overall race lead. Look at Team Bergen, by the way, in the background. They are the first car that has completely fresh tires, and they're now up into P number 4. More cars, by the way, off the track, because we talked about Maniti Racing. Maniti Racing now off the track as well, and Rutger has had a big issue. Let's take a look at the replay.
He was fighting hard with the huge ass and Team Bergen car right behind and just a little too deep into the corner. Manages to keep it somewhat out of the wall. Can't really tell from that angle, but trying to keep those 2 fast cars behind him, going way too deep under braking. Able to not throw it back into the track, but it's going to be a little bit of damage on that car.
I think he's gotten away with one there. Very gently noses his car into the barriers there. There was another incident as well, by the way. Stefan Frister, let's take a look at this replay. In the number 63 car. They've been through the wars, and once again, through the wars, off the track, and another good save here from the number 63 to hang on to that car, and he's going to have to rejoin as safely as possible. You can see all the cars coming off the last corner, making sure they get out of his way. A good save there, Subal.
Stefan, my man, if you're listening to me, Rallycross is quite good on iRacing, if you know. I mean, if you can do that, you can probably do quite a good job in Rallycross as well. And all the Rallycross puns aside, let's focus on this really big thing. Now, this is the best one. You don't want to upset the apple cart. This is the battle for the lead right here. You just have to be on your toes. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with Miguel Vigo behind the wheel and Lucas Lippert in the H2 Performance SRT cars. These guys are the ones who qualified these cars for their team. They are the ones who begin. They're long into their driving stint. Do they lose their focus? They cannot afford to lose their focus. It's all on the line right now. Lippert is coming close, but he decides to be a lot more prudent and stays behind heading into turn 1.
Wonder if a little bit of fuel saving being done here now. Just over 70 minutes still to work in the season opener. The IVRA Clubsport Series, 2.4 hours of racing action from Road America, and Lucas Lippert putting all sorts of pressure now onto Miguel Vigo in front of him as they go down in towards turn number 5. And for Lippert, slightly fresher tires. We're wondering exactly how many of the tires he took. We're expecting 2 fresh tires. Now, whether those be front, rear, left, right, who knows what sort of combination that they've gone for, but whatever they've chosen for, it is clearly working right now. As we ride on board with Lucas underneath the Corvette bridge, a little healthy dose of opposite lock as he tries to carry as much momentum around the corner as he can. There's been another big off in the background as well. Let's go and take a look at this. It's for one of the Alpine Stars cars. Let's grab the replay up on your screen right now for Corey Ruin. Some big drama. Oh, and that's involved with a TCR car as well. So things have been mixed up, and that is the Rogers A51 machine. So maybe side by side down into Canada corner. Let's take a look at this one. And, well, Alpine Stars just gets totally dumped. And then in a separate incident, so does Rogers A51. So an interesting one there. Let's take a look at some aerial replays brought to us by our camera operators at TrackCams 22.
DCR car just a little deep under braking slides. Thankfully, nice gap in between him and the geodesic car, so there was no real contact, but the geodesic car, major bump in the rear. And again, the geodesic car in the top group, as we saw in the endurance, running well, but these other groups, these other classes, it's not gone well for them.
Now let's take a look off the rear bumper then, as it's the 199 car. That Samsoid Emerald that already had a fairly healthy dosage of damage to their front clip as well. We'll take a look on board with them as well if we can, but nothing that the other team could really do as we jump on board now, I do believe, with Samsoid Emerald and the 199 car. There you could see nothing that Alpine Stars in front could do, and unfortunately just close racing off this restart, guys, results in that incident.
To add insult to injury to that 162, he just got handed a drive-through penalty for the 3-second pit lane infraction, so when it goes from bad to worse for that guy.
Oh, and it's not just him as well. I mean, Joel Evans is now being involved in this as well, so 162 and 199 under investigation. There was another incident as well for Crawford, and Crawford has now fallen off the back here. Let's take a look. Replay down through turn number 1. A little bit loose, has to catch the car, and Crawford slides his way through the glass. He doesn't lose a position to the 51 because the 51 is already a lap down here, guys, but still in 3rd place, and he's still got a lot of work to do. Let's jump back to live pictures, though, because they're battling it out side by side for the race lead. Lucas Lippert with a fantastic move down into turn number 8 has managed to stick it around the outside, and Miguel Vigo, now down in 2nd place on those slightly older tires, has a lot of work to do.
Is that because of the race spot sticker on Lucas Lippert's spoiler at the back right there? I mean, we've said it time and again, if you had the race spot sticker at the back of your car, you do get a couple of tenths advantage here and there. But jokes aside, good move there by Lucas, making his presence felt. He said, I want to go down the inside, I will go down the inside. With the fresher tires, he was able to execute that to perfection. There was a bit of a fight by Miguel Vigo, only slightly, but the kind of pace that Lucas Lippert has just found right here, it just makes him somewhat in a different league of his own. But at the back, Jack Crawford has had to put up a big fight because Hugh Jass are right there. Sven Dennel is in this car right now, and Sven will have the advantage of the draft. Here we go then.
And here we go. Is he going to look to the inside of the Red Bull F4 driver? Sven Demel, part of this Hugh Jass crew. Interesting to note as well, Hugh Jass have managed to pass Team Bergen. So Team Bergen were coming to the restart, that first car on 4 fresh tires. They're now struggling a little bit more in 5th as Huge Ass works their way up into third place. Now got to look ahead. 4 seconds is the gap to H2 Performance and the number 22 machine. Miguel Vigo doing a good job to still hang on to the rear end of the number 22 as he tries to pull away. Let's take a look, though, just for a few seconds, at some of the battles in some of your other classes, because we talked about this battle slightly earlier between one of the Bombshell cars, and that was Boosted Motorsports. Well, now Bombshell Motorsports is getting involved with Kinetic Racing, and they'll be hoping to explode a little bit here and get their way up towards the front, I would think. And as they come towards the last corner, Kinetic Racing looking a little bit slower, and Kurt Crum has handed that car over, the 286, to Eric Mickey, and Mickey now looks to try and get up into P number 4. Oh, and I've just noticed something else on my timing screen, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at another RacespotTV replay, and something else has happened, unfortunately, for this cursed car of the 63, and that is a bizarre place to lose it, in fact, as well. Let's see if we can grab a better look at this incident, I would say, because he loses this one on the exit of the corner and then manages to flip-flop around until he loses it all around.
I think he saw the tire barrier and went, up, don't want to hit that, and then proceeded to spin into the grass and almost hit the guardrail and the concrete wall. But again, no contact, but it's been a rough day for that crew. As we look back here at the 251, sliding and into the tire barrier, that's going to be a little hard.
That was a hard contact for the 251, who we just saw, by the way, involved in that incident that also involved the Alpine Stars geodesic car. You see now the 251 having to be very patient as he works his way to find an opportunity to get back onto track. There you go, finally able to reverse back. And Tristan Martz is actually down onto pit lane this time around. Let's jump back to the battle for your overall race lead. Look at Miguel Vigo doing a great job here to hang on to the tail of the 22 with his slightly older tires. You look back as well as Crawford tries to hold off Team Bergen behind. Team Bergen starting to slip away a little bit here, Sumo. Huge Ass has not really been able to run away from them, but those slightly newer tires the number 46 has, you do not want to waste them getting stuck behind a slightly slower car.
They are tires in the prime condition. You want to be using them to get back up the top. Sticking behind can be frustrating, can leave you scratching your head at times, and also leave big flat spots on your tires as well. As I say that, Team Bergen are looking for something down the inside of Team Feisty Forward, and they do get it done. So Jack Crawford sadly losing a bit of grip as the laps go past, and eventually that pace is falling away, and Team Bergen the first to grab hold to all of that. It's been a good battle in the Porsche Carrera Cup category. All the cars within seeing distance of each other, they can all see each other here and there. When you compare that to the kind of things that we have in the GT4 category with all the leaders 3 and 2 odd seconds away from each other, it's good to see something quite like that then. On the whole though, it's all about who can maintain the most patience at this stage, because these folks have been driving for quite a while. Most of them have not swapped drivers around. They're the same people who did 15 minutes of qualifying and then came back to do this extremely long first stint. Can they just hold on here?
Well, we'll see what happens. One more pit lane infraction penalty, by the way. Jason Gerard, the 174 SRN Motorsports 3-second pit lane violation. Going to be a drive-through penalty, and what a penalty that is at this round. The 30 seconds you lose in the pit lane delta, that is not going to help some of these teams as they try and recover from some difficult races. Jump back once again, though, to the race lead. I don't know how, guys, Miguel Vigo is doing this, but I wonder if, as we see the Alpine Stars geodesic BMW heading down onto the pit lane, I wonder if Vigo is now saving some fuel. We'll jump on board with the number 62 as he tucks in behind the rear wing of the number 22. He looks to the inside for just a moment, just shows his nose, then gets off the throttle, backs out of the corner, just releases the pressure on Lippert in front while continuing to stay as close as he can. Vigo on the 11th lap of his stint. Next time he comes down the pit lane, he will be giving the car over to one of his teammates.
Yeah, that's going to be key, and keeping him in this top fight is going to be key of coming down the pit road. So saving as much fuel, extending the stint as long as possible. Miguel has done a really fantastic job as he pulls up again behind the 22, just sticks his nose out, just a little like, hey, I'm here still. You're not getting away anytime soon, buddy.
And for those wondering, by the way, yes, live timing is available, timing71.org. Head over there to keep up to date with your favorite drivers and teams because, well, unfortunately, while there's some great battling at the front of your Porsche 911 Cup class, taking a look at your TCR race leader as things run, and while there is a battle, I would say, at the front of your TCR class, you see Ollie Peacock right in the background of the shot. It's being broken up and being brought together every so often by the lap traffic. So right now, this battle at the front of TCR continues to develop as we wait to see what the rest of your cars are going to do. Let's jump to some action, by the way, in the GT4 category. Team Hella Media in a battle with No Luck EM Sport, SRN Orange, also there, the 175 car. We've seen two of their cars having some issues, but there goes AOD Racing as well, part of this group. They're not on the lead lap. AOD Racing had some technical issues before even getting to the green flag, and as a result, well, AOD Racing down already 2 laps on their class leader. But here we go, car 161 Team Hella Media, and still some good battling happening here on the edge of the top 10.
Most of these cars are battered and bruised to quite an extent. We've got Mike Young in the number 175 SRN Motorsports orange car, who's also following behind, only 4 tenths away, and he's got a battered and bruised car as well. So in the GT4 cars, they are displaying their war signs with great pride, and they are trying to fight their way around. It's been a fun race so far, and they are pushing the limits extremely hard over here, just trying to really get as much as they possibly can. And it's a good mix of Audis, a good mix of Porsches and BMWs here. And meanwhile, Ollie Peacock in the number 285 in the TCR category, that is, has just set an overall best for the category. So he's someone who's taking the intensity levels up a notch and is showing all the other drivers in his class what he can do. He's in P number 2 in category for the Full Send Racing team.
And Ollie Peacock actually one of the stronger drivers in this Full Send Racing lineup. He's also a real-world race engineer for a GT3 outfit, so brings a lot of real-world experience into the virtual world. And let's take a look at some issues for one of the Hell Racers car. That's the number 16 and Hampus Baz, who's around and going repeatedly, knocking himself into that tire barrier. We'll wait for him to finally try and get back in a safe spot. You can see lighting up the rears as there comes the Alpine Stars BMW. Not going to be too happy with that rejoin as Baz continues to struggle to get back up to racing speed. Let's take a look at this replay, though, coming down into turn number 5.
Another close fight, looks like, with the Fisher Motorsports car, and this is just a send it type of move that he made. Gets in the gravel, spins. Oh no!
And his teammate there in the 26 had nowhere to go. Let's take a jump on board there as you see the teammate spinning out in front of him, and the damage done to the front nose of the 26 car, and unfortunately then had to go defensive as Maniti Racing tried to get the move done.
Thankfully, it wasn't teammate to teammate on, racing contact, but it was just something that could not be avoided. Motorsport car sees the Hell Racer go super deep, and when you go deep like that and you have that much acceleration trying to get on the track through the gravel, it's just not a good idea.
Now, and we'll see here, look at the margin between those two teammates as Hampus Baz comes to the inside of turn number 5. Not where you want to be. Definitely not the optimum racing line, for example, but we'll jump back to the live pictures in the battle for your overall race lead once again, because huge ass Sven Demel has caught up to this chasing group. There we go. We'll jump on board with Demel as you see Vigo down the inside of Lippert as he tries to get back to the overall race lead, but Vigo not able to do it as Demel manages to go a little bit deep. He's managed to cost himself just a few seconds time as Vigo continues to put the pressure on as they start to catch some GT4 traffic in front of them. This will be an opportunity potentially to use the traffic to make a move happen. And whenever I talk about traffic and moves happening, I always think of Mika Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher at Spa-Francorchamps. Who can forget down the Kemmel Straight, splitting one of the lapped cars. Häkkinen down to the inside, Schumacher around the outside into Les Combes, and guess what? Häkkinen made it work. We'll see if Vigo's going to try and get the same thing done here. We are, by the way, going to take a RaceSpot fan immersion in just a few seconds. So what? Before we do that, as we see Lucas Lippert getting very sketchy there, coming through the kink, trying to pass some lapped cars. Let's go ahead and take a look then at the rundown as things stand. So in this 911 Cup class, we're watching the battle at the front of your field. H2 Performance SRT leading from the number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, with Huge Ass, the number 37, in close pursuit. Team Bergen fiercely forward, NAB Racing and Fisher Motorsports, the top 7 with Hell Racers, number 26, the 8th place car, as that Huge Ass number 37 continues to apply pressure onto the number 62 of Vigo. Then let's take a look at GT4, and still trying to figure out exactly what happened to the number 148 Team Heiskeveld Porsche 718 Cayman, but unfortunately, they had a long pit stop, and now H Motorsports has a 15-second commanding gap over the rest of their class. RC Clubsport doing a good job to climb up into P number 3. Look at the rest of your order. Ad Hoc Gaming, Pneumatic Motorsports, Heli Media, No Luck EM Sport, and SRN Motorsports, number 175 in 8th position in class. Final class in your running order. So let's run through the TCR order, because Impulse Racing, number 222, leads by just 0.2 of a second from Full Send Racing and the 285. 285 had some issues very early on in the race. They've had to fight back, but here they are, still with an opportunity of the race win with less than an hour to go. Pure Sims Esports in 3rd, Bombshell Motorsports in 4th, with RSR Esport by G Performance, Team Heiskeveld, the 248 in 6th, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the 200, and Fiercely Forward 234 in 8th place in class. So it's time for some RaceSpot fan immersion. We're going to jump on board the number 37 car, Sven Demel, for Huge Ass Racing, trying to get to the overall race lead. He's a few laps at Road America in the Porsche 911 Cup car. So a slightly shorter RacespotTV fan immersion than we may have anticipated, but as you saw on your screen, contact made as huge-ass number 37 tried to do battle with Miguel Vigo and the number 62 Alpinestars geodesic racing car. They fought it out for second place on the track. Let's take a look at a RacespotTV replay then, as we see Sven Demel down the inside of number 161 Hell Media car in through turn number 3. RacespotTV replay though of contact. There you'll see the tail end of it. Sven Demel trying to poke his nose in a place where it didn't really have too much business being, but let's take another look at this from an aerial look, and we'll slow this one down as well. You can see the AOD Racing BMW checked up in front of them, so Sven tried to send it to the inside, but, you know, unfortunately, guys, for Miguel Vigo, not much he could do, and we take another look at this one in just a few seconds' time at racing speed. I mean, just an unfortunate one, and not much that Vigo could really do.
No, he was checking up for the slower BMW GT4 traffic ahead, and unfortunately, Huge Ass decided to take the opportunity and try and stick his nose down there. As you said, place probably where he shouldn't have been. But I'm curious how much damage is on Vigo's car and how fast he's going to be able to go. And yeah, it's just an unfortunate accident there.
Having a few technical issues, I apologize for that, but here we go. Let's take another look at this one. Starts slightly earlier as Vigo defends hard underneath the Corvette bridge. Demel looking for a way by. Riding on board with the number 37 now as we run up to the kink, and yeah, it's going to be a hard one for Race Control to try and figure this one out, Sumo, because, you know, I really think that this is going to be a tough one to actually hand down the penalty. Yes, there is definitely an incident there, but how exactly does Race Control see this one? Well, we'll have to wait and find out.
No, it's a critical one that could define the entire race, because these guys are fighting essentially for the top of the series. So things could change big time right here. It's properly big news in terms of how the whole race, and in fact the whole championship could go in the long run. Man, the gift that keeps on giving the series, essentially.
It really is. Let's take another look at some replays that happened while we were under fan immersion. Justin Ram, well, unfortunately for him, we saw him bring out the caution flag slightly earlier, and this time around, we see him getting it wrong through the very, very high-speed kink section. Does a good job to hang on to that one in the aftermath of the incident, but for Ram, that might be more damage than they're going to be able to overcome with 50 minutes left in this race. We'll see what the number 2 machine is going to be able to do. We've seen a lot of cars having issues through the kink throughout this session, if we include the qualifying portion of the broadcast as well, but let's give you some updates then. Let's start with GT4. Currently leading this class, H Motorsports, Andrew Hopley behind the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4. And, well, unfortunately, Jonathan, the Team Heiskenveld drivers were able to get back to us under fan immersion, give us a little bit of a race update, and, well, there's a good reason that that 148 car that took the pole position in this class is no longer at the front of the field.
Yeah, huge contact under caution. I believe the 253 or the 153. It's hard to tell from the number. Huge contact underneath the safety car. Caused the 148 to hit him and slide and hit the outside barrier, and tons of required repairs on that car. So unfortunately, they are out of the race. But now for the 125, this is pretty much a, you know, in the bag sort of thing. He's doing consistent lap times. He's been one of the fastest guys in the sport field. And really, it's just a matter of keeping your car clean and not having any mistakes for this team.
Don't do it. Don't put the commentator's curse on any of these guys. That's all I'm going to say.
I put the curse on myself. I'm a walking bag of irony.
Well, fortunately, you're not competing. I mean, imagine if Nolan had put some kind of bad luck on himself. But let's take a look then at TCR once again, because battle at the front of your field continues to rage on. And look at that behind them as well. Got the Hella Media GT4 car and the number 62 Alpinestars Geodesic Racing Cup car trying to make their way by as the battle for class honors rages on. And we must kind of just note here, drivers, note here, guys, that there is going to be some pit stop strategy that comes into effect in this class here, because we're looking at a shorter fuel stop for the one and only stop left in this race. However, we are expecting the Impulse Racing car, which is actually down on pit lane now. I was too busy looking at my notes trying to figure that one out, but they are down onto pit lane, and they're going to have a slightly longer pit stop, as you can see there. Kevin Weinrich back into the car, and he takes over from his teammate.
So the Porsche 911 class as well. Vigo, Crawford getting out of the car from fiercely forward. Quentin Vellante getting in the car. And they make repair damage on the 62 unknown. Ralph van der Linden now behind the wheel as the Impulse Racing car. 31-second stop, not bad. We'll see if they'll be able to maintain the lead.
This will be interesting, and we can't forget, guys, that I mean, all it takes is one more safety car to come out and totally shake up the running order. So anything is possible here in the IVRA series, and that's one thing that's great. You have the added possibilities as a result of having these safety car strategies.
And especially so in the TCR class, because for them at this stage, it's all about pushing hard till the very finish. They do not need any more stops. They can just go in and keep doing what they're doing until the very end. No more need for saving or any of that sense. It's just a flat send to the finish. And now it's full send racing. Ollie Peacock in the lead of this category. And he's got a big gap for him. In fact, he's got 11 odd seconds, no, if 8 odd seconds to the next car of the DCR category. It would be Stuart McFadden for the Pure Esports car, as the Geodesic Racing team have all of a sudden seen their chances of a good result go away in the barrier.
And that is Raf van der Linden, who had literally just gotten behind the wheel of that car. We saw that car coming down to have their pit stop. Let's take a look then at the RacespotTV replay. What has happened here for Alpine Stars Geodesic? They're making their way past the bombshell TCR car. Gets it wrong under braking at turn number 3, and they just slow roll it into the tire barrier that time around. But for Raf van der Linden, that is going to be a major confidence shaker, given that he has just gotten behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, on cold tires, just sends it down the inside. I understand the lack of urgency in that 62 car, but now it's going to be a big setback. He's down in the 10th position, still a top 10 finish, so an okay points day, but you have some of your rivals, Team Bergen and Hugh Jass, still having good days, have been out of trouble, and you're down in 10th. It's probably not where this team wants to be.
Well, if you are Miguel Vigo or Raf van der Linden, I'm sure you're doing your safety car dance that they perfected last time out at the IVRA Endurance Series. I'm just doing a little bit of a jiggle myself here, but come on, guys, you can't. This is the second race in a row that such a strong driver lineup has had issues like this. They've shown their pace earlier in the race, had a few issues. Raf having this little spin has put himself in a difficult position. And unless we get another safety car, this is a team that's not going to get the type of result that their performance has really warranted. Last time out, the IVRA Endurance Series, they led almost 70% of that race until they got themselves stuck a lap down, and it took a last-minute safety car with 20 minutes to go, guys, to bring them back into the battle to win that one. So, sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you get unlucky.
I think it's just a matter of consistency and nerves. We saw, in that race, Miguel Vigo spun himself out on the restart. Now it's Raf van der Linden getting in the car here, going for a trip in the gravel right out of pit road. It's just a matter of getting those key moments right, the in, the out laps, the restarts, making sure you stay out of trouble. It's these little things, I think, that are keeping Geodesic away from utter domination.
Well, utter domination aside, I mean, it's just such a disappointing start to the season, I'm sure, for these IVRA competitions, for the Alpine Star teams. They've got teams entered in every single category of this competition. Not going to be getting the results that they would have wanted, and unfortunate, but nevertheless, it's the way it goes. And he didn't just spin it out from the lead one time, Jonathan. We must remember Miguel Vigo, IVRA Endurance restarts, well, not once, but twice, from the lead of the race, losing it through La Source all by himself. And well, now Raf van der Linden is responsible for a similar type of incident, as more cars, by the way, down onto the pit lane in your GT4 category as they work their way. This might be their final stop of the race as well, so interesting stops here. Hugh Jass Sport just leaving the pit lane right now. The Ad Hoc Gaming number 124 car being driven by Danny Gysa. making their way out of pit lane as well. Interesting though, huge ass sport. Only 16 seconds spent in the pit box, so that's a very short stop relative to the rest of their competition. That will be an interesting one to watch how that plays out. Let's take a look though, guys, at the battle in TCR once again. Ollie Peacock, once again, back out to the lead of a TCR race. A familiar position for the Full Send Racing driver. However, we saw the Impulse Racing car diving down onto pit lane a little while ago, coming across the start line one more time, as we see on screen right now. But there you can see the gap to the leaders. Almost a full minute's time. And if we're to do some math here, Sumo, see 57 seconds, the gap to the leader. Continue looking on screen right now. You'll see the pit lane time for Kevin Weinrich, and that was a 1 minute, 2 second pit stop. If we're doing the basic math here, and we know that Ollie Peacock doesn't have to do a driver change, we're looking at maybe a pit stop time of maybe 26, maybe 25 seconds. Peacock has the race lead back once again. However, that delta means that we're looking at a shootout in the last 40 minutes of the race here. Who wants this race more? And once we get back into the draft battle, who is going to strategize to play this perfectly?
Yes, indeed, and Impulse Racing have just got the best driver in the car for this situation. Kevin Weinrich has done a lot of TCRs on a different simulator that's known for TCRs. I'm not going to name it right here, but he is one driver who knows this car in and out. In fact, he's done multiple community leagues and he's done quite a bit of iRacing too. So here's one man who knows a fair bit about the TCR cars. For him now, as Jonathan mentioned, it's all about being consistent and keeping your nerves together. Because in a situation like this, you are feeling so excited, you're pumped up, you want that race win for yourself, and you just turn up the intensity levels to 11. And that just reminds me of Alain Prost, who had the approach of driving as fast as he could at 95%. Perhaps that's something that could come into mind right here, because at Road America, mistakes are always looming large around the corner. And now, Ollie Peacock is in the pits, he's on the jacks, he's taking tires. It should be fun.
So Peacock in pit lane. Fuel and tires is the service. No rear tires, we should point out here. The front tires do all the working in these front wheel drive cars. You put down the power, you do the steering, and that wears them out a lot. The rears often, even after 3 or 4 stints, might have 90% wear, if you can still believe that. Or rather, 90% of their tread left would be the correct way to say that. But Impulse Racing, Kevin Weinrich rounds the last corner. 40 minutes to go as Full Send Racing off the jacks and rolling down pit lane. Total time in pit box for Ollie Peacock was 24 seconds. So he should have a good, healthy buffer as he comes down out of pit lane. Weinrich across the start-finish line this time. There you can see one of the Team Heiskewell, that's the 248 machine, coming down pit lane as well. What's the gap going to be, though, as Weinrich gets to the pit exit? There you can see he's already now lost quite a bit of time to the Full Send car. In fact, so much time, guys, that if we see Ollie Peacock's already on the way down to turn number 5.
Peacock is checked out away from that car, and it's going to be a huge gap. 23-second stop, only less than a minute spent in pit lane, and he was about 60 seconds behind. So it's a good stop for the Full Send team, and they're now in a very good position, I think, to capitalize and take a win here.
Absolutely. We'll see what happens there. There's a car off the track, by the way. I'm just trying to see exactly where that is. Yannick Hignet, the driver.
There's a Fisher Motorsport car off the track as well.
That might have been the car I was looking for then, because I do believe that would make sense. In fact, yes, you go. There we go. There is the stricken car. Yannick Hignet still having some issues. This might be another safety car, guys, as he pulls to the side of the road. He stopped. He will be requesting permission from race control to tow back to pit lane, and if not, they will throw the safety car. Let's stick with this as he continues to try and get back up to speed. There you can see Team Heiskewell TCR alongside one of the huge-ass cars. Hignet continues to try and roll around the course. What is happening to him here?
Heavy damage. Or as you can see, the car does not appear to be driving straight, and I think he was trying to wait for a good slot to slot in. As we go to the race spot replay, with a TCR car, hits the side, and actually doesn't appear to have hit anything.
That would be the Torque Freak Racing TCR as well, by the way. So that's the car that the number 85 had that scrap with. Let's see if potentially Oh my word, that's an unsafe rejoin for sure, and I'm sure the 285 is on the horn right now to his teammates saying, what was that? But for Hignett, as we continue to watch him, let's jump back to the live pictures and see if he's back up to any type of racing speed, because he's still going around the track. He's got fellow class competition around him now. World of Sim Racing right behind him. Number 52 trying to get back up to racing speed. It does appear as though the 85 has managed to get away with one there, guys. We got lucky. There was the opportunity for a safety car, and while Hignett comes down onto pit lane, let's take a look then at a few more RacespotTV replays. There's been a few more issues while we were examining that one. This was for Spencer McCarthy, continuing what has been a terrible day for the Alpine Stars geodesic crew, as he gets launched into the barriers there by one of the World of Sim Racing cars.
And the iZone cars, unfortunately, have not had a good day at all. The 51 on the inside, and I don't think the geodesic car thought he was going to go down there. Not really enough room given on the part of the 200. And the safety car is now out. Caution is now out as Huge Ass had just come down pit lane. Same with Fisher Motorsport 85, and this is going to throw a wrench into a lot of people's plans.
Oh my word, have Huge Ass just managed to time this perfectly. There you can see the reason for the safety car, by the way. Spencer McCarthy still stricken on the track. He's finally been given permission from race control to head back to pit lane, so there we go. But oh my, let's take a look then. Huge Ass Sven Demel down on pit lane. Guys, has he just timed this perfectly? Because he's going to come out of pit lane, be at the end of the queue, and I mean, all of these cup cars, for the most part, do still need one more stop to get till the end here. Huge Ass, brand new tires, brand new full tank of fuel here. As he gets back out onto the track because the pit lane exit apparently was open. We will have to wait and see, though, if the number 37 has exited a closed pit lane. So lots of intrigue has just been thrown up right now, and with 36 minutes to go, my oh my, anything can happen. It's anyone's game.
And this is a really big heartbreak for Team Bergen and NAB Racing. They have yet to pit and are now caught out underneath the safety car after that big accident. As they get a replay here. So appears to be the Owners Club Porsche, the 121. It just came out of pit road. It was a little wide and, well, it looked cool. Probably the wrong way for sure. And that was close as well.
So two incidents around the same time. This is not why the safety car is out. Let's take a look at this replay once again. RacespotTV replay down in towards the kink. World of Sim Racing.
Oh, no.
Looking to the inside, and oh my word. That's just not... Sumo, especially in these front-wheel drive machines where, you know, so much load is being put through the front tires, those TCRs just physically cannot get around the corner in the type of way that World of Sim Racing wanted. So a very bizarre move there from one of the 911 Cup cars.
Yeah, the TCR cars have some Gotthard understeer over there, so there's not much that they can do, the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. And naturally, because they're a bit limited in that way, you see the Porsche Carrera Cup car come in. And he just gets launched into orbit. He has to... The TCR car just cannot go on the outside line. They just can't control the understeer if they go there. They're just going for a one-way trip to the barriers. The Porsche comes in and says, hey, you TCR car, Mr. Slowboat, get aside for me. And, well, two people on the same space of real estate, that's probably not going to end well. And guess what? It hasn't.
Also getting confirmation, by the way, in our YouTube chat from one of the Alpine Stars geodesic racing members. Team Huge Ass, the number 37, left a closed pit. So they're going to drop all the way to the tail end of this field on the restart. This is drama, and this is exactly what happened at the end of the IVRA endurance race. Deja vu. Late race caution. Some teams getting caught out by that pit exit. And we must point out here, Jonathan, the pit exit is not... It's not that you're not allowed to come down onto pit exit and to leave the pits, but while... Until race control has reopened the pit lane exit, you're not allowed to leave, and Huge Ass did that. They will be getting that end-of-line penalty. This is all a manual process as well. This is what the series organizers have built out, trying to provide the most authentic racing experience possible.
And unfortunately for the organizers, however, they have been very busy. That incident between the 62 and the 37 of, the geodesic and the Huge Ass car that we've been mentioning, unfortunately has not even been reviewed yet, as there's still a little bit of an argument for the recent penalty for the 286, a Tier 10 2-minute stop and go. That's currently been an argument right now, but this changes everything. However, for the 22, with Thomas Emerson behind the wheel, this may be a great thing.
And for some of the people wondering in our chat about the weather conditions, yes, it is a very, very overcast day. Reminder, live timing and scoring available. timing71.org/s/racespot. Head there directly to keep up to date with your favorite drivers throughout the race. And we must note here, Sumo, air temperature 25 degrees Celsius, track temperature 27 degrees Celsius, but then you have the cloud cover. It's what the iRacing service calls moderate cloud cover.
Yeah, right. Moderate in what way of the world? I wonder. It's getting completely dark right here. Not completely dark, but it's still pretty overcast, as you can see from this lovely shot. Just the perfect conditions for racing. It's nice and windy. It's all cool. The drivers have a really good opportunity of pushing hard and extracting the maximum from these cars, because remember, when the track temperatures are lower, that's when the pace is faster. That's when you have more grip for you. And the grip is what you'll be reaching out and seeking in this final part of the race, because it's a 30-minute sprint. This is just promising to be a very, very chaotic and entertaining final stint of the race. As are we seeing a couple of cars just being allowed to go back to the back, Arjuna, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so some cars getting their wave around. That's what you'll see left-hand side of the track, cars getting wave arounds. If they're in between the pace car and their overall class leader, they will get that wave around back. So if you take a look at the front of your field, for example, you'll see one of the World of Sim Racing cars in between the pace car and your leading number 8 NAB car. So they should get a wave around in just a matter of time. But wow. Looking at the strategy, guys, things have been mixed up. We've got 3 cars at the front of the overall classification. NAB Racing, the number 8. The number 26, Hell Races Gluttony. The number 16, Hell Races Tershine. None of them have come down pit lane for 24 laps. And by the time we get back under green flag action, there you can see, by the way, World of Sim Racing getting that wave around. So going to get one of their laps back. Will be interesting to see here how they decide to play it, because these are cars that are all going to be coming back down the lane in a matter of time, I would have to assume, especially in the case of having done 25 laps already with 30 minutes to go. There's no way you can extend this phase of the race to make this on just without needing to come back down for a splash and dash.
Yeah, they're probably trying to save as much fuel under the safety car as possible. Maybe waiting for pit road to open and get a quick splash, but again, for right now, I really do think the 22 is in a good spot. The Hell Racers team has been, you know, in a difficult position, unfortunately. They've had a collision with each other, but they're still in contention, and this safety car has definitely helped them.
So we're just waiting to see how many laps under safety car we still have left. Cars are still coming out of the pit lane, so at least one more additional lap, I would assume, as we try and get everyone gathered up and organized once again behind the pace car, ready to go racing. Steen Ledger, team boss for Full Send Racing, saying about 25 minutes to go once we get back to green flag racing. As what is the safety car doing? You see those tire tracks there on the right-hand side of the screen? Well, they're brought out by the Porsche iRacing safety car. They're not one of our competitors. So clearly the safety car experimenting with track limits, just like some of the competitors at another endurance race are doing this weekend. The it seems more like, I don't know how much of endurance racing you guys have seen in the past, but watching some of these, what is going on here? Sorry, I'm very lost, because Matthias Dehane from Maniti Racing has had some kind of issue. Let's take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened here.
I think this is a case that happened similar to what happened to the Heichfeld car. There's going to be a stack up coming up to the bridge. Yeah, right here, the 13 checks up, and then, yeah, it's just a massive collision. Someone went in the air, even. I think the Mattini Racing got in the back of that BMW ahead. Yeah, it's just a matter of people checking up.
And that's the Clubsport SimRC Clubsport car that got caught up in that one as well. SimRC not really enjoying this one here at all. So Maniti Racing and Matthias Dehaney, as I get that one out properly, as they now try and regain their place in the queue. And my, that was dangerous driving there as they try and slot back into the safety car order. But things happen under safety car, and we try not to miss it here on the RacespotTV replay. Our eyes are always watching. Don't think that you can get away with stuff. As take a look back out to the front of the field. Lights are still on the pace car, so at least one more lap under safety car here. And looking at 3 minutes 33 in terms of lap time under safety car. So when we go back to racing, guys, about 24 minutes. And I'm sure all of these teams are trying to do the math right now, trying to figure out exactly how many laps are left so they can plan out exactly how aggressive they want to be here, Sumo.
Yeah, they can indeed. They just have to balance things out eventually, trying to see what happens. And what we saw in the back, a clear case of the concertina effect coming up. Hope that the damage does not impact them as much.
And
Right,
so
It's open. Pit road is not open?
No,
Or
Pit road is open, yeah.
pit road is open, and here comes all of those cars I was expecting down onto the pit lane. So give us a lapse time and we'll give you some updated standings for how the positions run. But as they come down the pit lane, it's a whole multitude of cars. NAB Racing, Hell Racers Gluttony, Hell Racers Tershine, also in Team 11 in your GT Cup class. Then in GT4, you're looking at the Team Hella Media car. Then you're looking at Pneumatic Motorsports, SRN Motorsports Orange, down onto the pit lane alongside No Luck EM Sport. Then in TCR, 285 currently leads that race. They're still out. I'm trying to look for other takers down onto pit road in that class. The only taker on pit road in TCR, in fact, is the Kinetic Racing Speed 284. So that car not exactly where they would have wanted to be. And Jonathan, what have you noticed in terms of this pit lane process?
right now seems clean so far, but it's been less penalties early on. We haven't actually had a pit lane infraction issue since about an hour into the race, and as cars get on the track, handful of GT4s, a handful of 911s. Again, this came out at a bad time for all of these drivers. Oh, and a little issue as the 13 apparently gets bumped off by the huge-ass racing machine, and that's probably not going to be talked about well in the Discord.
Well, when you're coming out of pit lane, you do have that zipper. That often happens as they merge, and I know that was a point of contention for some of the cars that were trying to understand the pit lane rules. And, you know, Sumo, it's something that we can just briefly touch on while we wait one more lap under caution, it's looking like. I mean, how do you describe this? Well, one team was complaining that if they were at the back of the pit lane for whatever reason, but one of their competitors was at the front of the pit lane, they were trying to figure out exactly how that would work from a strategy standpoint, because obviously if the pit exit is closed, right, Sumo? Well, the car that's at the back of the pit lane can't necessarily merge back into the fast lane if there's no space, but at the same time, the car at the front of the pit lane, if it wasn't able to get into their box, do they have permission to go into the slower lane to get to their box if the fast lane is blocked? And all I can say is, this is one of the elements of sim racing and endurance racing that I really love to see.
You've got me all puzzled up here, and I can't quite seem to find an answer to all of that. I mean, of course, it has a big impact on the way things go, because normally you have the faster teams up ahead and all the behind. But no, I'm actually pretty perplexed about this, to be honest with you. I'm afraid I don't have the answer to this.
I think that's the right answer, to be honest, because it's one that I've spent the last few days just marinating this thought in my head, and I'm still a bit confused about how best to approach it. But lights are off on the iRacing pace car this time around. So Jonathan, ready to go racing this time around?
I'm not so sure. I'm seeing in the Discord chat right now, they're reporting to race control. I did note that the red lights were still on at the pit road entrance. That's the little NASCAR lights that they've added to all the NASCAR tracks run on the iRacing service. Some teams have gotten 40-second stop goes.
What?
Notably the Hell Racers team that was at the front of the field. So there is a couple complaints, and we shall see if we actually do go back green or not. And the pace car lights are back on, as race control may need another lap or two to figure this out.
So 1 or 2 more laps under pace car then, and Just an opportunity for us to gather our breaths and get ready for what I'm sure is going to be a wild finish. Season opener here in IVRA competition. There's been a lot of teams that were screwed by this safety car, and using the words of Anders Meyer for Team Bergen, we'll hope to talk to maybe some of the drivers in post-race interviews, talk to them about all of these safety car procedures and whatnot, because second time in 2 races in the IVRA competitions, in the IVRA Endurance Series just a few weeks ago, late race safety car. Here we go, season opener for the IVRA Clubsport Series, late race safety car. It's always nice, but still reading in this Discord server, Jonathan, because there's a lot of confusion going on across all of the classes. I think it's fair to say some teams are talking about how the pit lane was open, others are saying no, it wasn't open, some are saying you have to wait. And yeah, it genuinely seems like a lot of confusion from some of these teams about what is fundamentally one of the selling points about this league, one of the unique things that they do. And you think back to even that pit lane infraction, for example, the 3-second penalty you can get for moving in between the fast and the slow lane in too slower fashion. I mean, they're just basic rules in many ways, and other than, you know, being caught out by safety cars, which I think is a totally different situation, which is what we saw with the huge ass car, the number 37. Well, they did everything right. They completed their pit stop until they got to the pit road exit, and then they totally forgot that they can't leave the pit exit when pit exit is closed. So lots of confusion, I think, but this is round number 1, 6 races in this calendar. A lot of opportunity for these teams to figure out where they went wrong today.
I think the other confusion comes from, I think Race Control came and said something over the iRacing chat, because I think that's where the confusion comes in, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these, you know, the top teams that are in the Porsche 911 Cup is saying things, but not anything from the TCRs, because they may have opened pit road as cars were coming down, so some got penalties and some didn't. And then there's also still the confusion over the Mantini incident from a few laps prior, where there was a bit of an accordion effect. So there's a lot of confusion. I'm sure Race Control is a very, very busy place right now.
Absolutely, and we should give a shout out to some of the members of that Race Control team. You're looking at the likes of Casper DeCourt, Julian Bell, Richard Bell, Kyle Burney. I'm sure I'm forgetting names there. You got some of their steward members, John Ford, Pascal, Juan Marcos, Tom Stanley. So lots of people in Race Control, and I'm sure they are busy trying to sort things out. And not just that, they've also got lots of work to look ahead to. You have the 2 IVRA Club Cup races that we saw before we got to this that stewards are going to have to go back and review as well, since no live race control in that series. Lights are off this time around on the pace car, though. We'll see if we go back to green flag racing with 20 minutes to go. And a 20-minute sprint to take home round number 1, the 4th season of IVRA Clubsport competition. Sumal, it's been a fun 2 hours so far as the clock continues to tick away. 20 minutes still to go. Out front, who do you think is going to take this one home? The H2 Performance car, or you think some of the other cars might have the opportunity to slot their way up into the race lead?
Well, I'm pretty confident about the H2 Performance car. We know what we're getting from them. They've been extremely consistent, and the same can be said for Huge Ass, but I think Team Fiercely Forward have been a bit of the dark horse of sorts. They've been there or thereabout. And the driver in that car is one who I've watched quite a bit, and he is a bit of an ace, a bit of a Popinji of sorts. It's Quinton Violate. And in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup that we had here in RacespotTV, he was one driver who impressed me quite a bit. With him there in P number 3, I think you could expect quite a bit of excitement. And then we've got Team Maniti Racing and Fishing Motorsport behind too, with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. That's only for the GT3 Cup category. There's still a lot more categories to look out for, but on the whole, it should be an amazing fun sprint.
So 20 minutes to go to decide. Round number 1, 2.4 hours of racing action at Road America comes down to this, as H2 Performance and Thomas Asmussen gets off to a roaring start. The question still remains, though, by the way. Huge Ass, the number 37, currently running second in class. Are they going to get an end-of-line penalty for leaving a closed pit lane? So lots of drama. So we take a look at the front runners as they work their way down, out through turn number 1 into turn number 2. Let's take a look, though, as well, at your GT4 race leader, because Huge Ass, number 137, currently leads that class. There's a lot of work for them still to do, because they've got the likes of Ad Hoc Gaming and SimRC Clubsport in close pursuit behind them. Still 2 seconds or so separates the front 3 cars in that class. Let's jump it back, though, to your battle in TCR, because Full Send Racing and Ollie Peacock, the 285, continue to be in a very, very strong position. They work down in towards turn number 5. The gap to Impulse Racing in second place currently stands as 0.6 of a second. There's much action further behind them as well. You can see 2 GT4 cars going side by side, separating Peacock from the chasing pack behind them as they go in towards the Corvette Bridge. There's a slow running car there. That's the Porsche Owners Club GT4 car. Michael Robin at the wheel right now, going very, very slowly as H Motorsports tries to charge back up to the front of your field. What has happened to H Motorsports here? They've had a 6-minute 51-second pit stop in the last few moments' time.
Oh no!
There's more contact as Heiskenveld goes side by side with Team 11, and more contact. This is crazy on the restart here.
Guys are pushing for every position they can get. Some aren't in the lead lap, some are just pushing for pride, and some have opportunities. Team 11 has been one of the ones to suffer as we have Huge Ass going down the inside into Canada Corner for that 22. Very, very good on the brakes, but you said it, Sumo. That 34 is a dark horse, and I want to take him out of dark horse. He's a contender. He's up here, and he's fighting for the win.
Incident. Samsoid Emerald, something's happened coming through the carousel. Let's take a look at a RacespotTV replay for Greg Hubler. What has happened to him? I'm assuming something with another car, given all the chaos that we've been witnessing. It looks as though it might be with the AOD Racing BMW that we saw having technical issues very early on. That's going to be small incident then for those 2 cars, and Hubler's able to get back up to racing speed as quickly as possible. Back at the front of your field, they're almost 3 wide down into turn number 1. Violate took a look to the inside before thinking better of it. Question still remains, though, is Sven Demel in second place looking at a penalty for that pit exit? Doesn't look as though it's going to happen. Usually we'd expect a end-of-line penalty to come during the service and the safety car period, and as a result, all of this battling is bringing in Matthias Dehaene in the number 78 machine from Maniti Racing. This could be a 4-way fight for your overall race win.
Bring it on then at turn number 5. Sven Demel just tries to look for something at turn 5 once again, going to the inside line. As you mentioned, Arjuna, thinking better of it once again, realizing that it still is a long game. It's a 2.4-hour race, this one, but we still have 15 minutes on the clock. Time is ticking away. You want to be striking at the right moment, not too early, not too late, because you know with a driver like Thomas Asmussen in the H2 Performance car, you're not getting an easy cookie. You're getting someone who will fight back if needed. Coming across to the carousel here, this is a place that can really torture your corners, put them through unimaginable levels of brutality. And now we come to the final sector of the track. Violate is looking, Violate is close. Is he going to make something of the draft right here as well? You know what? He looks to the outside line this time out, but again, all these drivers realizing that still there is time left on the clock now.
Demel is having to go very defensive from Violate behind as well, and this is helping Asmussen out in front to hold on to this race lead. Around the last corner they go, just under 15 minutes to go, and Matthias Dehaene in 4th place has managed to close them up. So 1 second separates your top 4 runners overall right now. Let's take a look quickly at the battle in TCR. There you can see Full Send Racing. Ollie Peacock continues to lead, and he's got a nice healthy buffer now of over 3 seconds to Impulse Racing and the 222 behind him. This is how you use the traffic to try and build up your gaps. There you can see Impulse Racing just coming around that second to last corner, in fact. Take a quick look as well in GT4, because Huge Ass, the number 137 car, leads by 3.2 seconds from the Ad Hoc Gaming number 124 and Danny Gisa. See if this gap is going to come down. That Porsche 718 Cayman has shown some good pace today. Is he going to be able to reel in the BMW M4 out front? Taking a look back at the action out front, Demel has been passed by Violate, and Violate is on a mission now. As Demel looks to the inside for just a second, getting a little deep underbraking, forces Violate to go deep as well, but all fine up here in the top 4 runners. It is Violate, though, who continues to hound Asmussen in front of him.
Now he's planning a move, planning a charge. It looks like this 34 is the team to beat right now, but that 22 has been super defensive and super good at holding off cars behind him. We saw it earlier with Geodesic, saw it earlier when they were all fighting for the lead. His 22 car is on rails at some points, looking through the carousel, no issues.
One final reminder, by the way, live timing and scoring available. Timing71.org, 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes left in this one. Follow along with your favorite driver and keep an eye out on them as Violate now is going to look to the outside as they come in towards Canada corner. What's he going to do? Asmussen getting defensive on the inside. Violate is trying to sweep around the outside. He's going to carry the momentum, and he's going to be alongside as they head into Bill Mitchell Bend. Side by side, they still go. Violate and Asmussen. What is this final 15 minutes going to provide to us? And it's Violate who's going to take home the lead for now as he slots his way up into the lead, and they come down onto the main straight once again. It's now Demel who looks to the inside of Asmussen.
Being fiercely forward as ever, Quentin Violate moving up into the lead, and now Asmussen has to fight with Demel, and a new competitor has joined the party. Player 4 is here. Welcome Matthias de Haan for Maniti Racing. He's getting ever so closer right now as well. And Team H2 Performance, they must be on their nerves. They must be just really getting jitters at the back, because do you attack, do you defend? It's a complex situation where racing drivers, young and old, have found themselves throughout the years. It's a tricky place to be in. Do you focus on the car up ahead, or do you just let it go and preserve the position behind? That's going to be the key question right now. And interestingly enough, Arjuna, Hellracers Lutni, Dylan Lindenberg has come in the pit lane for car number 26. That's an unusual time to come in the pit lane with 11 minutes to go.
Absolutely. Taking a look as well, by the way, at our race control decisions. The number 199, that's Samsoid Emerald. Late race pit lane infraction. So they're going to be serving a drive-through penalty as now Demel looks to the inside. Turn number 7. The number 37 looks to get it done. He's going to lose a little bit of traction off the corner, and here comes Matthias de Haan up into that third and final podium position as Demel now down into 4th.
And it's going to be now a tough fight for this huge-ass team to really get around this Mantini team. Mantini was in that Constantine effect earlier under safety car, but look at that 34 car. Valente is gone.
Look at the action for third place as Demel looks to try and look to the inside of Canada corner. Maniti Racing, Matthias de Haan, he was part of the Clubsport Summer Series, and we saw this Maniti Racing crew really show just how strong they are in the Porsche 911 Cup car. But the sole representative that was running in that Summer Series now looking to close things out for Maniti Racing, but all the while, Violate. What a drive it is being for Quentin Violate, Sumil. You've seen him in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup, and as they go side by side in the background once again, Violate now has a 2-second advantage with 10 minutes to go.
These are the kind of drives that make you a big name, and in a stage like the IVRA Clubsport Series, it's a good time to make yourself shine. We see Porsche Sport here in the chat. They're going to be having a really good time right now because Violate, a driver who performed extremely well in their championship, is doing the goods right now. But now that Violate has disappeared up in the front, I'm very curious to see what Maniti Racing can do from P number 4, because Demel and Asmussen, they were scrapping against each other. Now they're all pretty close by.
And it must be said, there is lots of action up and down your field right now. You saw two Porsches going side by side in the background as we went down past turn number 1. There's lots of action in your GT4 class as well. However, let's take a look at some of that battle. Here you can see Sim RC in 4th place, trying to get past SRN, the number 174, for that third and final podium position. However, you jump to the front of that class as well. And once again, it's a GT4 car with a healthy buffer. 4.5 seconds the gap between Huge Ass and Ad Hoc Gaming. Looks like right now for Giovanni Romano. Just got to keep it clean for the remaining 9 minutes left on the clock. Let's also look then at your third and final class, your TCRs. Totally Chaotic Racing. Well, right now, a little bit more reserved, as Ollie Peacock now has a 5-second buffer to Impulse Racing and the 222 behind him. He'll be hoping to just hold on here for the 285. It's been a rough day for Full Send Racing in many ways, but nevertheless, still a long way to go in many ways for the 285. Let's jump back to the battle for second place, because Sven Demel once again putting the pressure onto Thomas Asmussen in the 22 in front of him. And Jonathan, this is an opportunity for DeMel to get the move done, and he's got to get it done this time around if he wants any hope of being able to catch Violate in front.
Violate has checked out for sure, and DeMel needs to get around this 22 car, but that 22 of Edmondson has been very, very good. I've noticed in the background, look who all of a sudden has reappeared. It's the Alpine Stars Geodesic car in the top 5 after all the issues. As now the huge S car, the 37, looking to the outside of turn 1. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? It's going to be the huge S car moving up into second place. This is a good team showing from them. They're leading in one class, second in the other. It's been a pretty good day for them.
Well, while it's been a good day for them, let's take a look at a car that has not been a good day for the SROC Racing Forces. Number 45 with Vince Peters at the wheel. Look at the damage on that car. It just tells the story for us here. The amount of contact that car has unfortunately had. We'll jump back to some live pictures, by the way, because they appear to have reset to the pit lane, so they have been given permission from race control to tow, and the live battle for second place continues to heat up as H2 Performance and Thomas Asmussen going a little bit deep into turn number 5 and losing a little bit of ground to Huge Ass in front as DeMel tries to claw in Violate out front.
And now it's not just the 911 Cup cars where the drama is big, it's all the way across the field. We've got Huge Ass doing a brilliant job in the GT4 category, and then we've got the Ad Hoc Gaming by Mayday team, Erlinsberg also be number 2. The gap is around 3.7 odd seconds with Danny Gussa behind the wheel, but there is something possible. Clearly right now, all the drama, all the action, all the focus that everyone has right now is on Matthias Tahane and Thomas Asmussen, currently in P number 3 and P4 for Team H2 and Team Meniti. It's been 2.4 hours of brilliant racing, and with 6 minutes to go, it is still not done. And now Ralph van der Linden, think of him in P number 5, he must be thinking, yeah, we've had a torrid race so far, so what? This is the chance where I go ahead and make a name for myself. These are the opportunities where you can really cement yourself as a top driver, and Raf has the chance staring right at him. 2 more cars to pass, 6 more minutes to go.
Well, and maybe an opportunity as well for Van der Linden to make up for the mistake that we saw him out on his outlap down into turn number 3 on cold tires, going wide into the tire barriers. An opportunity for him to potentially try and get that back up. I will just note as well, and Jonathan, you've seen the same thing on our race control decision board. Sven DeMel, car number 37. What can we say about what has happened other than that is huge? I mean, yes, there's no other way to say that one, Jonathan. That is huge, and for Sven DeMel, they are looking at a huge post-race time penalty.
Yeah, 55-second post-race time penalty for that earlier contest between him and the Geodesic racing car that has worked so hard to get back up here. And 55 seconds, like, yeah, that's a long ways away. That's actually all the way back in 10th place is where this car will be put after the penalty. So unfortunate, but that now means that the 22 and now Alpine Geodesic is back on the podium. Van der Linden has disposed of the Mantini racing machine.
Absolutely. This now, instead of being the battle for 3rd and 4th, is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. And Van der Linden on a mission here, trying to get back some positions, trying to get back to 2nd place. It is a race that, once again, Geodesic Racing, until a late race safety car, had some strong performances, looked good for the win, and then all by themselves put themselves in a difficult situation. Still an opportunity, though, for Van der Linden to grab onto that 2nd spot on the podium. Out front, though, Violate continues to put in some consistent lap times. Don't think anyone's going to be chasing him just yet, as we wait to see exactly what's going to happen. Meniti Racing still in there with a shout of getting a podium position. Let's look at some battles in other classes, by the way, as well. There you can see Pneumatic Motorsports, with a fantastic name and a fantastic livery, putting the pressure on SRN Motorsports, the 174. That's for the 3rd and final podium position. And guess what? That 2nd SRN car, the 175, is right in on this battle as well.
And these cars have also been through a war. These, at one point, I think were both the 174 and the 175 were involved in some form of incidents, but now to fight, and you can even see the 120 has been through a war. Look at that left front, excuse me. Very, very banged up, but they're still fighting hard, looking at the inside of the carousel now. 20, this is for the final podium position, and these points are big points right here. That in the long run, you know, fighting for a podium position with a damaged race car could prove very, very valuable.
Absolutely, and there's pride on the line as well. Third and final podium positions for 3 cars have all had a topsy-turvy race. What will it be? They come down into Canada corner. It is the Pneumatic Motorsports car looking to the inside of the 174. Scott McGarvey going to give the position to Paul Darling. And Pneumatic Motorsports might not be a name that I recognize in terms of racing, but Paul Darling is. Great to see him competing here in the IVRA competitions as well. But nonetheless, now up into 3rd place, and SRN 4th and 5th in line. They try and get back up into a podium position. Let's jump back to your overall race leader, because for Quentin Violate, just over a lap to go, guys, until he's going to be looking at getting another win for Fiercely Forward in IVRA competitions. Last time out, the IVRA Endurance Series saw Fiercely Forward take home the win in LMP AM and GT AM. However, this time, Sumo, it's the overall win. And what more could you have done? You had 2 drivers in Jack Crawford and Quentin Violate. They drove the perfect race. They did exactly what they needed to do, and they're going to take it home in just a few moments' time.
And to make things even better for them, they are going to be finishing provisionally in P number 7 in the DCR category, which is quite a good place for them to be in, mind you. So on the whole, Fiercely Forward, who have assembled quite a good team of promising drivers here and there, have come up with the goods. They have been delivering on low level. This one surely has to be their first big punch up there.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Quentin Violate being a little bit of an ace right here, and he definitely was an ace. Jack Crawford kept this car in contention, but Violate, I think, delivered the goods with those final moves, and him checking out as well. There's really no pressure from anyone behind. Yes, the huge-ass car is behind about 2 seconds, however, 55-second time penalty, so it's been a really good race for this team.
It has been, and team boss Ollie Slade in the YouTube chat already getting very excited alongside one of the sponsors. Hello, Porsche Sport. Delighted to see you here in our YouTube chat. It's just a shame that we don't have any Porsche Sport Carrera Cup action for you this weekend, but IVRA competition is always exciting. We had 2 series today. We had the Club Cup and this Club Sport race. Tomorrow, we have the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well, but underneath the Corvette bridge for the last time for Quentin Violate. Just 45 seconds left on the clock, and this will be the final lap of the race. It's been an entertaining one here. And for Violate, this might be an unexpected win in many ways. Jonathan, it's been a fun race, I think. Definitely fun. However, for Violate, like I say, I don't think this is a win they would have expected to have taken home. But like you say, that last move, the last portion of the race, they really stepped up, and Violate doing exactly what he needed to do.
And kudos to Jack Crawford as well for leaving this car in this position, you know, doing well in those mid stints and when a lot of that chaos was happening with like the lap traffic, and as competitors had issues, obviously Alpine Charles Piazza going off, 22 getting caught out on the safety car. Like, this was definitely a team effort for both of these drivers. Violate coming in, being the ace and finishing this off, but Crawford definitely having a good run.
2 more corners to go for Violate then. Him and his Red Bull Junior teammate Jack Crawford celebrating as they go down the inside. The Alpine Stars geodesic BMW. 1 corner to go then for the number 34 machine. They're going to come across the line for round number 1 here in the IVRA Clubsport Series to take home their first ever win in Club Sport full season competition. What a fantastic drive from Quentin Violate to take home the win with some bold moves after the safety car. Let's go back and jump to GT4 though. There you can see the ad hoc gaming machine trying to close in on Team Huge Ass as Team Huge Ass, the 137, continues to pull away in this gap. We'll take a look though quickly then at Ollie Peacock, because Ollie Peacock's still making his way through turn number 5. He's got a long way to go, but with a 6-second buffer behind him, he's just got to finish this final lap of the race. And as he has a few internet issues, we'll jump back to the Huge Ass car, the number 137 Sumo. Huge Ass, it's always a name that we see here in IVRA competitions, but good to see them at the front of the field. And well, unfortunately for the number 37 car, that's not the type of result they would have wanted with that late race post-race time penalty. But for the 137, race win in round number 1.
Well, it's not just a huge chance that they've got right here. They've also been getting a huge winner's trophy here, right here. Rounding off the final corner, it is Hugh Jass in the number 137 car. Winning in the GT4 category amongst so many Porsches. It's the BMW who's come out on top, and what a drive it has been for these guys. Keeping it calm, keeping it clean, and clinically winning here at Road America.
And the gap at the line, just 2 seconds between first and second in class. So Ad Hoc Gaming, very, very close. They'll be hoping for better things in round number 2. And we're waiting now for the final race winner here today for Full Send Racing, the number 285. It's going to be Fraser Smith and Ollie Peacock who take home the win here, continuing on from some very strong performances in the Club Sports Summer Series. And for Ollie Peacock, across the line, it's a race winner once again, and doing a little bit of celebrating there as he dives and just tries to throw that car around. He's not going to be doing any donuts in the front-wheel drive car, but he can still have a little bit of fun nonetheless. So 2.4 hours of racing action later, I'm still trying to catch my breath as we see cars going too wide across the start-finish line. Still a few cars yet to finish, but Jonathan, you've noticed something about that post-race time penalty for the number 37. Where is it going to shake up the order to put the Sven Demel-powered Hugh Jass car?
So by 0.003 of a second, the 7 car was able, post-penalty, to beat out for 9th place. So not, you know, it's 1 place higher up, still some points, but definitely a disappointment for that team getting that post-race penalty and getting booted off the podium. On the plus side, a win in the GT4 class for that team.
Absolutely. So 2 hours and 24 minutes of racing action later, let's take a look at the final race results. And it really is another story of a safety car shaking things up. Fiercely forward, the number 34 and Quintin Vialate takes home race win in round number 1, with Hugh Jass, the number 37, provisionally slotting into second. But with that time penalty, they're going to drop down the order. H2 Performance SRT, the number 22, they're going to be promoted to second place in class, alongside the final podium position winner, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the number 62, who will be regretting what was a action-packed race for them. Rest of your grid order: Maniti Racing, Fisher Motorsports, the number 84, NAB Racing, Hell Races, the number 16, Team Bergen going to be promoted up into P number 8 before Hugh Jass, with their 55-second time penalty, going to get bumped to 9th in class. Project GT Einstein.de, the number 86 machine, coming in 10th position. The rest of the grid order then on the line: Impulse Racing, World of Sim Racing, iZone Performance, the number 51. Tough day for the World of Sim Racing crew, coming home in 12th and 14th. Team 11, they took home the GTE win in IVRA Endurance, but here in the IVRA Clubsport Series, struggling a bit more, down in 13th place. Hell Race is the second car in 15th. Wraith Energy Racing, 16th place, with Fisher Motorsport, Regasso Racing, SROC Racing Forces, and Virtual Motorsport, some of the cars who didn't make it to the line. You got Fuga Motorsport as well. They brought out one of the cautions, running out of fuel. Another race of what might have been for one of these teams. So results in GT4, and it is Hugh Jass, the number 137. Giovanni Romano comes across the line to take home the race win, with Ad Hoc Gaming by my days, the number 124, just 2 seconds behind. Great scrap for the third and final podium positions between Pneumatic Motorsports and SRN, with Paul Darling getting across the line by just 0.6 of a second from the 175. Then got the Heli Media 161 car, with the second SRN Motorsports car coming in 6th. Sim RC Clubsport would have been hoping to see a slightly stronger run out from them in this round, but we'll be looking forward to the next 5 races to see more from the 176 crew. No luck, EM Sport didn't have much luck here today, and neither did AOD Racing, with technical issues before we even got to the green flag. Samsoid Emerald going to be on the edge of your top 10 as we look at the remaining 7 cars. H Motorsport, Shipsky Racing, World of Sim Racing, Porsche Owners Club, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the Team Heiskenveld, number 148, alongside Electronic Sportsman. And for Team Heiskenveld, that 148, again, a race of what could have been. They led for so long until they got caught out under safety car. So, third and final class, but TCR always brings the action to us. And Full Send Racing, the number 285, recovers from an early race incident to take home the race win. Impulse Racing, the number 2225, 5.5 seconds behind, with the number 248 and Michael Schottler 6.2 seconds behind. Full Send Racing, the number 287, going to slot themselves up into 4th after a difficult race for them too, after taking home pole position. Pure Sims Esport 216, the Boosted Motorsport 267, Liper Esports 253, RSR Esport by G Performance, who will be looking for a slightly better run tomorrow in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, alongside Kinetic Racing and Mayer SimSpeed Performance on the edge of the top 10. 17 cars in this class as well, and VEC Sim Racing, huge ass fiercely forward, the last 3 runners on the lead lap. Then you've got the likes of Torque Freak Racing, the Bombshell Racing Team, and cars that didn't make it to the checkered flag, Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, and Rogers A51, going to complete your finishing results for this season opening race. So we'll just take a few seconds to breathe and relax a little bit here, guys. And Sumo, I mean, I mentioned it, tomorrow we've got the IVRA GT Sprint Series returning, and I mean, in many ways you would have thought this was a sprint series. Tomorrow's action should be just as crazy, and only features the GT3 cars. Can't wait to see that after what we got to watch today.
Yeah, it should be fun. And it's happening at a circuit that I like quite a bit. It's happening at Donington Park. Sadly, I won't be able to commentate on that race because of some other commitments, but man, it should be a really fun one eventually. When I'm done with that, I'm just going to tune into the IVRA Sprint race just to check out what's happening, because the kind of racing we saw in the first race was just too good. It's hard to miss something like that.
Absolutely. We're just waiting, by the way, for people to join us for some post-race interviews. TeamSpeak. Our RacespotTV TeamSpeak is ts.racespot.tv. We're always waiting and excited to talk to finishers from the race. It's been a long broadcast so far. We started off with 2 30-minute sprint racing either side of Club Sport qualifying, and 2 hours 24 minutes later, racing action has concluded. So I tell you what, while we wait for a few more participants to maybe jump into TeamSpeak with us, let's take the opportunity then to talk to one of the class winners as we just wait to be able to drag them into the booth. We're standing by, and Sumil Aurora specifically is standing by alongside Ollie Peacock.
Ollie, mate, can you hear me firstly?
Loud and clear, mate.
Perfect. Congratulations, man. What a drive. What a win. From top to bottom, I guess you just couldn't have had a more perfect weekend, I guess.
Yeah, starting off with first and second, third practice, car felt really, really strong. We knew that between the 285 and the 287, Full Send Racing was going to have a really good day. Sort of trying to stay fuel, trying to not leave myself disadvantaged later in the race, but when it came down to managing traffic and other TCRs, the pack got so spread out, we just sort of had to go for it. Thankfully, the pace car came out. Race allowed us to close up again with Marcel and Impulse, and towards the end of the race, the car really came alive. It was a good finish.
Nolly, what do you have to say about the whole incident with the safety car coming in? Because there were big disputes about the pit lane being open or not. Did that impact you in any way whatsoever?
For the race, as a team, we sort of decided that we try and get our driver swap out the way as early as possible to try and avoid coming up to these issues later in the race. We knew, when the pace car comes out, strategy to get out the window. We had a plan coming into it that we knew that at certain times when a pace car would, whether we'd pit or not. Thankfully, it fell nicely in our fuel window anyway. But as a team, it's something we discussed beforehand.
And Ollie, what do you have to say about the competition? Because today it was a pretty let's say, somewhat of a dominant drive by Full Send Racing, with both you and Fraser doing an excellent job. Do you think there could be more on the way in terms of all the other cars? Because we've got quite a packed calendar. And it seems that we are going to get some great racing in this championship.
Oh, TCR's always bringing out the best in all the drivers. There's never a quiet race. Every race I've done with IVRA has been amazing. The quality of racing has been top tier, and it's made better by the TCR being such a fantastic car to drive. I mean, looking forward to the rest of the calendar, I don't see any reason why we can't continue with this. We were strong in pre-Q at the Roval. We seem to hit on the setup quite nicely in the last couple of weeks. That's thanks to the other guys in the team, Steen, Mikkel and Thomas. Unfortunately for Thomas and Mikkel, they got caught out earlier in the race, but they rallied back to P4. I think that's a testament to their pace, as well as the team as a whole having a quality driver lineup and having the setup nailed. So I don't see any reason why for the rest of the season we can't be strong. I think with draft there's going to be a lot of post racing anyway, but we've got to put ourselves in the best position to be able to capitalise on any mistakes from the others and make sure that if we do make any mistakes, our pace is good enough to come back from them.
Well, it certainly was fantastic today. And just before we let you go, Ollie, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Any team members, sponsors as such?
First of all, thank you to Frozen Speed. They've been a long-time sponsor for us now. I think it's their second season with the IVRA car, and I'm glad to put them at the front of the field again. For Full Send Racing, obviously, Steen wasn't racing with us today. He's focusing on another championship, but he was in the background helping us with strategy. Fraser did a fantastic stint one. It was been very easy to have lost the draft when it all got split up and an incident happened behind us. And obviously Thomas and Mikkel. I mean, Mikkel stuck it on pole, was a fantastic lap. Together, IVRA Summer Series was our first season collectively, and this is our first real attempt as a unit, knowing what we're going to do, playing to our strengths and knowing our weaknesses. The whole team has really come together in the last few weeks.
Ollie, once again, man, many congratulations, great drive, and we hope to see you once again for the next rounds. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the great broadcast.
That, folks, was Ollie Peacock winning in the TCR category, and man, what a race it was over there.
Totally chaotic racing as per usual. But now we talk to the TCR class winner. Let's go ahead and bring into the commentary booth one of the GT4 class winners for Huge S Sport. Jonathan Burke is standing by with Giovanni Romano.
Hey Giovanni, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, you sound loud and clear. It was a pretty chaotic day in the sports class. However, you and Justin Hall seem to nail the pit stop sequences right. Talk us through your day.
Well, it was a really fun race. Had a heck of a time out there. Justin did as well. And I don't know, at the start we got a little bit lucky. There were some incidents behind us, and Justin got a little bubble. He put in a really good drive. Kept the car clean, and then after that I got in the car, and right when I get in the car the caution comes out. I'm not even warmed up, and we're smack in the middle of the pack, and that was absolute chaos, but it was also really fun. And sort of after that, things kind of came our way, I guess. I kept it clean and inherited the lead after the last caution and held on for the win.
Yeah, the pit stop did come out at a good time, but you definitely had pace. No one was really able to catch you at the end. What was it like in a class that had very different varying lap times, especially you guys in the BMW compared to the 10 or so other competitors in the Porsche?
Yeah, the dynamic between the BMW and the Porsche is interesting. The BMW really has a lot of grunt out of the corners, but isn't as good as the Porsche through the twisty bits. So like on a track like Road America, there's like a sort of a back and forth through the lap. The BMW is much faster through the start of the lap on the straights, and then the Porsche comes back through the carousel in the last sector.
And you mentioned all the chaos in the restart, and you you guys managed to keep your car clean. Like, how stressful was it, as you were even watching on the sidelines, watching Justin drive, of navigating through all the chaos?
Yeah, luckily for Justin, there was not too many hair-raising moments. He had a couple moments, but he had a pretty safe drive. But that first caution, the restart there, I was holding my breath there. Like, we were going 3 wide. You got a Porsche Cup car flying by you on one side. You're passing a TCR on the other side. Then you catch up, and there's like 2 TCR cars blocking the road. So then everyone's stacked up. It's like driving on the freeway, but well, we're going a heck of a lot faster.
Before we let you go, anybody you guys want to thank?
Yeah, of course. Thanks to Justin Hall, my teammate, for putting in an awesome drive. He's only just picked up the car in the last month or so, and he's made a lot of progress. And so thanks to him. And of course, thanks to the Team Huge Ass, and everyone who ran with me today, and my teammates. Yeah, it's awesome, man. Thanks to you guys and IVRA for putting all this on.
All right, well, thank you so much for spending some time with us. That was the winner of your sport class, the 137, Giovanni Romano, who came across the line in first place.
So 2 down and just 1 more to go. Now we've talked to the GT4 winner, we've talked to the TCR winner. We're now standing by with Ollie Slade, manager for Fiercely Forward, Quentin Violate not joining us, who just took home the race win. Instead, we get the team manager and Ollie. I mean, nothing else to say other than congratulations. A few weeks ago, it was GTE and LMP AM victory in the IVRA Endurance Series, but this time around in the Club Sport Series, taking home your first ever full IVRA competition win. So must be a very proud day for the team, and I'm sure the entire team is very excited about celebrating this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're a bit like taken aback by the fact that we won this race. Jack put it in a great position for us after the pit stop to get us into a place where we could challenge for the lead, and then Quentin got in the car. We filtered out after the safety car into P3 overall, and yeah, he did a fantastic job at the end there. Overtaking 2 cars in 1 lap on lap 54. Fantastic job, and yeah, we're just a bit taken aback that we've had such a successful month. Really, the entire month's been a great month for the team.
Yeah, definitely. But just to ask you a little bit about those passes, were you in the ear of your drivers when you're coming back from the restart, and are you telling them that, look guys, there's the opportunity for the race win, but don't throw away the very solid points that would be on offer if you had managed to come home in third? Or was it all caution to the wind, and Quentin really knew that he had the pace to get by there?
Yeah, so just on the IVRA Championships, we have like a race engineer per car. So I was on the 34 car, so yeah, the guys here. And the strategy that throughout was always just to keep it nice and steady and not take too much risk until the very end, because we know in IVRA Championships it always seems to have an ending when we can really push for something. So when it came down to the last few laps, Quentin knew what he needed to do. I mean, he's a bit of a veteran in these Porsche Cup cars now. He's P1 overall last season in the official series, so he does plenty of these races, and he pulled it out of the bag really when it mattered. So I didn't really need to say anything to Quentin at the end there, other than just counting down the laps for him.
Well, great race for the number 34 car, however, slightly more difficult for the 234 in 13th place in TCR. And as you now look ahead to the next round from the Circuit of the Americas, what are going to be some of the things that both cars are thinking about as you try and prepare for another tough race, this time a 4-hour race as well?
Yeah, I mean, the TCR car, we have a bit of a joke in the team that it's cursed. The number 2, 3, 4 is what we used in the summer series, and every single round something happened to us, and again, we managed to hit that 18x limit on a netcode contact on the last lap there, which took us from fighting for P8, P7 down to P13 again. So yeah, I think the guys are really down on that team. So we're just gonna have to rebuild, get back to practice. Really, we have the endurance series to practice for in 2 weeks' time, which we're full focus on now, and then we'll also have the TCR guys focusing straight away on trying to rebuild that. So yeah, we're just fully focused on the next thing.
Awesome. But before we let you go then, Ollie, anyone you want to thank from the team and sponsors-wise?
Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly on the team, if you wouldn't mind, we obviously we didn't have much time to prepare for this one because Jack's been away at different events that he's been part of with Red Bull. So yeah, thank you to Jack, thank you to Quentin for putting in the work and getting the car in a position where we could, you know, take this win, and thank you to the TCR team and everyone involved with that. Yako was their race engineer, and I know he put in a lot of work. And then obviously you saw in the chat, Porsche Sport are great supporters of our work, so it was really nice to have them there for the win. And also Gomez Sim Industries, they help us out a lot as well, and they have some great stuff that you should check out. So yeah, thank you so much to them.
Well, go and enjoy this one, Ollie. I'm sure that there's going to be some celebration before you guys get back to the hard work at hand.
Absolutely, thank you so much, guys.
So that was Ollie Slade, team manager for Fiercely Forward Racing. But guys, it feels a little bit empty now. We've had so much racing action, 2 sprint races, an entire 50 minutes of qualifying coverage, and 2 hours 24 minutes later, today's racing action is all over. But the good news is, it starts up again tomorrow. Round number 1 of the IVRA competitions is officially over. We've seen GT Sprint Series, we've seen the IVRA Endurance Series, and also today the Club Cup and Club Sport Series make their return. And tomorrow, round number 2 from Donington Park for the IVRA GT Sprint Series, Sumal.
Yeah, it should be absolutely amazing. There's just so much racing here on the iRacing Esports Network. It just never ends, and that's the good thing about it. It just never ends. Whenever you think you're over and done with it, the next morning you just have more and more, and that's what I love about this.
Well, let's take a look at the series schedule then, because round number 1 in the books. Take a look at the rest of the action ahead of us. November 21st, the 4 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. Then December 12th, we go to Barber Motorsport Park for another 2.4-hour race. We're going to finish it all off, though, with a 6-hour event at the Sebring International Raceway. That should be a fun one. But, you know, Jonathan, looking ahead to the Circuit of the Americas, we saw a lot of confusion, if you'll allow me to use that word, with traffic. And, you know, Circuit of the Americas is a very hard track for some multi-class action, especially when you have that close pace delta between the GT4 and TCR classes.
Yeah, it's going to get really, really tight, especially in the sections that swerve back and forth. It's going to be like turns 8 through 10, where you're just going back and forth, back and forth. The GT3s may be able to stick to the ground, but not going to be sure about those GT4s. It's going to be intense.
And some great racetracks ahead of us. 2 more rounds from American circuits before we head to Europe for a couple of rounds. We head first to Spa, then we head to Suzuka, but those should be some interesting road trips, obviously virtual road trips, at the click of a button. So for the final time today, then, we'll say goodbye to you here on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV. It's been a fun round number 1 of the IVRA Clubsport Series, and great to see the debut of the Club Cup and their first ever races. For myself, Arjuna Kankipati, I've been joined by Sumil Arora and Jonathan Burke for this first round of Club Sport action. TV cameras, as always, provided to us by Istvan Ballo and TrackCams 22, with our car cameras provided to us by Tyler Maxon. So we'll see you in a few weeks' time then for the second round of Club Sport competition. But if you want to watch more IVRA racing, some more entertaining action, join us tomorrow on the iRacing Esports Network and RacespotTV for the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Round number 3 and 4 from Donington Park promises to bring the same level of excitement that we've had here today. But one final time today, we'll say goodbye and enjoy the rest of your weekend.